हेलो एवरीवन, गुड मॉर्निंग टू ऑल ऑफ यू। वेलकम वंस अगेन टू दिस लाइव कमोडिटी एनालिसिस। स्टार्ट करते हैं आज का सेशन। मार्केट इज ओपन, कमोडिटी मार्केट इज ओपन। क्रूड ऑयल को देखोगे हल्का सा गैप अप है, नेचुरल गैस भी हल्का सा गैप अप है। कल नेचुरल गैस सपोर्ट एरिया पे था, वहां से उसी एरिया पे क्लोज हो गया था। सपोर्ट एरिया पे गैप अप हुआ है, बाइंग आ गई कह सकते हैं। क्रूड ऑयल कल थोड़ा बहुत सेलिंग आई, फिर बाइंग आई, साइडवेज चला गया, ऊपर एक रेजिस्टेंस था, वहां पर अब पहुंचा है। कैंडल फिलहाल ओपन इक्वल टू लो है, तो डायरेक्टली मत सेल करना अभी, थोड़ा सा वेट करेंगे। डोंट सेल डायरेक्टली इन क्रूड ऑयल। बाकी कल यूएस प्रेसिडेंट की स्पीच थी, वो भी एक बार सुन लेते हैं। बिटकॉइन देखते हैं अभी, पहले थोड़ा सा कमोडिटी देख लेते हैं, देन वी विल सी द बिटकॉइन एज वेल। लास्ट ट्रेडिंग सेशन फॉर दिस वीक, कल गुड फ्राइडे है, फिर सैटरडे संडे 3 दिन मार्केट क्लोज है, ध्यान रखना। 12:30 लंदन सेशन ओपन, 5:30 न्यूयॉर्क सेशन, 7 PM यूएस मार्केट ओपन। एंड उसके बाद इवनिंग पे नेचुरल गैस की इन्वेंट्री है और एम्प्लॉयमेंट क्लेम्स का डेटा 6 PM पे रहेगा। रिफ्रेश कर देते हैं लेवल ऑफ फिर से एक बार। ठीक है, क्रूडल थोड़ा सा बुलिश है बिकॉज जो ट्रम्प ने स्पीच दी थी, दे सेड ईरान को स्टोन एज ओल्ड स्टोन एजेस में भेज देंगे ईरान को वापस। सो दैट विल अ मेजर न्यूज़, जिसका इम्पैक्ट देखने के लिए मिला है। अगर ईरान डील नहीं करता यूएस के साथ, यूएस विल बॉम्ब ईरान बैक टू द स्टोन एज ओवर नेक्स्ट 2 to 3 weeks एज पर द ट्रम्प पुलिस इम्पैक्ट ऑन बोथ क्रूड एंड नेचुरल गैस। निफ्टी बैंक निफ्टी भी लग रहा है फ्लैट टू हल्का सा गैप अप है, ज़्यादा कुछ खास नहीं। President Trump said in a prime-time address to the US was close to ending its war in Iran, but would spend the next 2 to 3 weeks bombing the country back to the Stone Age. If the deal to end the war cannot be reached, he said, the US would bomb all Iran power plants and perhaps its oil field. That would have devastating consequences for Tehran's civilian population and the future of the country, while likely indicating retaliation on America's allies in the region. सो नीज द न्यूज, मेजर न्यूज राइट नाउ। स्टॉक्स गिरे हैं, क्रूड ऑयल और नेचुरल गैस जंप किया है। बिटकॉइन को देख लेते हैं एक बार फटाफट से। गोल्ड भी थोड़ा सा न्यूज़ की वजह से गिरा था, वैसे तो ऊपर जाना चाहिए था, इस न्यूज़ के बाद थोड़ा गिरा था एक्चुअली में। क्या प्लान कर सकते हैं बिटकॉइन में? तो ऊपर आपका 72,000 लग रहा है, स्ट्रॉन्ग बना हुआ है, रेजिस्टेंस अभी भी, सपोर्ट देख लेते हैं एक बार पहले फटाफट से। बिटकॉइन में 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम इज बेस्ट आई थिंक फॉर इंट्राडे। इंट्राडे ही पूछ रहे होगे, आई होप सो। हो सकता है नेचुरल गैस के बदले आप थोड़ा सा गोल्ड का चार्ट यूज़ करें, नेचुरल गैस में इतना कुछ मूव कर नहीं रहा है प्राइस खास। ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस तो मेजर यहीं पर है आपका 72,000 के आसपास, वहां से रिजेक्शन मार्केट लेके ऑलरेडी गिर चुका है, वापस आएगा तो अभी भी इंटैक्ट ही है। इंट्राडे 15 मिनट के चार्ट के अकॉर्डिंग बता रहा हूँ मैं आपको। मेजर सपोर्ट नीचे 60,000 पर ही दिख रहा है 15 मिनट में। कोई नया सपोर्ट बनेगा तो देखना अभी, अदरवाइज मेजर सपोर्ट अराउंड 60,000 ही है, मेरे को उससे पहले कोई खास सपोर्ट दिख नहीं रहा। प्राइस रुका काफ़ी बार है, हो सकता है थोड़ा स्मॉलर टाइम फ्रेम पे कहीं बनाओ सपोर्ट लाइक 5 मिनट में। 15 मिनट में 60,000 पर ही है प्राइस, काफ़ी रुक रहा है बीच में। ठीक है, मार्केट ऑलरेडी रेजिस्टेंस एरिया से रेजिस्टेंस लेके गिरा है, तो मुझे लग रहा है शायद अब जा सकता है बीच में। अभी और कोई सपोर्ट मुझे नहीं आ रहा मेजर, छोटे छोटे बहुत सारे हैं बट आई डोंट थिंक सो उनको होल्ड करना चाहिए। तो अराउंड 71 से 72 के आसपास मेजर रेजिस्टेंस है, नीचे सपोर्ट। वो जो लो बना हुआ है लास्ट 59 टू 60,000 उसी के आसपास दिखता है, बीच में और कोई सपोर्ट नहीं है। ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस स्ट्रांग ही है, नीचे सपोर्ट स्ट्रांग है इन 15 मिनट। कोई और नया सपोर्ट बनेगा तो देखना पड़ेगा, अभी के लिए और नहीं है। बाकी उसमें और पीछे देखेंगे तो 15 मिनट में कोई सपोर्ट दिखेगा नहीं, बिकॉज उतना पीछे प्राइस रिसेंटली बहुत पहले गया था, तो वहाँ पर 15 मिनट का चार्ट अभी शो नहीं कर रहा है, तो फिर टाइम फ्रेम ही इंक्रीज करना पड़ेगा। ये लेवल है फिलहाल के लिए। लेट्स बैक टू द क्रूड ऑयल। ठीक है, नाउ दिस इज अ नॉर्मल कैंडल इन क्रूड ऑयल। बाकी कल आई थिंक नासा ने आर्टिमस 2 मिशन भी भेज दिया है। एक बार ट्रम्प की स्पीच सुन लेते हैं, उन्होंने क्या कहा था आज। ठीक है, टुडेज ट्रम्प स्पीच।
Thank you very much. My fellow Americans, good evening. Let me begin by congratulating the team at NASA and our brave astronauts on the successful launch of Artemis II. It was quite something. It will be traveling further than any manned rocket has ever flown and will very substantially pass the moon, go around it, and come back home from a distance that has never been done before. It's amazing. They are on the way, and God bless them. These are brave people. We want to God bless those 4 unbelievable astronauts. As we speak this evening, it's been just 1 month since the United States military began Operation Epic Fury, targeting the world's #1 state sponsor of terror, Iran. In these past 4 weeks, our armed forces have delivered swift, decisive, overwhelming victories on the battlefield, victories like few people have ever seen before. Tonight, Iran's Navy is gone. Their Air Force is in ruins. Their leaders, most of them terrorist regime they led, are now dead. Their command and control of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is being decimated as we speak. Their ability to launch missiles and drones is dramatically curtailed, and their weapons, factories, and rocket launchers are being blown to pieces. Very few of them left. Never in the history of warfare has an enemy suffered such clear and devastating large-scale losses in a matter of weeks. Our enemies are losing in America, as it has been for 5 years under my presidency, is winning, and now winning bigger than ever before. Before discussing this current situation, I also want to thank our troops for the masterful job they did in taking the country of Venezuela in a matter of minutes. That hit was quick, lethal, violent, and respected by everyone all over the world. After rebuilding our military during my first term, we have by far the strongest military anywhere in the world, and now we're working along with Venezuela and are, in a true sense, joint venture partners. We're getting along incredibly well in the production and sale of massive amounts of oil and gas, the second largest reserves on Earth after the United States of America. We're now totally independent of the Middle East, and yet we are there to help. We don't have to be there. We don't need their oil. We don't need anything they have, but we're there to help our allies. Tonight, I want to provide an update on the tremendous progress our warriors have made in Iran and discuss why Operation Epic Fury is necessary for the safety of America and the security of the free world. From the very first day I announced my campaign for president in 2015, I have vowed that I would never allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon. This fanatical regime has been chanting death to America, death to Israel for 47 years. Their proxies were behind the murder of 241 Americans in the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut, the slaughter of hundreds of our service members with roadside bombs, They were involved in the attack on the USS Cole, and they carried out the countless other heinous acts, including the just horrible, bloody atrocities of October 7th in Israel, something that most people have never seen anything like it. This murderous regime also recently killed 45,000 of their own people who were protesting in Iran. 45,000 dead. For these terrorists to have nuclear weapons would be an intolerable threat. The most violent and thuggish regime on earth would be free to carry out their campaigns of terror, coercion, conquest, and mass murder from behind a nuclear shield. I will never let that happen, and neither should any of our past presidents. This situation has been going on for 47 years and should have been handled long before I arrived in office. I did many things during my 2 terms in office to stop the quest for nuclear weapons by Iran first, and perhaps most importantly, I killed General Qasem Soleimani in my first term. He was an evil genius, brilliant person, a horrible human being, however, the father of the roadside bomb, and he lived just horrible what he did. Iran would have been perhaps in far better, stronger position. Had he lived, we would have had probably a different conversation tonight. But you know what? We'd still be winning and winning big. And then, very importantly, I terminated Barack Hussein Obama's Iran nuclear deal, a disaster. Obama gave them $1.7 billion in cash, green cash. Took it out of banks from Virginia, D.C., and Maryland, all the cash they had. He flew it by airplanes in an attempt to buy their respect and loyalty, but it didn't work. They laughed at our president and went on with their mission to have a nuclear bomb. His Iran deal would have led to a colossal arsenal of massive nuclear weapons for Iran, and they would have had them years ago, and they would have used them. It would have been a different world. There would have been no Middle East and no Israel right now, in my opinion, the opinion of a lot of great experts, had I not terminated that terrible deal. And I was so honored to do it. I was so proud to do it. It was so bad right from the beginning. Essentially, I did what no other president was willing to do. They made mistakes, and I am correcting them. My first preference was always the path of diplomacy, yet the regime continued their relentless quest for nuclear weapons and rejected every attempt at an agreement. For this reason, in June, I ordered a strike on Iran's key nuclear facilities, an Operation Midnight Hammer. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Those beautiful B-2 bombers performed magnificently. We totally obliterated those nuclear sites. The regime then sought to rebuild their nuclear program at a totally different location, making clear they had no intention of abandoning their pursuit of nuclear weapons. They were also rapidly building a vast stockpile of conventional ballistic missiles and would soon have had missiles that could reach the American homeland, Europe, and virtually any other place on Earth. Iran's strategy was so obvious. They wanted to produce as many missiles as possible, and they did, with the longest range possible, and they had some weapons that nobody believed they had. We just learned that out. We took them out. We took them all out so that no one would really dare stop them. And their race for a nuclear bomb, a nuclear weapon like nobody's ever seen before. They were right at the doorstep. For years, everyone has said that Iran cannot have nuclear weapons. But in the end, those are just words if you're not willing to take action when the time comes. As I stated in my announcement of Operation Epic Fury, our objectives are very simple and clear. We are systematically dismantling the regime's ability to threaten America or project power outside of their borders. That means eliminating Iran's Navy, which is now absolutely destroyed, hurting their Air Force and their missile program at levels never seen before, and annihilating their defense industrial base. We've done all of it. Their Navy is gone. Their Air Force is gone. Their missiles are just about used up or beaten. Taken together, these actions will cripple Iran military, crush their ability to support terrorist proxies, and deny them the ability to build a nuclear bomb. Our armed forces have been extraordinary. There's never been anything like it militarily. Everyone is talking about it, and tonight I'm pleased to say that these core strategic objectives are nearing completion. As we celebrate this progress, we think especially of the 13 American warriors who have laid down their lives in this fight to prevent our children from ever having to face a nuclear Iran. Twice this past month, I've traveled to Dover Air Force Base, and it's been something. I wanted to be with those heroes as they return to American soil, and I was with them and their families, their parents, their wives, their husbands. We salute them, and now we must honor them by completing the mission for which they gave their lives. And every single one of the people, their loved ones said, "Please, sir, please finish the job," every one of them. And we are going to finish the job, and we're going to finish it very fast. We're getting very close. I want to thank our allies in the Middle East, Israel, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE, Kuwait, and Bahrain. They've been great, and we will not let them get hurt or fail in any way, shape, or form. Many Americans have been concerned to see the recent rise in gasoline prices here at home. This short-term increase has been entirely the result of the Iranian regime launching deranged terror attacks against commercial oil tankers in neighboring countries that have nothing to do with the conflict. This is yet more proof that Iran can never be trusted with nuclear weapons. They will use them, and they will use them quickly. It would lead to decades of extortion, economic pain, and instability worse than we can ever imagine. The United States has never been better prepared economically to confront this threat. You all know that. We built the strongest economy in history. We're going through it right now, the strongest in history. In 1 year, we've taken a dead and crippled country. I hate to say that, but we were a dead and crippled country after the last administration and made it the hottest country anywhere in the world by far, with no inflation, record-setting investments coming into the United States, over $18 trillion, and the highest stock market ever, with 53 all-time record highs in just 1 year. It all positioned us to get rid of a cancer that has long simmered. It's known as the nuclear Iran, and they didn't know what was coming. They've never imagined it. Remember, because of our Drill Baby Drill program, America has plenty of gas. We have so much gas. Under my leadership, we are #1 producer of oil and gas on the planet, without even discussing the millions of barrels that we're getting from Venezuela. Because of the Trump administration's policies, we produce more oil and gas than Saudi Arabia and Russia combined. Think of that, Saudi Arabia and Russia combined. And that number will soon be substantially higher than that. There's no country like us anywhere in the world, and we're in great shape for the future. The United States imports almost no oil through the Hormuz Strait and won't be taking any in the future. We don't need it. We haven't needed it, and we don't need it. We've beaten and completely decimated Iran. They are decimated, both militarily and economically and in every other way. And the countries of the world that do receive oil through the Hormuz Strait must take care of that passage. They must cherish it. They must grab it and cherish it. They can do it easily. We will be helpful, but they should take the lead in protecting the oil that they so desperately depend on. So to those countries that can't get fuel, many of which refuse to get involved in the decapitation of Iran, we had to do it ourselves. I have a suggestion. #1, buy oil from the United States of America. We have plenty. We have so much. And #2, build up some delayed courage. Should have done it before. Should have done it with us, as we asked. Go to the Strait and just take it, protect it, use it for yourselves. Iran has been essentially decimated. The hard part is done, so it should be easy. And in any event, when this conflict is over, the strait will open up naturally. It'll just open up naturally. They're going to want to be able to sell oil because that's all they have to try and rebuild. It will resume the flowing, and the gas prices will rapidly come back down. Stock prices will rapidly go back up. They haven't come down very much, frankly. They came down a little bit, but they've had some very good days over the last couple of days. We've done actually much better than I thought, but we had to take that little journey to Iran to get rid of this horrible threat. With our historic tax cuts, where people are just now talking about receiving larger refunds than they ever thought possible, they are getting so much more money than they thought. That's from the great, big, beautiful bill. Our economy is strong and improving by the day, and it will soon be roaring back like never before. It will top the levels that it was a month ago. I've made clear from the beginning of Operation Epic Fury that we will continue until our objectives are fully achieved. Thanks to the progress we've made, I can say tonight that we are on track to complete all of America's military objectives shortly, very shortly. We're going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong. In the meantime, discussions are ongoing. Regime change was not our goal. We never said regime change, but regime change has occurred because of all of their original leaders' death. They're all dead. The new group is less radical and much more reasonable. Yet if during this period of time no deal is made, we have our eyes on key targets. If there is no deal, we are going to hit each and every one of their electric generating plants very hard and probably simultaneously. We have not hit their oil, even though that's the easiest target of all, because it would not give them even a small chance of survival or rebuilding. But we could hit it, and it would be gone, and there's not a thing they could do about it. They have no anti-aircraft equipment. Their radar is 100% annihilated. We are unstoppable as a military force. The nuclear sites that we obliterated with the B-2 bombers have been hit so hard that it would take months to get near the nuclear dust, and we have it under intense satellite surveillance and control. If we see them make a move, even a move for it, we'll hit them with missiles very hard again. We have all the cards, they have none. It's very important that we keep this conflict in perspective. American involvement in World War I lasted 1 year, 7 months, and 5 days. World War II lasted for 3 years, 8 months, and 25 days. The Korean War lasted for 3 years, 1 month, and 2 days. The Vietnam War lasted for 19 years, 5 months, and 29 days. Iraq went on for 8 years, 8 months, and 28 days. We are in this military operation so powerful, so brilliant, against one of the most powerful countries for 32 days. And the country has been eviscerated and essentially is really no longer a threat. They were the bully of the Middle East, but they're the bully no longer. This is a true investment in your children and your grandchildren's future. The whole world is watching, and they can't leave the power, strength, and brilliance. They just can't believe what they're seeing. They leave it to your imagination, but they can't believe what they're seeing, the brilliance of the United States military. Tonight, every American can look forward to a day when we are finally free from the wickedness of Iranian aggression and the specter of nuclear blackmail. Because of the actions we have taken, we are on the cusp of ending Iran's sinister threat to America and the world. And I'll tell you, the world is watching. And when we do, when it's all over, the United States will be safer, stronger, more prosperous, and greater than it has ever been before. May God bless the men and women of the United States Armed Forces, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much, and good night.
So this is a Trump speech. Mainly he says, the war can go नेक्स्ट 2 to 3 वीक्स, 2 से 3 वीक और जा सकती है वॉर. एंड if द डील इज नॉट डन वी विल स्ट्राइक देयर पावर प्लांट्स. सो ये तो काफी पॉजिटिव न्यूज़ है अगर यूएस कंप्लीटली अटैक कर देता है ईरान के ऑयल फैसिलिटीज़ को और उनके इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को. फिलहाल क्रूड ऑयल पे इसका पॉजिटिव इम्पैक्ट हुआ, गैप अप ओपन हुआ, अपर सर्किट पर है अभी, फर्स्ट अपर सर्किट स्टिल एज फर्स्ट अपर सर्किट. मुझे लग रहा है वापस ऑल टाइम हाई जाने के ही चांसेस हैं. नीचे सपोर्ट है 9000, कल का लो एक सपोर्ट बना हुआ है. अब ऊपर कोई नया रेजिस्टेंस अब दिखता नहीं है फिलहाल के लिए, तो नीड टू सी, थोड़ा वेट करेंगे. अपर सर्किट ओपन, फिर से ओपन इक्वल टू लो बना है, कंप्लीटली बुलिश, स्टिल बुलिश. ठीक है, देखो सेल करने में भी थोड़ा सा वो लग रहा है इशू की. बाकी देखो 3 दिन मार्केट बंद है, कल परसों और सैटरडे संडे, और कल तो गुड फ्राइडे हो गया. तो हो सकता है कुछ मार्केट में बड़ा हो जाए, कहीं अटैक ना कर दे ट्रम्प पावर प्लांट में मंडे को, फिर मार्केट ओपन देखने के लिए मिले क्रूड ऑयल नेचुरल गैस. ठीक है, रेजिस्टेंस पर है, पहुंचा क्या एक बार और. ओपन ही हुआ है अपर सर्किट. देखते हैं इस कैंडल को एक बार ना, क्लोजिंग कहाँ पर होती है उसके बाद डिसाइड करेंगे यहाँ पर सेल करें ना करें, क्योंकि हो सकता है ये, मुझे लग रहा है ऊपर ही जाता रहे. एक छोटा सा रेजिस्टेंस यहाँ पर है जरूर, बट डायरेक्टली सेल नहीं कर सकते. ये करंट कैंडल और इसके बाद की, इसके ऊपर एक और कैंडल अगर क्लोज ना हो तो चांसेस बन सकते हैं वापस रिवर्सल के. अपर सर्किट पे था मार्केट गैप अप के बाद। लेट्स सी, ब्रेकआउट ब्रेकआउट करेगा तो फिर यहाँ से बाइंग भी हो सकती है, बाय द वे, डिपेंड अपॉन द किस तरह से मार्केट जा रहा है। 31 मार्च को भी काफी डीप लेवल से सेलिंग आई थी, क्लोजिंग होते होते मार्केट कल भी यहीं से रिजेक्शन लेके गिर गया था। ओवरऑल देखें तो इस लेवल पे वैसे प्राइस 31 को ही फर्स्ट टाइम आया था। कह सकते हैं दिस सेकेंड टाइम, बट जो 31 को यहाँ पर सेलिंग आई थी उसमें भी मार्केट डीप लेवल पे जाके सेलिंग करी थी। इसका मतलब सेलर तो है, बट क्या अभी भी पेंडिंग है या फिर देखना है, नहीं है। तो लास्ट ये कैंडल का वेट करते हैं, इस और नेक्स्ट कैंडल का। देखो कैंडल लास्ट तो क्लोज हो गई है। दिस कैंडल इंपॉर्टेंट, वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। ये प्रीवियस कैंडल के ऊपर अगर क्लोज हो गई तो ये तो ब्रेकआउट ही हो जाएगा ऑलमोस्ट। ठीक है, रेजिस्टेंस पर ही है प्राइस क्रूड ऑयल में अभी। कंफर्मेशन के लिए वेट करेंगे, तब एक सेलिंग प्लान बन सकता है, नहीं तो अगर प्रॉपर ब्रेकआउट हो गया तो फिर बाइंग के लिए भी जाएंगे। ब्रेकआउट के लिए ये कैंडल को मस्ट क्लोज होना जरूरी है प्रीवियस कैंडल के ऊपर, तब कहीं एक पॉसिबिलिटी ब्रेकआउट की बन सकती है। जैसे क्रूड ऑयल को देखोगे यहाँ पर 15 MCX की मैं बात कर रहा हूँ, क्रूड ऑयल में और कोई लेवल है नहीं 15 मिनट में इसके ऊपर, बट फॉरेक्स में जाओगे और अगर एडवांस वर्जन है ट्रेडिंग व्यू का, तो प्रीवियसली एक बार और प्राइस जा चुका है इस लेवल के ऊपर, ठीक है। तो वहाँ पर आपको लेवल और देखने के लिए मिल जाएंगे, एमसीएक्स में देखने के लिए नहीं मिलेंगे, बिकॉज एमसीएक्स में जो रिसेंट स्विंग हाई बना था दैट इज़ द ओनली ऑल टाइम हाई राइट नाउ, ये जो अभी प्रीवियसली बना हुआ है 2020 के आसपास जब रशिया यूक्रेन वॉर हुई थी। बट जो यूएस वेस्ट टेक्सास इंटरमीडिएटरी क्रूड ऑयल डब्ल्यूटीआई क्रूड ऑयल है, वहाँ पर 2008 के आसपास भी एक और हाई मार्केट ने बनाया था, दैट इज़ अप्रॉक्सीमेटली आई थिंक 147 के आसपास था, कितना था, 147 के आसपास था। तो वहाँ पर भी प्राइस एक्शन है एक्चुअली 15 मिनट में जाओगे तो, बट अगेन वो एमसीएक्स में दिख नहीं सकता, और फॉरेक्स में अगर आपको देखना है तो आपको हायर टाइम फ्रेम ही यूज़ करना पड़ेगा। सिनेरियो इसी तरह से बनता रहता है, तो हो सकता है क्रूड ऑयल के प्राइस और जंप कर जाएं। क्योंकि बाकी नेचुरल गैस में भी कुछ खास करने के लिए है नहीं। डॉलर कंटिन्यूसली 99-100 डॉलर के आसपास बना हुआ है। डेली टाइम फ्रेम पे हम बात भी कर रहे थे, कंटिन्यूसली अगर डेली टाइम फ्रेम के आसपास एक सस्टेन करता है 100 डॉलर के आसपास जा सकता है 103 डॉलर के तक एटलीस्ट। 16 मार्च से देखोगे, मार्च पूरा मंथ कंप्लीट हो चुका है, ये काफ़ी ज़्यादा कंसोलिडेशन कर रहा है 100 डॉलर के आसपास। लुक्स लाइक ब्रेकआउट मिला 100 डॉलर के ऊपर अगर डेली टाइम फ्रेम पे, तो एक बड़ा मूव कर सकता है वापस 103। उस केस में गोल्ड और सिल्वर गिर सकते हैं, नीचे भी नहीं जा रहा है। नीचे आने के लिए मुझे लग रहा है अब अगर 98 डॉलर के नीचे चला गया ब्रेकडाउन केसेस में, तब हो सकता है वापस गोल्ड सिल्वर और ऊपर चले जाएं एंड डॉलर थोड़ा सा हमें बेरिस होता हुआ दिखे। अभी के लिए साइडवेज है 100 डॉलर के आसपास। ब्रेकआउट मिलता है तो 103 इज इमिनेंट फॉर अ शॉर्टर टर्म। ठीक है, अभी 15 मिनट की कैंडल के अंदर ही है नेचुरल गैस स्टिल। बिटकॉइन नीचे कहाँ तक आ सकता है, बिटकॉइन बताया अभी आपको 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पे, थोड़ी देर पहले पूछा था ना बिटकॉइन का। इंट्राडे का मैंने बता दिया, अब किसी और टाइम फ्रेम पे पूछ रहे हो तो बता दो। वी कैन सी दैट एज वेल इन दैट पर्टिकुलर टाइम फ्रेम। फिलहाल तो कम्प्लीटली बेरिस ही लग रहा है। ओके, क्रूड ऑयल देखो रिजेक्शन तो मिल रहा है, कंफर्मेशन चाहिए। क्लोजिंग तो नहीं आ रही है, लास्ट कैंडल का हाई ब्रेक करने की कोशिश जरूर करी थी प्रीवियस कैंडल ने, नहीं करा है। सो इट इज स्टिल on resistance, but we need a confirmation, you can say it. This candle again open a gap up। ठीक है, अभी भी कुछ कंफर्म नहीं है, लास्ट कैंडल तो क्लोज हुई नहीं, विक बना के नीचे आ गई, तो ब्रेकआउट प्रॉपरली नहीं हुआ है अभी भी। बट सेलिंग के लिए भी कह नहीं सकते, अभी मार्केट आया है, लुक्स लाइक लिक्विडिटी लेने की कोशिश में है। 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम पे देख लेते हैं, 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम पे बिटकॉइन को कहाँ तक जा सकता है ओवरऑल। एक सेकेंड। तो वन टाइम फ्रेम पे तो मुझे कुछ लेवल दिख ही नहीं रहा है। हो सकता है प्राइस वापस 60,000 ही आ जाए, वही जो मैंने थोड़ी देर पहले बताया था आपको। स्मॉलर टाइम फ्रेम पे रेजिस्टेंस, सॉरी सपोर्ट होंगे बिलो 15 मिनट आई थिंक, बीच में। बट मेजर सपोर्ट लग रहा है शायद 60,500 के आसपास वापस प्राइस जा सकता है। 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम पे आई कांट सी एनी अदर रेजिस्टेंस। मैं एक बार 15 मिनट में फिर से देख लेता हूँ क्या होता है, 15 मिनट में कोई मिस हो गया हो। बट 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम पे मुझे कुछ नहीं दिख रहा। स्मॉलर टाइम फ्रेम पे है तो पुल बैक जरूर आया है कई बार। कि थोड़ा पुल बैक जरूर आ सकता है। 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम पे आई कांट सी एनी सपोर्ट नियर बाय। मोस्टली वही 60,500 के आसपास ही लगता है जाना चाहिए, अगर हायर टाइम फ्रेम पे रिजेक्शन मिलता है तो। बट एक बार फिर भी देख लेते हैं स्मॉलर टाइम फ्रेम पे कहीं तो रुकेगा, ऐसा तो नहीं है कि कहीं नहीं रुकेगा। पर ट्रेल कर लेना अगर सेल किया हुआ है 68,400 से। मार्केट 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम पे देखोगे ना कंटिन्यूसली गिर रहा है। थोड़ा सा ही पुल बैक आया है तो हो सकता है मार्केट थोड़ा सा अपसाइड चला जाए। तो एक बार 15 मिनट में देख लेता हूँ। 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम पे 60,500 ही लग रहा है। ठीक है, वहां पर भी सपोर्ट शो नहीं हो रहा है, क्योंकि प्रीवियसली उसके बहुत पीछे जाएंगे तो 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम का चार्ट भी शो नहीं कर रहा है। दैट इज ओनली रीजन। तो लेट्स सी द 15 मिनट वंस अगेन एक बार, या नहीं तो 5 मिनट में भी देख लेता हूँ। नीचे एटलीस्ट तो लग ही रहा है 65,760 तक तो आ ही सकता है। इतना तो मुझे लग रहा है इमिनेंट ही है, 65,800 के आसपास। 65,750 टू 65,800 इज लुक्स एमिनेंट। वहां तक गिर सकता है, इतना तो कंफर्मेशन के साथ कह सकते हैं। वहां पर शायद रुके या ना रुके, दैट नीड टू बी सीन अ स्मॉल टाइम फ्रेम। बट या थोड़ा बहुत प्राइस एक्शन बिल्डअप हो सकता है उस जोन पे। विक बनाएगा तो और नीचे भी जा सकता है, बट या दैट इज अ फर्स्ट एरिया यू कैन book some profit or trail some quantity. ओके, बाकी कल जैसा मैंने थोड़ी देर पहले बताया था, नासा ने आर्टिमस 2 मिशन लॉन्च किया था। इंडियन टाइम के अकॉर्डिंग अर्ली मॉर्निंग था, शायद 4 या 5 AM के अराउंड। तो वॉच नहीं कर पाया। एक बार देख लेते हैं उसको भी। दैट आर वेरी फैसिनेटिंग थिंग्स। आई होप वी विल सी when Artemis 3 mission launch and ultimately human again land in moon, because जैसा मैंने कल ही बताया था लास्ट टाइम, जब ऐसा हुआ था तो आई थिंक नन ऑफ अस विल बॉर्न एट दैट टाइम। अपोलो का जो लास्ट मिशन जब हुआ था, उस समय मुझे लगता नहीं हम में से कोई पैदा भी हुआ होगा। सो लेट्स सी, एक बार देख लेते हैं वो भी। ठीक है, बाकी मैंने बिटकॉइन बता दिया आपको, 65,000 750 800 के आसपास रुक सकता है। इंडियन मार्केट कंटिन्यूसली सेलिंग प्रेशर झेल रहे हैं, कुछ फायदा नहीं होता, एक दो दिन ऊपर जाता है बस प्रॉफिट बुकिंग में। गैप डाउन ओपन वापस परसों के लो पर ही आ गया। निफ्टी बैंक निफ्टी ऑलमोस्ट एवरीथिंग इज बेरिश। एमसीएक्स में गोल्ड और सिल्वर भी काफी डाउन है। सिल्वर एमसीएक्स में तो ऑलमोस्ट लोअर सर्किट पर जाने वाला है। 2,30,000 के आसपास आ गया वापस सिल्वर। एंड गोल्ड भी फॉरेक्स में 2% डाउन है। कैंडल भी क्लोज हो गई है, दैट इज स्टिल डोजी, वो भी प्रीवियस कैंडल के ऊपर। ऊपर से मुझे लग रहा है सेलिंग का प्रेशर बना हुआ है। सेलर अभी भी निकले नहीं है क्रूड में, बट बायर भी कंफर्मेशन नहीं दे रहे हैं, तो मुझे लग रहा है वेट करना ही पड़ेगा, अभी भी नहीं जा सकते ऊपर। निफ्टी भी देखोगे ना डेली टाइम फ्रेम पे, लुक्स लाइक 21,000 जाके ही मानेगा। ठीक है, निफ्टी लुक्स लाइक निफ्टी 50 फ्यूचर स्पेशली अभी के लिए इमिनेंट लग रहा है 21,700। वहां तक तो जाएगा ही जाएगा लग रहा है। 21,700 तक तो बिल्कुल है, गिरना ही चाहिए इसको लॉजिकली। वहां पर रुकेगा तो देखेंगे, अगर वहां पर भी होल्ड नहीं करता है उस एरिया के आसपास थोड़ा कंसोलिडेशन करके या फिर थोड़ा रिकवरी दे नहीं देता है तो फिर चांसेस हैं और गिरेंगे। तो 21,700 इज लुक्स एमिनेंट करंटली इन अ हायर टाइम फ्रेम। बाकी लगता है मुझे अगर उस रेंज पे नहीं रुका तो फिर और डाउन जाने के चांसेस ज़्यादा ही हाई हैं। इसने वहां पर सपोर्ट लिया है बस रिसेंट टाइम में, लास्ट जब से उस सपोर्ट पे प्राइस बना है, दैट इज आई थिंक जून इलेक्शन वाला डे था जिस दिन मार्केट में, 4 जून 2024। तो एक ही बार सपोर्ट लिया है, तो मैं भी एक्सपेक्ट करूंगा कि वो लेवल होल्ड होना चाहिए। दूसरी बार वहां पर आया नहीं है एग्जैक्टली लेवल पे, टच करने से रह गया था अप्रैल 2025 में। तो एक बार आया है, हाई बना है, दूसरी बार एक हायर हाई, थर्ड टाइम अच्छा सपोर्ट है, विल होल्ड डेफिनेटली 21,700 टू 21,300। लाइक वहां पर कोई एज एग्जैक्ट सपोर्ट नहीं है, बट रेंज आप कह सकते हो। प्रॉपर ब्रेकडाउन नहीं होता 4 आवर टाइम फ्रेम पे उस लेवल के नीचे, तब तक वी कैन एक्सपेक्ट जैसा क्रूड ऑयल में हो रहा है वैसा ही कुछ सिनेरियो हो सकता है। तो 21,700 लुक्स एमिनेंट इन निफ्टी फ्यूचर, निफ्टी फिफ्टी फ्यूचर वहां तक जरूर जाएगा। Possible, then we can see some reversal from there. वहां से अगर मार्केट रिवर्सल मिलता है तो आई एम एक्सपेक्टिंग प्राइस शुड गो टुवर्ड्स 23,300 टू 500 रेंज। मार्केट के पास वही एक मेजर सपोर्ट था जिसका मार्केट ने ब्रेक डाउन कर दिया था। 13 मार्च के आसपास रीटेस्ट करके वहां से कंटिन्यूसली गिर ही रहा है, तो वापस जाएगा तो वही एक रीटेस्ट जोन है। एक चीज अच्छी है, कोई रेजिस्टेंस नहीं बना है जितना मुझे दिख रहा है, एटलीस्ट 4 आवर एंड उससे हायर टाइम फ्रेम पे 4 आवर में तो नहीं बना है। तो स्टिल ये रीटेस्ट ही लग रहा है, शायद एक रेजिस्टेंस की तरह काम करे 23,400 टू 23,300 टू 500। 24,000 उसके ऊपर भी नहीं लग रहा, कोई न्यूज़ नहीं आती तो मार्केट थोड़ा सा बेरिश टेरिटरी में चला गया है। नीचे 21,700 से लेकर 21,200 300 के आसपास तक की रेंज पूरी सपोर्ट रेंज ही है, वहां से पुल बैक चांसेस हैं। ऊपर गया तो 23,300 टू 600 500, मैक्सिमम 24,000, उसके ऊपर जाता हुआ नहीं लग रहा है। ये ब्रेकडाउन हुआ था, मार्केट डीप रीटेस्ट करके गया है 23,900 400 के ऊपर चला गया, तब एक पॉसिबिलिटी अप ट्रेंड की बन सकती है 24,000 के ऊपर। क्रूड ऑयल देखो रिजेक्शन ले रहा है वापस, देखेंगे, कंफर्मेशन चाहिए हमें। ये क्रूड ऑयल में अभी वेट करेंगे, थोड़ा सा वेट करना। नेचुरल गैस ओपन इक्वल टू लो कैंडल है क्या? यस, ओपन इक्वल टू लो कैंडल है। 271.6, 271.6। बुलिश लग रहा है अब तो ये। लग रहा है 274 के आसपास तक तो जा ही सकता है ये, एटलीस्ट यहाँ तक तो लग ही रहा है जाना चाहिए लॉजिकली। इस एरिया के आसपास 273, 74 इज इमिनेंट। यहाँ से देखेंगे ऊपर और जा पाएगा या नहीं। तो यहाँ तक तो लग रहा है 274, लेट्स सी यहाँ से सस्टेन करता है ऊपर या नहीं, ब्रेकआउट करके जाता है। ठीक है, देखो क्रूड ऑयल में अभी भी कंफर्मेशन नहीं मिली है, थोड़ा वेट करेंगे। क्रूड ऑयल में स्टिल नीड टू वेट। क्रूड ऑयल अगर नीचे आ जाता है 9800 के नीचे क्लोजिंग बेसिस पे 15 मिनट पे, तब एक चांस बन सकता है सेलिंग का। टिल देन इट इज साइडवेज। और अगर ब्रेकआउट होगा तो देखेंगे, बाइंग भी नहीं कर सकते, अभी कंफर्मेशन नहीं है। एंड निफ्टी सेलिंग कंटिन्यू, looks like going towards 21,700. क्रूड ऑयल अभी भी स्ट्रांग ही बना हुआ है स्टिल। सेलिंग का प्रेशर इतना इंसर्ट नहीं हो रहा है, साइडवे चला गया रेजिस्टेंस पे। इसमें देखोगे फिर से ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बनी है, प्रीवियस की प्रीवियस कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू लो थी, नाउ दिस इज ओपन इक्वल टू हाई। देखने शायद मुझे लग रहा है शायद पहले नीचे सपोर्ट लेने जा सकता है। एंड टेस्ला का भी आईपीओ आने वाला है बहुत जल्दी। ओके, क्रूड ऑयल निकल रहा है वापस। मुझे लग रहा है ब्रेकआउट करने ही जाएगा शायद। होगा। देखो क्रूड ऑयल ने देखो ब्रेकआउट कर दिया है, शायद कैंडल तो क्लोज हो गई है। देखो ब्रेकआउट तो हो गया, देखना पड़ेगा अभी रीटेस्ट करता है या फिर क्या सिचुएशन है। क्रूड ऑयल में मुझे बुलिश ही लग रहा है, कोई न्यूज़ नहीं आती है तो मार्केट को लॉजिकली ऊपर ही जाना चाहिए। डन। इसमें अब एक रीटेस्ट ही प्लान करेंगे, पुल बैक आता है तो बाइंग के लिए।
80% go.
Yes.
Full airs.
Thanks, Megan. What a historic day to be here.
What a historic day to be here. Obviously, for what we see right behind us here, the SLS rocket and Orion spacecraft on launch pad 39B. Artemis 2 is a nearly 10-day flight test to prove NASA can safely fly astronauts around the moon before attempting to land on it in just 2 years, hopefully.
Yes, you know, like you said, it's a test flight, so we're going to put humans on this rocket for the first time ever, and we're going to test out the systems on board and hopefully get around the moon.
And why does NASA want to return us to the moon?
Man, we want to go back for scientific discovery, right? We want to create a permanent presence on the lunar surface. We want to be able to harness some of the volatiles or the resources on the moon in order to get us onto Mars later. So we're going to use the moon as a stepping stone to get to Mars, but also we're going to use the moon to learn so much about Earth and about the creation of the solar system. You know, the moon is this untouched witness mark for the Earth and the solar system.
And what I really love is like all the things that we do to get us to explore our universe, all of that technology, all the jobs created to support that, it all benefits us here on Earth.
Yes, definitely. I mean, getting this rocket into orbit takes, 8.8 million pounds of thrust, right? And it's the people on Earth who do that and who create that, the engineers, the scientists. There are so many people who make this mission happen.
And so if all goes well, this crew could travel farther from Earth than any other humans before them and see parts of the moon no one has ever laid eyes on. And now, speaking of laying eyes, here we are in the suit-up room with the Artemis 2 crew.
Yes. Looks like the commander's getting his comm cap on, so the communication cap. Looks like Victor's already got his on and the helmet going.
He's just stretching out his wrist a little bit, right?
Yes.
And in charge of liftoff today is Launch Director Charlie Blackwell Thompson. She and her team are just across the street from us inside of the Launch Control Center. They kicked off continuous around-the-clock operations just before 5 p.m. on Monday and started fueling the rocket about 4 hours ago. They have a 2-hour launch window that opens at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time, which our clock in the upper left-hand corner is counting down to. And, we just heard from Charlie Blackwell Thompson in our tanking coverage, which was the broadcast just before this one kicked off. And basically, she said weather is 80% go.
Yes, 80%, we will take that. It's a little windy. There's some clouds building, but we're going to keep an eye on it, and 80% is a good number to keep moving today.
Yeah, and what she said was a wave of showers are moving west, but they should be well past the pad by the time we launch again. Hopefully at 6:24 p.m. today.
Hopefully.
All right, so again, let's head back into that suit-up room. We see Reed Wiseman. He is the commander of the Artemis 2 crew, and Nicole, he is putting on what you guys are calling the communications cap, the comm cap.
Yes, so it's a little bit for protection of his, of his head there, but also you can see the mic booms, and he's got ear cups there so he can hear, the rocket's loud. So you're going to wear hearing protection, but then we also want to be able to talk to Earth and talk to each other. So they're getting that settled, and then he will put the helmet on over that comm cap. That comm cap will also connect into the suit, which then eventually connects into the capsule through an umbilical there. So there's a lot of cords and wires. You can see them tuck in that cord under his chin right now.
And so the suits they're wearing, they're called the Orion Crew Survival Suits, or OX suits. And so they're worn for launch and reentry or during high-risk or emergency situations. And I think a lot of people, especially if they have been following NASA for all these decades now, they're kind of thinking, hey, these look like the suits that our shuttle astronauts used to wear. There is a lot of resemblance here.
That's true. Yeah, they are very similar. NASA does a great job of leveraging the lessons that we learn from previous missions. So dating all the way back to Apollo, some of our first spaceflight missions, we learned lessons about the suits and how to make them better, and we just continued to carry that through all the way into the Artemis mission.
Time now to introduce you to some of our teams today. We have Gary Jordan at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston. He's going to be inside with the mission control teams, which will take over from Kennedy's launch Hours, 3 minutes and counting from the opening of our 2-hour launch window, and we have our first.
Like the crew chose, we're going
Kennedy Space Center into Earth orbit. The lead console positions will be in this room called the White Flight Control Room, a room which traces its legacy to the Space Shuttle program, with the first shift supporting STS-70 in 1995, more than 30 years ago. Each console represents an expert in a particular discipline, whether it be communications, propulsion, crew health, life support systems, or trajectory. And each of these individuals has a support team in other rooms, each ensuring that no data point is left unchecked, no procedure is missed, and combining efforts as one Artemis team to ensure crew safety and mission success. After liftoff, Mission Control Houston will be staffed around the clock over the next 10 days until the spacecraft is safed for the recovery teams and the crew is extracted from integrity and brought aboard the recovery vessel. The roar of a powerful space launch system liftoff is just the beginning. The mission is, of course, a test mission, and the first with humans on board Orion and in deep space. The crew's job is to put the systems and capabilities of Orion to the test, taking us closer to a sustained presence on the lunar surface. It's great to see the crew gathered around the table. Megan, with that, we'll toss it back to you as we continue to monitor from here in Mission Control Houston. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Gary. Yes, a pre-flight tradition that we have seen with our crewed flights and our astronauts, the card game, Nicole.
Yeah, you know, this is a fun time for the crew. Kind of relax a little bit, play a card game with the chief. You can see Scott Tingle there is the dealer today.
We just saw there.
Know them very well.
And so as we take a couple of pictures here, we really hope that you are learning a lot about the suits and the process of checking them out.
Of degrees below Fahrenheit, so they have to be kept very cold, and that.
And again, another idea and way that we are learning from what we've built upon and figured out all into this moment.
Yes, with so much more thrust and capability, like we said, we learn all those lessons from previous missions, and we get to involve them here today.
And here we are, the closeout crew in the White Room, getting ready for the astronauts who have just left crew suit up and are now walking down a hallway to greet some family and friends downstairs. Commander Reed Weissman, Pilot Victor Glover, Mission Specialist Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen. Looking excited, ready. Now in that elevator to take them 3 floors down. Thumbs up, one more photo, one more photo. Oh, nope, a couple more people in that elevator. Those are important folks. They're going with them to the pad.
Yeah,
Bye, Reed.
This is a fun elevator ride.
Yeah.
And, you know, actually you couldn't see them because they're off camera, but the support crew that's actually in crew quarters with us is right there waving goodbye and saying goodbye to you. So it's a really special moment to say thank you and say goodbye to the support crew at crew quarters.
That's amazing. And so again, they will ride down 3 floors, and then soon we'll walk out the doors that you see underneath the banner there that says their names. These doors, the same doors that astronauts who have launched from Kennedy Space Center have walked out of since the Apollo program.
Yes, and you can see another tradition is putting your patch on that archway as well. So I'm sure they did that over the last couple days.
They did. It's actually it's so hard to see because there's so many of them, which is also great, but it's on the door frame on the right-hand side, the very, very bottom.
Awesome.
Great crowd here. A shot now of everyone who is waiting to greet the crew as they walk out of the operations and checkout building here at Kennedy Space Center and will board their ride to the launch pad.
Yeah, this is a really great shot, right? Because you get to see a little bit of what goes on there. So you've got the close family that were in quarantine with them up close. They get to wave goodbye one last time. You've got a little bit of media in the background, and then you've got some NASA employees and a lot of the program managers off to the side as well to wave goodbye one last time and wish them luck.
Yeah, it's a really nice moment. Again, they have had some quality time with family, but this is their final opportunity to say, see ya in 10 days.
Yep, the last wave.
For these very specific milestones.
You've got a whole group back there that's telling jokes and keeping it light. So.
And here they are, NASA's Artemis II crew. Commander Reed Weissman, pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialist Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen taking their first steps outside for their historic test flight. To a wonderful applause from the crowd. They're looking really excited
Some
and
big
really
smiles.
ready.
I love that.
Out here. It's a great day for us. It's a great day for this team.
A few words from Reed. Great day for us, the team, he said. Thumbs up, more thumbs up. Of course, a lot of pictures. We hear some camera shutter clicks back there. I love the energy of this crowd. Let's go. And so now the crew walking over to each of their pens. The first people closest to them, of course, their family members who got to quarantine with them, correct?
Yes. Yeah, so the ones that are close and waving, those are the immediate family, so spouses, partners, kids.
And we're trying to give them some privacy so that they can have their conversations with their family members. Christina there, she has her husband. Victor has 4 daughters and his wife, they're there. Reed, his 2 daughters are there. And then Jeremy, his wife, 2 daughters and a son. You know, when you were standing in their shoes, Nicole, when you flew for Crew 10, what were you kind of talking about? Like, did you really think about this moment and what you might want to say?
You know, they've all already done their real goodbyes, you know, in person. And so this is more just kind of, again, that last chance to wave, last chance to get one smile. You know, you see Christina there smiling. So this felt much less heavy and just, you know, waving and maybe cracking a joke or something, saying hi. So this was a really, really great moment for our crew.
Reed's 2 daughters there. Reed spoke about when he told them that he was selected to be the Artemis II commander. And he said he was worried. He's a single dad, didn't know how they would react. And actually, he said he was overwhelmed by their support. He woke up the next morning with cupcakes baked by one of the daughters, moon cupcakes.
Yes, I love this story. Moon cupcakes the next morning. Like, how awesome is that, right? Everybody needs their support system, and clearly he has that in his daughters.
Christina said she took a bike ride with her husband and wanted to tell him when the moon rose, but that it was too foggy. But she said he was still very excited and happy for her.
Yeah, the moon's still out there.
A close-up now of, again, Commander Reed Wiseman and Mission Specialist Christina Cook. To the right of your screen, as we pan left, we have pilot Victor Glover. Victor told his wife, and they told their 4 kids together, and he said that one of them just started yelling, "Let's go!"
Yes, I love that. Again, the support from the family is awesome.
And Jeremy said his wife and 3 children, super excited. He felt very supported. You know, he did have that tough conversation, obviously, of talking about the realities of this being a test flight, but he said they were super supportive. And now as he walks away, some kisses from Victor Glover to his family, hearts to Christina. Jeremy being a gentleman, pausing so that Christina can take a nice photo without him. Hearts too from Reed there. Hearing Victor saying, "Love you guys." Saying that to some of his crew members there. Woody. Some more applause from the group.
A quick wave to some of the NASA program managers, and I think Norm Knight's out there, the FOD Flight Operations Director.
You heard Reed there saying, "Thank you guys," as the crowd picks up again with their applause, and the 4 of them step into their Astrovan. Looking at the clock, very on schedule right now. Again, according.
There you go.
And off they go. Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy now on their way to launch pad 39B, where they will fly to the moon. Something no human has done in over 50 years. They may also set a new record as the farthest humans have ever been from Earth, a record set by the Apollo 13 crew almost 56 years ago today. We still hear cheers as they drive away from the operations and checkout building here at Kennedy Space Center. Now, while the crew make their way to the pad, let's get to know each of them even better.
Apollo is known for sending humans to the moon. Artemis has an opportunity
to ascend the launch tower. Well, we got a weather brief before they went out to the pad, and of course LWO gave a go. They're
to the moon.
Godspeed, Artemis 2!
I love that. I just love seeing all of the people who have contributed to this mission, and the fact that but I think if asked, he would also say seasoned astronaut, so.
That's fair. Yeah, like we said, there's a lot of training that goes behind it. These guys can react to anything that comes their way, and so yeah, if you don't have all that training, maybe you do want someone that's a little bit more experienced.
Yep. So correct answer, everyone. And now we have another question for you. What do you want to know about living in Orion? What the crew eats, how the crew sleeps, how to fly the vehicle, or how free time is spent? Another great question.
Ooh, yes, I'm excited to see what they say.
Yeah, so head to NASA's Instagram or Twitch accounts to vote, and we'll share the results as soon as possible. And while you're doing that, remember to also sign up to be a virtual guest for this mission. Just go to the link we'll pull up on your screen. As a virtual guest, you will get mission-specific information, notifications of any schedule changes, and curated resources straight to your inbox. You will also receive commemorative stamps for your virtual passport after launch and splashdown. Again, we really, really want you guys to engage with us, engage with this mission, come along with us for the ride.
Emergency egress from the pad, for example, so we can use the same equipment to get everybody safely away from the pad as required or if needed.
Yeah, always thinking about those contingencies. And like when we see them go in, they're actually on their backs.
Yep.
So again, it's just hard to really get a sense of the inside there, but Nicole is going to really help walk us through that. Each one with either Reed or Jeremy. So it looks like Andre is with Reed. And this is a camera shot of behind Reed's head. So Reed, while Andre is buckling him in, it's a 5-point harness. Reed was configuring his control panel.
Yeah, the displays. We're getting the displays ready so that they can monitor all of the systems and monitor the launch as they go. Christina there signing the wall.
Got to put away the pen. The pen could be foreign object debris or FOD, which is bad for NASA. We definitely want to make sure that we keep track of everything and we know where everything is, because the smallest thing could prevent us from launching or affect the equipment out there.
Yeah, and you'll actually see
are done getting buckled in.
fully tanked, ready, almost ready to go rocket. It's got all the
for Orion. Again, we are sharing so much information with you, and we hope you find it educational and fun. But we do know you guys still have some questions, so why don't we take a 10-day mission? Why don't we take a closer look at the crew's home away from home?
more and more from them, especially Christina Cook, who is mission specialist #1. She not only is going to be making history.
All crew, visors open, suit loop leak check complete.
OTC.
Okay, there you heard the suit leak check complete. They check those suits for leaks in astronaut crew quarters. They check them again inside the spacecraft. As you can see, the closeout crew, our astronaut support person moving around. turned off the camera, and so now we're looking from outside the Orion spacecraft, looking towards, oh no, let's see, get oriented here. Well, there we go. Back inside, we've got the view. But basically what I was saying about Christina Cook is that she will have the role of reading.
CM is ready for closeout, performing video sweep using drag-on camera.
OD.
She will have the role of reading out a pressure reading that tells the team that...
and CDR or NTD?
Go ahead, NTD.
Yeah, we're going to do another cleanup on those suit leak check messages that we got from since we're done with that now.
Integrity copies.
Yeah.
So that when they get to the vacuum of space, obviously the capsule holds its pressure.
Yep. Okay. Well, again, as we continue to watch operations that are happening at, talk to people about the two hatches, again, crew module first, and then the launch abort system hatch.
Yeah, so the crew module hatch is the one they're working on right now. They just got closed. You can see he's torquing those bolts down. And that is the hatch that completes the Orion capsule. And then you have the launch abort system, which actually is kind of almost a shell that goes around the capsule and holds onto the capsule during launch. And it has its own separate engines that can pull the capsule away from the rocket safely in the case of an off-nominal data point. So it's actually looking at roll rates and attitude.
Oh, really?
Commander Weissman said that it's for all and by all, that we couldn't have said it better. We're just very grateful to be here. Super, super excited.
And we're so excited to have you here too. Now, Oliver, this is your first launch too, is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
Jenny Gibbons has placed the zero gravity indicator. And Jenny, who again, Nicole just brought up, Jenny is one of the backup crew members. So we mentioned how Andre is the backup crew member for the NASA astronauts. Jenny is the backup crew member for Jeremy.
Yeah, Jenny's one of our Canadian astronauts, and yeah, so she's been also helping with preparations for today and helping get the white room ready, get the capsule ready, and she's actually going to be a Capcom for Artemis 2 as well.
Around 10 to 11 knots in the upper parts of the atmosphere. That's important information for the launch abort system. Should the astronauts need the LAS, this would, of course, pull the Orion spacecraft off the top of the rocket.
The crew has a safe, pressurized environment in any sort of situation while they're in Orion.
Yep, that's right. So we're going to take a look at it. We're going to take a look at the starting pressure, and then after a certain amount of time, we'll take a
for the nation of Canada before today's mission.
We are so proud, so excited, and we can't wait to welcome Jeremy home.
Fantastic. Lisa Campbell, thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you, Jasmine.
Of course. And with that, let's get back to NASA's Megan Cruz.
Sleep. We're looking at team dynamics. We're looking at how you interact with the environment. We're also looking at the immune system. So what are the biomarkers? We're using saliva as a method to study hormones and different things in your body that may change during a mission like this. And then finally, how do we function after microgravity?
Interested in. So yeah, just a great opportunity for them to learn about space.
And it is so great to see how many people are here. I mean, this is a Wednesday, like people had to take time off of school.
Off path. So it's a very critical, important safety component in terms of how the range keeps the public safe here. We understand that the flight termination system, they're working an issue. And so as they continue to work that issue, they've asked for some assistance from the launch team to help verify some of the work that they're doing on their FTS system. And this is where it gets a pretty unique situation here. The assistance they've asked for is to verify what's going on with their system. They want to check it to see that the work they're doing is okay. And in order to do that, the FTS console operator inside the firing room has been asked to help them verify it. And the way that they're going to do that, and the solution that he proposed to check and verify the system with the launch director, and she gave the approval, is to go get a piece of heritage equipment from inside the VAB that was used during the space shuttle program. And this equipment is able to receive commands by the range through the flight termination system. And so with this piece of equipment, this console operator who works FTS was granted permission to go over to the VAB next door and get this equipment that he's very much aware of and used during the space shuttle era. And so that is in work right now. The bottom line of all this is, at this moment, the range is no-go. But that is not stopping us from moving forward in the countdown. We can continue to process and work the countdown. The closeout crew will continue to do their work, and the launch team will continue to do their work as well. But we'll keep you updated on what happens in regards to, as far as my understanding goes, a pretty unique situation here with trying to bring resolution and kind of help out the situation that we're seeing at the range right now. And that's the latest here from the firing room. I'll send it back to Megan and Nicole out the host desk.
Thank you, Daryl. Yes, very unique, but I think it speaks to the ingenuity of this team, right? To say, hey, we have this equipment at the VAB. Why don't we leverage it to try to solve this issue and work it?
Yeah, what a great example of human creativity, right? We know this thing exists. Let's go solve this problem. We have time, like Daryl said, we're going to continue to march down the countdown. So we'll continue to get the rocket and the crew ready, but we still have that 2-hour window. So in the meantime, let's try to figure out what's happening with the range. And
speaking of the range, what is the range for people who might not watch rocket launches with us often?
Sure, yeah. So anytime that you launch a rocket, you have to clear the airspace, right, in the launch corridor. So where the rocket's flight path is going to go, you have to make sure that that whole airspace is clear. And so we actually have assets. The Space Force helps us out with this one, but we want to make sure that there aren't airplanes in the way and there aren't other maritime assets in the way or things like that. So that there's a whole group of people. We talked about, actually, Gary said it great, right? It's a huge team sport, and so there's a whole group here on the ground that is monitoring that launch corridor to make sure it's clear and ready to go. And so if they're having issues, then we definitely can't launch this rocket. We don't want to launch blind into a corridor that we can't see.
Yeah, because as Daryl said, I mean, it is very important, the flight termination system, needing to activate it in case of an emergency. So yes, something that we will closely be monitoring throughout the countdown, and hopefully, again, won't be an issue, that they can fix this issue by going to the heritage hardware that's in the vehicle assembly building.
Right. What a great idea.
Okay, so again, under 2 hours from the opening of our 2-hour launch window, 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time. The crew, as you can see there, inside of Orion, relaxing, getting updates from the team, but also just getting in the right headspace for hopefully launch today. Let's learn a little more about each of them now.
The moon, to me, it's the thing that connects me together with all the other humans in my life. I remember being a little kid lying in bed at night and just looking out at the moon in whatever phase it was in, and I was thinking, man, my friends that live like 20 miles away, they can probably look out and see that same exact moon. And then when I was in the Navy and I would look out at the moon and I'd be halfway around the planet, and I would think, man, my brother can see that moon where he is, and he's halfway around the planet from where I am. To me, it's a connection of life on Earth. We can all look up and see that moon, and it's always changing. The moon is never the same 2 days in a row. I love that. My name is Reed Wiseman. I'm the commander of NASA's Artemis II mission around the moon. I grew up in a little town just north of Baltimore, Maryland, about 20 miles north of the city. There was a National Guard base nearby my house, and there were A-10 aircraft that would fly over every now and then. I just would look up at them and be like, man, I want to be up there. I want to go do that. And then my brother went to the Naval Academy, and I would go every year and watch the Blue Angels fly during commencement, and that just started to grow and grow and grow. For a while, I wanted to join the Air Force, and then I realized Navy flies as well, and they fly from ships in the middle of the ocean, and that was it. Like, done deal for me. That is exactly what I wanted to do for my career. Flying is freedom to me, especially when you're in a jet aircraft coming off of an aircraft carrier in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Nearest land is over 1,500 miles away. So when you come off of that aircraft carrier, you are truly just alone with yourself out there. It is a magical experience to be out there all by yourself in an aircraft over the Pacific. It's free. I think anybody who accomplishes something that they set their mind out to, there's no one thing that does it for them. It's a combination of everything. I mean, the way my parents raised me, the way my brother and I, the way our relationship developed over time, my friends, being in the marching band, going to college, setting my own course, learning how to live on my own, being mentored along the way, being, kept on the path to success, but being given the freedom to, make excursions and fail every now and then and regroup and carry on. I think all those things come together in the end to get you where you are. I've had to overcome, I'm a human being. I've had to overcome a lot of fears. I'm pretty scared of heights. I joked about that on the International Space Station, but it turns out I'm only scared like at the edge of a building. When you're up on the International Space Station, even though you're 250 miles up, I never had that feeling of falling or that I was, at risk up there. I just kind of loved the feeling of floating and looking down at Earth. There have been challenges all throughout my life. By far, the biggest challenge was losing my wife in 2020 to cancer and now raising two daughters who are grown up now, but that's been the biggest challenge by far I've ever had to face. It is not easy. Being an only parent, trying to work a full-time job, and raising two kids is something that I think about every single day. I'm very proud of the work I've done. I haven't always done it well, but I've always shown up and tried as hard as I possibly can.
I do wonder what it's going to be like when we are really far from Earth and can see it. The sensation of being so far away from everything that you know. I had was a part of, swinging for the fence and trying to go get an engineering degree, not just go to college, but get an engineering degree and then go do something challenging and technical like flying. Apollo is known for sending humans to the moon. Artemis has an opportunity to continue the Apollo story, but I actually think it's important for this story to stand on its own. Artemis is a new program, and we're trying to do new things. And it's great to compare and contrast. When you look at our spaceship, you can see parts that were designed, built, and integrated in another country. When you look at our crew, you see that our crew is international. There are also men and women. And I just think that comparing and contrasting makes the story even richer. The piloting role specifically, I will have an hour and a half or so where I get to fly the spacecraft by hand. We haven't flown that many spaceships. And so the ability to fly one actually in space on a test mission is just a really unique opportunity. I can't tell you how I'm going to feel when we fly by the moon and see the moon up close and the Earth from 250,000 miles away, but I don't use the word excited because I'm focused. What we do, this is very serious and it's very risky, and we are all intimately familiar with that risk. And so if we go out there and we're successful and we can pass that baton on to Artemis 3, that's something to really be excited about.
I tell a story, which is one that my dad told me before the Apollo missions when he was just a very little boy. He was looking up at the moon with his mom, and his mom said to him, "Don't worry, Ronnie, we'll never get there." Fast forward maybe 70 years later, it's his daughter that's actually going there. And I think that long arc is something that we can all learn from. The idea that the seemingly impossible becomes possible if you just believe in it and are willing to work hard and come together to achieve it. My name is Christina Cook, and I'm a mission specialist for NASA's Artemis II mission around the moon. When I look back at my dreams as a kid, I definitely never thought I would actually get here. I was very pragmatic. Even though I'm a dreamer, I knew that the odds were way against me again, so I might as well do something I'm loving in the meantime. I definitely loved science and math in school and, did pretty well in those things, but I also loved being active. I was always outside. I loved things that made me feel small. I loved looking at the night sky, oftentimes between the pine tree branches, or I loved the ocean. North Carolina also has mountains, and when we go there, I just loved the vastness of all of those things. I loved how they made me feel and what they made me think about, and the vastness of the universe and how much out there was to learn. I'm drawn to exploring. I'm drawn to challenges that involve both mental and physical, and I'd much rather be solving problems wearing a whole lot of equipment and in a harsh environment, and that's just something I've carried with me ever since I was a kid. Thinking about the fears or challenges that I've had to overcome, there are just so many. I mean, basically, that has been the journey. I always say to people, do what scares you, and that means I have to follow my own advice. So doing what scares me meant getting on a plane and going to the Antarctic, getting on a plane and going to study abroad in Ghana, applying to become an astronaut, opening the EVA hatch in the airlock and going out of it into the darkness, strapping myself onto a rocket. And so for me, I think that no matter what the challenge, recognizing that if people believe in you and you believe they believe in you, the challenges seem always a little bit easier. To me, the moon, it represents history. It is a witness plate. Everything that's ever happened to the moon is still written on the moon. Every single person has looked at the moon their entire lives. We see the same moon. That's something really special. It's just the epitome of a symbol of something that's in each of our hearts, but that's also represents exploration and reaching.
I have this very distinct memory of seeing an image of an astronaut standing on the moon. It's burnt in my brain because I went back to it so many times in my childhood, and I would look at that image, and I know it had a huge impact on me that humans had walked on the moon. My name is Colonel Jeremy Hansen. I'm an astronaut with the Canadian Space Agency, and I'm a mission specialist on NASA's Artemis II mission around the moon. My elementary school years, I grew up on a farm outside of London, Ontario. I spent as much time as I could with my dad on the farm. I learned the value of hard work, for example. If I wanted to go to work with Dad, it was going to be a long day, and I was going to have to not complain, or I wasn't going to get to go the next day. I had a treehouse. I had a vivid imagination, and I changed my treehouse into a spaceship. I made all these dials and controls. I had circuit breakers for switches that I found in the barn, and I was exploring space in my imagination. The most important thing I did to get to where I wanted to go in life, which was flying fighter jets and eventually becoming an astronaut, is I shared those desires with other people. And it turns out, just like you don't go to the moon on your own, if you could, I would have done it a long time ago in my treehouse as a kid, you have to go as a team. I think the biggest impediment to achieving my goals was, of course, myself. And I think that's a common human experience. There are many times where just little things would get in my way, and my immediate interpretation of that was, well, now that goal's out the window. You know, people must have lifted me back up, and somewhere in the back of my head, that persistence came through. And I think that's a common human experience, to doubt ourselves. I've come to this, I guess, realization that I believe that we all have gifts to contribute, and the goal is to figure out how to use your energy towards adding positively to humanity's existence on this planet. But I love it when humanity sets big goals, like sending humans to the surface of the moon with an eye to eventually going to Mars, because when we do that, we can bring together genius from not just even in one country, but around the world. I've also learned from my indigenous mentors that they refer to the moon as Grandmother Moon. So you've probably heard of Mother Earth. They use Grandmother Moon because Grandmother Moon is responsible for the water in their community, just like the moon moves the water around the planet, affects the tides. And I think that's a really beautiful thing for us as we go back to the moon, to think about all the different cultures around the world and how they view the moon differently. And that's really neat because we all share that same moon in the night sky.
1 hour, 38 minutes and counting until the opening of the Artemis II launch window today, 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time. And we are looking at the rocket and Orion out on the pad, historic launch pad 39B here at Kennedy Space Center. What a great view, Nicole.
Yes, it is. You know, we can see the clouds out in front of us, but they are to the west. And you can see that there's some blue sky peeking through behind that rocket, which is good news.
And more people continue to come on center here. About a couple of hours ago, folks with special passes to come on center were allowed to start driving on with family and friends. And of course, we have media growing by the moment here at the press site here at Kennedy Space Center, setting up their cameras, setting up tents, interviewing folks. Again, this great jib shot that we have from our camera here showing all the interest that we have here at the press site. And actually, even to the right of us, so camera left, no, sorry, the right of your screen, left of us, plenty of other people there set up with their own tents, broadcasting to their own viewers. And so again, just really cool to see everybody wanting to share in this moment.
Yeah, I mean, how many media tents we can see from here. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
I think it's important to share this message with the whole world.
Yeah. And so let's take a look now at people who are watching in other parts of the country. We have this shot here from the U.S. Space and Rocket Center in Huntsville, Alabama.
Oh, man, look at that.
Just kidding. Museum of Flight, Seattle, Washington. So sorry. Hello to you over there. Sorry, I thought that you were in Alabama. But here you are from Seattle, Washington. Again, the Museum of Flight. They must have had a special event to bring people there to watch, as well as a special event here. Now, correctly, the U.S. Space and Rocket Center, Huntsville, Alabama. Of course, they would have a lot of people here, and I'm sure this crowd will grow when we get closer to launch. Marshall, the home of the SLS rocket.
Yes. Yeah, this is a great shot. You can see all the people there, and obviously you've got quite a few artifacts in there as well. Oh,
now
they
know.
Yes.
Yeah, now they know. They're on the broadcast. That's too funny.
Awesome.
Hey, listen, it's all right. We can sit. We can sit and chill until we wait for the opening of the window. No, there they are.
Yeah. Everybody's excited.
Thank you guys
Love
for
it.
showing us your excitement. I know deep down it was in there. It's just that you felt like sitting at the moment, and that's all right.
There's a little delay.
Yeah, that's all right. Well, thanks so much to those supporting these watch parties and bringing them to us live here. Actually, our video paths are taking quite a circuitous route to be able to bring those live views in from Seattle as well as Alabama, but we're glad that we can be able to share it with you in the broadcast now. And so why are we going to the moon? Why does NASA want to build a moon base there? Here's Megan Carter again with our moon board.
All right, thank you, Megan. Yeah, so we are right around that hour-and-a-half mark, hopefully for that launch. It's going to be very exciting. So they are going to have a few days to be around the low Earth orbit, and then they'll be heading on to the moon. So yes, let's talk what will be happening. Why are we going to the moon? So obviously this is not going to be a landing, as we've discussed. They are going to be coming with 4,000 to 6,000 feet around the moon's surface, and this is going to connect us directly to our past. Those Apollo missions did have 6 lunar landings, and the Artemis campaign is looking to build on that past by going back to the moon, staying longer, and then going farther. So how are we going to do that, and why? We have obviously talked a little bit about that lunar South Pole, and we are focused specifically on the far side of the moon for this one for a specific reason. You might have guessed we're going to be looking for some resources especially, and that's going to be water or water ice. That is going to be giving us some really critical pieces for future missions. And as you can see here, we have identified 9 potential landing zones. So this is going to be a critical objective for our crew. Depending on when they launch, it will determine what is going to be visible, but we do have these 9 landing zones right here around the Shackleton crater. And as you can see here, a lot of that area is deep and dark, and that is where we are going to be looking for that water ice ice, because that is obviously going to give us not just water to drink, but as we know, that can actually be converted into our propellant potentially, that hydrogen and oxygen. So that is going to make the moon a critical place for that moon base, because we want to think of it essentially as a backpacking trip. If you have your tent and your hiking boots and your camping stove and all your gear, you don't want to take that out and be on the trail for the first day and then try everything out. You're going to test things out a little bit closer to home before you go out on that adventure. And that kind of goes for us as well. So the moon is going to be critical for us in the future steps towards our lunar landings, and then also for going farther on to Mars in the future. It's going to set us up for that deep space exploration, and we can't wait to see what they see once they get to that flyby. But for now, we are, like I said, getting closer. So I'm going to turn it back over to you, Megan.
Exciting stuff. Again, the idea of accomplishing a moon base, like as we've been saying, sometimes things just seem like science fiction, and it's amazing that we're making it science fact.
Yes, yeah, we're going back. We're going to scout it out, and then on the future Artemis missions, we're going to put boots back on the moon for the first time in over half a century. But we're going to stay, and we're going to learn from the moon, and we're going to, as Megan talked about, the water ice, and harness that resource, and, not only learn from the moon about Earth and about the solar system, but also figure out how we get to Mars from the moon.
And so what we're seeing now back inside the White Room with the closeout team, they are removing basically fixtures that protected the crew module hatch while they did work around it, right, Nicole?
Yep. Yeah, so anytime that you're moving around and working, there are some sensitive sensors and parts of the crew module that we don't want to kick or bump into, and so it's easier to just put a guard up while you're working in there and then take it down later.
And so this is a visual cue for us that the team is getting ready to close the last hatch, again, the launch abort system hatch. Can you tell us about what the last is?
Yeah, so launch abort system, this is, we have the crew module, and then what sits out basically on top of the crew module is the launch abort system, and it has its own motors, so that we'll arm it about 5 minutes prior to launch, and then it stays with the crew module until about the Kármán line, so that 100-kilometer point in space. Once the crew could safely get to orbit, it will actually be jettisoned, and the crew module will then be exposed. So this is just a safety mechanism that stays on the outside of the crew module, and then as they monitor the attitude and the thrust and all sorts of the roll, all sorts of different data points to make sure the crew is safely getting to orbit. And once they are safely to orbit, then we will get rid of that launch abort system.
And it looks like they're putting all these parts that they're removing from around the crew module hatch into a bag, because they have to take this out with them once they leave the pad, right?
Yes, yeah, we don't want anything left up there in the White Room, and especially because that crew access arm will move away from the capsule and the rocket, and so we want an empty White Room, no FOD like we talked about, so that we can have a safe launch.
And this orange tube that you see on the right side of your screen, that had been inside the crew module providing breathable air to the crew. And now again, with the crew module closed and them getting ready to close the second hatch that has been removed and is out of the way. So again, the closeout crew can continue to do their work.
Yeah, that's just a duct to provide some cooling air and some breathing air to the crew and the closeout crew while they're in there.
That's actually a good point, yeah. And so as we continue to watch the crew prepare to close the launch abort system hatch, why don't we take a look at the crew's mission patch? Now, crews have designed their official mission patches since the Gemini 5 launch in 1965. Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy, they really wanted to play on the abbreviation of Artemis 2 to all, signifying not only the second major flight of the Artemis program, but also a mission to explore for all, by all. The crew chose the iconic Earthrise photo for a reason. It was taken by the Apollo 8 crew in 1968, the first crew to ever fly around the moon. The mission was to prove teams then were ready to land on the moon the same way Artemis 2 hopes to fly around the moon ahead of a lunar landing with Artemis 4. This time, as we've been saying throughout the broadcast, to stay on the moon and pave the way to Mars.
Yeah, we talk about incremental steps, right? And so Artemis 2 is very similar to Apollo 8 in terms of that increment. They're going to fly around the moon and set up the rest of the Artemis program for landing on the moon, but also with a nod towards the fact that we do this for all humanity. And I love the thoughtfulness and how much importance they put on their patch design.
Another camera angle of inside the Orion spacecraft.
I was going to say, we might be able to see Rise, but I think it's right behind Reed's foot there.
And so to orient people again, so basically we have Christina in your upper right-hand, Christina in your upper left-hand corner. Then you have Jeremy below her. And then the feet you're seeing, those are Reed's feet. And then next to him, the upper right-hand corner, that is Victor, who's unfortunately hidden by Reed's feet. But again, that is the orientation of the crew inside Orion right now. Now, earlier this week, the crew got to stick their patch on a wall just outside the suit-up room. You can play that video there now. You can see that crews have been doing this as part of a pre-flight tradition again. Wow, Reed just making sure that thing won't come off.
It's flat.
And so now Victor is signing there, followed by Christina, and then Jeremy. That's a fun tradition, and your patch is up there too.
It is, yeah, ours is on the left-hand side there. It's a fun tradition. This is a really fun day too. You know, they did this a couple days ago, but it's just another step that makes it a little bit more real that you're going to be launching soon.
Again, we talked a little bit about this before. The basically like a computer there on Jeremy's leg, a way for him to just check out the data, see some of the data that also Reed and Victor are getting to see, but in those much bigger displays for Orion.
Right, yeah, it's basically a tablet on his leg, and it's actually plugged into a cord nearby that allows him to have a screen repeater so he can see what they're looking at.
And it looks like he's taking notes. Can you talk a little bit about what that is? It's part of, all of them have like a little procedural book, right?
Right, yeah, so they have what we call a knee board, and they'll have blank pages to take notes on. They might have a cue card or procedures, or they can be kind of custom built to what each crew member wants for their knee board.
This mission, of course, built by people and companies in all 50 states, as we've been saying throughout the broadcast, and with our international partners as well. Let's take a look at some of the people playing such a big role in today's test flight.
What we're doing here is a collaborative effort of hundreds of thousands of people.
This is about the parts, the hardware, the software, the services, all coming together to make that mission possible.
My dream for this space program is that we would not just push the boundaries, but that we push them together.
And liftoff of Artemis 1. We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
It takes a team to do great things. And Artemis has an incredible team.
We have international partners. We have commercial partners and industry partners.
It takes unity to accomplish great things, and that's what this mission's all about.
We're not sending our money to the moon and lighting it on fire. We're putting that money right back into the economy in ways that benefit everybody. So every dollar that comes out of the Treasury that goes to support this mission goes back into the Treasury 3 times. What is very important to me is that we do it the right way, and that we do it with our values, that our industries grow, that our communities grow, that our families are healthy and safe and have amazing things to work on. Then we're going to build machines to go even further onto Mars.
That is our generation, the Artemis generation, that defines the starting point of our exploration future.
I just want to say thank you to all of the hands that have touched a part of this program and the hearts that have moved everyone to this goal, because we're going to the moon and we're going beyond.
One team.
One team.
One team. One dream.
What I really like about that package is, again, just reminding people that this is spurring so many jobs across the country.
Yeah, across the country and across the world, right? The whole world has a part of this. The Artemis Accords are signed by over 40, 50 different countries. And so, yeah, we're taking all of the taxpayers' money and we're putting it right back into the jobs here in the U.S.
And the money, too. You know, when we have more disposable income because we have good paying jobs, that's money that goes back into our economy as disposable income. So really, it is just an ecosystem that NASA is proud to be a part of.
Right. Not only is it about the money and the economy, right, but it's also about the science and what we're going to learn and exploration. You know, on top of all of those things, we benefit the economy as well.
Obviously, Nicole is a wealth of knowledge. We're very lucky to have her. We're going to be tapping into that knowledge throughout the broadcast, and we have been for now close to 4 hours. So thank you, Nicole. I hope you're holding up okay.
Yeah, I'm loving it out here. It's been great.
Let's learn a little bit more about Nicole. Her first mission to space was actually last March. She launched from here at Kennedy Space Center as pilot of NASA's SpaceX Crew 10 mission to the International Space Station. And what a beautiful launch that was. She spent 148 days in space conducting science experiments that could benefit us on Earth. For example, one studied the physics of liquids, which could help researchers deliver medicines more effectively. She also conducted an almost 6-hour spacewalk to help upgrade the orbiting lab's power system. Nicole is a lieutenant colonel in the U.S. Air Force and flew one of its most advanced aircraft. She was born in San Diego, California, and is a twin. That's a cute photo of the two of you. Oh, that one too.
Young explorers, yeah.
Yes, yes. That's so great to just see how far you've come. Again, I think that speaks to what we've been saying. Like, you know, just if you're passionate about something, go for it and see where that takes you.
Yeah, I think that's a great example. You know, I was a serious little kid with really high goals and just kept working hard and never got bumped off the path and ended up here. I think it's a testament to the human, like we talked about, if you're willing to work hard, be a good team player, you can really get anywhere you want in life. And that's what I love to talk about. Christina has mentioned similar things. And so it's been kind of a theme for the day.
Yeah, definitely a theme for the day, a theme for the team. The team has said the same, the crew has said the same sort of things. So absolutely, Nicole, thank you so much for being here. And hopefully only a little bit more until launch today.
Hopefully.
So today's Artemis 2 test flight will mark only the 7th time NASA astronauts will launch on a new NASA spacecraft designed for crew. And then controlling the flight will be Mission Control in Houston. Our Gary Jordan is inside with flight controllers. Hey, Gary.
Hey, Megan, you are right. This is a significant milestone, and we may be putting the names of a few more astronauts in the history books today. The Artemis 2 crew is set to launch today. Will join a select list of humans to fly in a spacecraft for the very first time. And Artemis 2, like missions before it, is a test mission. During ascent, the crew and the teams here in the room are prepared for a variety of scenarios. Some of these will be called out directly by Capcom Stan Love during ascent, and some are a little more subtle. These calls can be split into 2 categories: alternate main engine cutoff or MECO targets, and aborts. First, there are 2 alternate MECO targets, or AMTs. These note milestones to give flight control teams and astronauts an idea of what would happen after that moment should the core stage lose one of the main engines. First is AMT low. You won't hear it called out by the crew or Capcom since this happens right at liftoff. If the core stage loses one engine at this moment, an abort once around option could be made at main engine cutoff, meaning the crew could target a splashdown in the Pacific. The second is AMT high, which will be called out by Capcom Stan Love around 22 seconds. After this moment, if the core stage loses an engine, we can still pursue an alternate mission in low Earth orbit to accomplish some of the test objectives. And at about 5 minutes, 16 seconds into the flight, you'll hear the call 3-engine press. This is a good moment. After this point, if the core stage loses an engine, we can still make a nominal main engine cutoff and pursue a moon mission as expected. Again, these MECO targets give the flight control teams and crew an idea of what lies ahead should one main engine be lost, but assumes we are otherwise continuing to a main engine cutoff target. This differs from an abort, where the Orion capsule separates from the Space Launch System prior to the planned separation time. There are abort options at every moment that integrity is attached to the Space Launch System, from the pad to more than 3 hours into the mission. During the first 8 or so minutes of powered flight, there are 3 abort options. First is the use of the launch abort system, which you see at the very top of the rocket, and here in the White Room, where the hatch is open and teams are working to close it. This particular abort capability can be used from here at the pad through roughly 3 minutes and 22 seconds into the flight. Next is an untargeted abort splashdown, or UAS. This uses Orion's service module engines to escape the SLS and becomes available immediately after the launch abort system jettisons. Third is an abort once around, or AOA. You'll hear Capcom Stan Love call AOA open around 7 minutes 30 seconds into the flight. This also uses the service module engines, but the burn profile is a bit different to aim for a splashdown in the Pacific after one trip around the Earth. NASA's expedited recovery teams are staged off the coast of San Diego to get to the crew and integrity quickly for this abort option. An AOA option continues to be available until solar arrays are deployed on the Orion service module a little more than 30 minutes into the mission. At this point, an abort to orbit, or ATO option, becomes available until separation from the upper stage around 3 hours and 23 minutes. Mission profiles can vary depending on when an ATO is executed in that window, but with power being drawn from solar arrays, it buys more time for astronauts and flight control teams to make decisions and stay in Earth orbit, return for a splashdown, or continue to the moon. The Artemis II crew and flight control teams are well trained on all of these scenarios, and the calls you'll hear to the crew on Orion to Earth may help them be in a ready state for whatever challenge may come their way. At this time, we're not tracking any significant issues here in mission control in Houston, Texas. That would be showstoppers for today's launch. We're continuing to, of course, monitor the countdown along the way and make sure all systems are go for when we reach T0. With that, I'll send it back to you, Megan, at the Kennedy Space Center.
All right, we are ready for another reading if you are ready over there.
Yes, sir. CBA is steady at 2,600 PSI.
So bottom line, is this an illegal war in your opinion?
I think there's a strong argument that it is. I do believe that there's also a reasonable argument that there was already an ongoing international armed conflict between Israel and Iran that the United States then joined. So there would be no criterion of imminency of any kind of threat, because it would be joining an ongoing armed conflict. I also believe that there's a strong argument that that armed conflict was limited to last summer, and that the United States and Israel did launch an unlawful attack, and that was not in self-defense under the UN Charter. So I do believe that at this point, excuse my lighting here, that I do believe that there's some major
All right, copy that. And you know, the more times we ask you to do that, the closer we get to launch, so that's a good thing.
Copy.
You heard it there from NASA Test Director Jeff Spaulding. The more that they keep on asking her how the pressure is holding in the counterbalance assembly mechanism is a good thing, because it means we are getting closer to launch. So that's amazing news over the loops that we just heard on Orion to Earth 1. Again, that communication channel with the crew. But now I want to get back over to Daryl with the launch team. He has an update now on the flight termination system that the team was tracking.
All right. Thank you very much, Megan. And we're getting an update now from the launch team as we speak. All right, stand by 1 second.
Hatch And now we are looking at a live view of Banana Creek. Lots of people there, I'm sure, relieved to hear that that issue with the flight termination system has been resolved.
Your screen, they're starting to work on that. That's the launch abort system hatch. There are two hatches, the crew hatch and the launch abort system hatch, and the closeout crew that you see right there, right on time with their work as they go to shut. And you can see it in motion right now, that launch abort system hatch. That's the latest from the firing room. We'll send it back to the host desk.
Thank you so much, Daryl. Great news all around. And yes, we did just see them close the last hatch. And now we are looking at a live view of Banana Creek. Lots of people there, I'm sure, relieved to hear that that issue with the flight termination system has been resolved. And we are go for launch. Go for launch from the range, go for weather, and go from all of them, I would imagine.
Yes, it's got to be exciting. The crowd is building. And as Daryl said, you can start to see the sun poking out here, and we can see all the clouds are moving north and moving away from us. So it's all good news.
And so as we know, we have our Leah Martin down there at the Banana Creek viewing location, and she's standing by with some other guests.
Hey, Megan, I don't know if you heard that huge cheer just now. If you heard a big rumble, as soon as Daryl said that the range was clear for launch, everybody clapped. It was super excited as we get to do some final countdowns. Standing next to me, I have Hudson.
Standing by with some other guests.
Better way to celebrate right now. I asked you on a scale of 1 to 10, how excited are you? Would you say?
Standing by with some other guests.
Hey, Megan, I don't know if you heard that huge cheer just now. If you heard a big rumble, as soon as Daryl said that the range was clear for launch, everybody clapped. It was super excited as we get to do some final countdowns. Standing next to me, I have Hudson and Maddox, the son of brothers here. And I asked you a little bit earlier, how excited are you to be here for launch? What did you say?
I'm very excited. It's our mom's birthday, and you know.
Not a better way to celebrate right now. I asked you on a scale of 1 to 10, how excited are you? Would you say?
11.
Yeah,
11. I'm very excited. Super excited. Yeah.
So, Megan, we've been watching the launch broadcast here and hearing some of the questions that you and Nicole have been asking and answering. And I actually wanted to ask these two kids, if you could take a 10-day trip around the moon and take 3 people with you, who'd you take with you?
Well, I'd take my dad and my mom. And I mean, I don't know. Probably my best friend. I'd just say one of my friends, you know.
Oh, one of your friends. So brother got left out. Who would you take?
That was just what I was thinking. My dad and my mom and my best friend.
That's a pretty good answer. Your brother can get his own trip to space, right? Yeah. So I'm moments away from launching this rocket.
I mean, this is an exceptionally happy moment for us and all of us and the people that are, about to take off on this historic trip here. And I'm grateful to know that we've helped in some way, shape, or form to help them stay steady and calm, in such an exciting time within the agency. And so to just be here and witness it and know that, they've got some tools to help them stay calm and steady is everything to us.
Them checking their procedures.
You can see they're covering the ends of those hoses. That's to protect those hoses from FOD. So we don't want any dirt or anything to get into those while we transport them and stow them. So you can see Andre there working to close out the hoses as well while they're cleaning up the white room.
And so they'll tape that close. You just saw number 5 holding some tools. Again, we'll stow those away. You have to account for everything. Obviously, they did have tools out. They did have procedures, paper, notes out. Like all of that has to go.
Yes, and you can even see on number 3's hat, he's got a string that's connected to his suit there. Mm-hmm. That's, again, just to make sure that we don't lose anything. If, gust of wind or you get knocked or something, you don't want to lose a single thing in the white room. So everything is tethered, everything is accounted for, and everything is protected.
The crew now, another live view of them inside Orion. Jeremy, Christina, and Reed and Victor on the right side of your screen. What do you think they're thinking right now, Nicole?
Oh man, just over an hour to launch. There's probably a little bit of a lull right now, monitoring some systems, but you can see Reed's continuing to march towards this launch.
Yeah, and if all goes as planned,
troubleshooting on this issue. Going to follow, of course, along closely with what they learned. But again, a battery
crew is getting ready to leave the White Room. They are now tethered, Nicole, because they are about to move some pieces that connect the Orion spacecraft to the White Room, correct?
Yes, there's kind of what I would call a shroud. You can see them working that there. So it is actually connected, so that way the gap between the crew access arm and the crew module, and well, I guess that's the LAS there, is covered. But they're about to remove that so that the crew access arm is not connected to the rocket in any way, so that it can retract here in the next few minutes.
And for how we're looking with the launch countdown milestones, let's go to Daryl Nail in the Launch Control Center.
All right, thank you very much, Megan. And as you can see there, the finishing touches, good news there. Launch Weather Officer Mark Berger reporting to the launch director that the weather chances have now improved for the window. We are up to 90% go, which is
be tethered to the inside of the White Room, because obviously now we have detached the White Room from the Orion spacecraft.
Yes, that view is quite something.
Yeah, spectacular. Yep. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I forgot. Nicole's scared of heights. An astronaut afraid of heights is actually not uncommon, as we've learned today. But yes, so obviously, again, things proceeding as we march closer to the opening of our 2-hour launch window at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time. Again, the closeout crew just finishing up those last couple of things they have to do before leaving the White Room and then leaving the pad, leaving only the 4 Artemis II crew members inside the spacecraft by themselves at the pad.
Yeah, and then we'll be curious to follow the battery issue on the LAS as well. I think sometimes it's just a sensor issue, sometimes it's a battery issue. So hopefully they figure that out quickly.
Mm-hmm. And so if we can take a shot of the crew inside astronaut in 2009. After that, he worked as Capcom at NASA's Mission Control Center in Houston. Capcom stands for Capsule Communicator and is the sole direct voice communicating with astronauts while in space. Jeremy also participated in training exercises, really cool ones.
But first is Artemis II. What will be our single greatest takeaway from this mission?
Well, I'll tell you, I mean, after ignition, to me, the moment that I'm going to be most excited for is splashdown. There's no question about that. Good shoots coming down off the West Coast. But look, I think the takeaway from this is gaining extreme comfort in the Orion spacecraft, right? I mean, this is very different than what we've done for more than a half century, right? I mean, the velocities that spacecraft is going to re-enter at, it's going to be new territory for us. We want to get
colonies laid the foundation for the greatest and most enduring democracy in the history of the world. One driven by courage, faith, and freedom. From that moment, we became a nation defined not by where we stood, but by how far we were willing to go. We conquered vast frontiers, invented tools that shaped a modern world. We found light in the dark. And we rose from the earth. Faster, higher, farther. We pushed beyond the sky and into the unknown. We carried our courage into the
As we approach terminal count, let's send it back to Daryl Nail in Firing Room 1.
And you're seeing the clock count down at L-12 minutes.
CCO measurements correct, so we would have had to lose it for over 10 seconds to get a second sample.
WO and Artemis MMT chair.
MMTs go.
Thank you, John. Chief Engineer.
Artemis Chief Engineers are go.
Copy, thank you. AGS, Chief Safety Officer.
The Artemis CSOs are go.
Copy, thank you. Range weather.
Launch weather is go.
Thank you, LWO. And Artemis MMT chair.
Okay, excellent. All right, and LPE, just want to verify we have no open constraints at this time.
No open constraints. We have a clear board, sir.
Okay, tracking the same here. And Launch Director, with that, we are clear and ready to pick up the launch readiness poll with your go.
All right, sir, I am go for the poll.
All right. And for all personnel, this is the NTD conducting the Artemis II launch readiness check. Verify ready to resume count and go for launch. OTC.
OTC is go.
STC.
STC is go.
GTC.
C's go.
MCO.
CO's go.
Safety Console.
The safety console is go.
LPE.
LPE's go.
RTD.
RTD's go.
Houston Flight.
Houston Flight is go.
ROC.
ROC is go.
And CDR.
Cruise go.
Copy that. Thank you, Reed. And Launch Director NTD, our launch team is ready to proceed at this time.
All right, NTD, I copy all. At this time, I'll perform my poll. Attention on the net. This is the Launch Director performing the final poll for launch. Verify no constraints and go for launch. EGS, Program Chief Engineer.
Artemis Chief Engineers are go.
Copy, thank you. EGS, Chief Safety Officer.
The Artemis CSOs are go.
Copy, thank you. Range weather.
Launch weather is go.
Thank you, LWO. And Artemis MMT chair.
MMTs go.
Thank you, John. And Integrity Launch Director.
Good Airways, Charlie. PLT.
Thank you, Charlie. This is Victor. We are going for our families.
MS1.
This is Christina. We are going for our teammates.
MS2. This is Jeremy. We are going for all humanity. All right, Charlie, your Artemis II crew is go for launch. Full send.
I copy that. Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy. On this historic mission, you take with you the heart of this Artemis team, the daring spirit of the American people and our partners across the globe, and the hopes and dreams of a new generation. Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis II. Let's go. And NTD Launch Director.
Go ahead, Launch Director.
Yes, sir. You have a go to proceed with countdown.
Copy that. I'll put it in work. CDR, NTD.
Go.
Figure your visors and initiate short purge per your EPROC 10.1.1, steps 8 and 9.
10.1.1, 8 and 9 going to work.
Copy. CVSE NTD, start and verify recordings of our Orion cameras.
Copy.
Okay. Well, there you heard it.
RSR NTD.
RSR.
They're getting ready to start terminal count.
arm rotation enable at this time, please.
It's currently at T-minus 10 minutes. T0 is 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time. In 6 minutes, the GLS will
GLS is go for purge sequence 4.
moving through the milestones. All is looking good. Coming up in just a few seconds, we're going to get that thrust vector control actuator test. This is a gimbaling of the engines. There are the 4 RS-25s, 3 of them Shuttle Heritage, 1 of them built from shuttle parts. And there you see them moving. Now we're going to start moving the power from both the upper stage and the lower stage of the rocket to internal, taking ground power away and now going to battery power.
GLS is go for upper stage to internal power.
All right, power is removed from the rocket's upper stage, the ICPS, and it's been switched to battery. Same milestone for the lower core stage coming up at T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds. Right now, the 4-person Artemis II crew is 248,000 miles away from the moon. And if all goes well, they will fly by it in 6 days.
GLS is go for core stage to internal power.
All right, there's the rocket's core stage, which houses 3 flight computers, is now on its own power. There's no more hold time because there's no more margin on these batteries. So we would have to recycle back to T-minus 10 to recharge if we had a hold.
One minute.
Right now, the rocket does not know what the T0 is, but coming up at T-minus 33 seconds, control shifts from the ground launch sequencer to the rocket's onboard autonomous launch sequencer, or ALS. The rocket will count itself down, but honor any holds that could come from the ground. Now, shortly after liftoff, Houston will take control of the rocket, and my colleague Gary Jordan will take over commentary.
GLS is go for ALS.
Great call out. The rocket is on its own. 4 brave explorers ready to ride the most powerful rocket NASA has ever launched. Sound suppression water is flowing.
15.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Good roll pitch.
Roger, roll pitch.
Houston now controlling the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission around the moon.
Integrity, AMT high.
AMT high.
On time, passing 30 seconds into the flights. Integrity passes the alternate beacon. Target milestone. Mission Control Houston seeing good performance on the 4 main engines. Space Launch System core stage. Integrity, 3 miles in altitude. Traveling more than 1,200 miles per hour. Mission elapsed time, passing 1 minute, approaching max Q.
On, Ponce de Leon.
Stan, we have you loud and clear on Ponce de Leon.
Have you the same?
Communication signal transfer confirmed as Integrity and its crew go supersonic. Approaching 90 seconds into the Artemis II mission. Integrity is 14 miles in altitude, 8 miles downrange, traveling more than 2,600 miles per hour. Minute 50 seconds of mission elapsed time, standing by for main engine throttle down to 85%, ahead of solid rocket booster separation expected at the 2-minute 9-second mark. We see throttle down. Confirmed separation. Main engine's throttling up, guidance converged.
Integrity, guidance converged, performance nominal, upper stage RCS ready.
Copy all, Stan.
Integrity, SM priming complete.
7 private complete.
2 minutes 45 seconds of mission elapsed time into the Artemis II mission. Thrusters on integrity and upper stage confirmed in a ready state ahead of service module fairing separation. Three minutes into the flight. Integrity 49 miles in altitude, 78 miles downrange, now passing 5,000 miles per hour. Standing by for launch abort system jettison.
Houston integrity, good last jettison, great view.
Copy jettison, Team Eco 8+02.
We see the same on board, Stan.
And Houston has you loud and clear on Tidris at the Carmen line.
Outstanding, Stan, we have you the same.
3 minutes 50 seconds into the flight of Artemis II, Wiseman, Glover, Cook, and Hansen cross the boundary to space with good comm checks. GPS signals acquired after last jettison now working on internal checks to verify accuracy. Flight Dynamics Officer analyzed the time of main engine cutoff, confirmed at 8 minutes 2 seconds, time of MECO.
Integrity, GPS processing.
Outstanding, Stan, we see the same, and we have a beautiful moonrise. We're headed right at it.
Approaching 5 minutes into the flight, Commander Reed Wiseman confirms he has visuals of his destination. GPS guidance, navigation, and control software. Overhearing the conversation between Capcom Stan Love and Commander Reed Wiseman, already passing some milestones. We have a good nozzle extension deployment system. That is confirmed. With the deployment confirmed, it'll be several minutes until they are what is called in a latched position. To execute that 26-second burn, it needs to point in the correct position to achieve the goal of raising the perigee to 100 nautical.
Our broadcasts. We'll, of course, though, have 24/7 coverage with our colleagues.
क्रूड ऑयल देखोगे अभी भी ब्रेकआउट के बाद रीटेस्ट में आया नहीं है. ब्रेकआउट हो चुका है, देखना पड़ेगा अब रीटेस्ट करता है या फिर कोई नया रेजिस्टेंस क्रिएट करता है. कंप्लीटली बुलिश है करंटली. एज नेचुरल गैस इज कंसर्न मुझे लग रहा है शायद थोड़ा सा और नीचे आए. ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस है, एग्जैक्टली आया नहीं रेजिस्टेंस पे.
Kate Duffy is our aerospace reporter and joins us now. Let's start with the M&A story, which perhaps is quite incredible timing or maybe opportunistic. Kate, what can you tell us about the bid to acquire TAP?
It is. Well, 3 airlines have been in this race for over the past year now to acquire TAP. So this is the Portuguese flagship carrier. It's one of the last medium-sized private airlines in Europe, and it's got a great network with strong demand into South America. So ultimately, that will build out one of these 3 airline groups that are going for it at the moment. That is Lufthansa, Air France and IAG. So far, Air France is the only one to submit the non-binding offer. The deadline is today, so we're still waiting for Lufthansa and IAG, but we have heard that IAG, and we've reported that they're likely to abandon the deal. So we will find out in the next couple of hours as to what the decision will be. So yes.
And so what further impact to travel disruption can we expect over the coming weeks? So pivoting to the effects of the war in the Middle East, paint a picture for us, Kate. What are you hearing?
Yeah, I mean, it really depends on how long the war lasts, of course. We've seen a lot of airspace disruption in the Middle East. A lot of the Middle Eastern carriers are really struggling with the missiles flying around and having to operate and avoid all of that disruption. Many of the European carriers have, redeployed their aircraft out of the Middle East and put those aircraft into other routes, existing routes into Asia and the US. And US carriers, although they are on the other side of the world, they've also been affected by this in terms of they don't hedge any oil, therefore their prices are rising. Having said this, executives have said that transatlantic demand is strong and people are booking a lot of tickets during this period. And this could be because of the fact people are trying to lock down these tickets before they increase even further in price. So lots of movement in the sector at the moment.
Yeah, we've certainly seen phases and periods where there have been explicit surcharges for fuel, haven't we, Kate? So we'll see how that develops. Our aerospace reporter, Kate Duffy, thank you very much. European equity markets then on the back foot this morning. US futures also reflecting that negativity, a re-escalatory interpretation of what we heard from President Trump. So that seems to be where the market is focused, and so futures pointing lower this Thursday. Have a good long weekend, everybody, if you're getting one. Bloomberg Brief is up next. This is Bloomberg.
Trading day is about to start.
And you're already looking for that edge.
The opening trade brings you everything you need to know as markets open across Europe. I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Anna Edwards.
And I'm Tom McKenzie. This is your opening trade.
Only on Bloomberg.
Everybody has a moment where they put into action all they've practiced, where they step up to a challenge and either succeed or fail. But what are those moments for some of the world's most influential leaders?
It was a rough and tumble world, and I thought, okay, I can rise up, I can play this game, and I did play the game.
It was great, and it was depressing, and it was disappointing.
My chair at the time sat down with me and said, succession starts now.
I'm Francine Lacroix, an award-winning journalist. For the last 25 years, I've interviewed world leaders, bank bosses, even fashion icons. I'm often asking about the news of the moment. But I've always been curious, who are these people as leaders? Join me for the podcast version of Leaders with Francine Lacroix. I'll start your week with conversations that explore what drives the world's most influential people, how today's leaders got to where they are, where they're going next, and how they've transformed their organization in the process.
Make decisions. A poor decision is always better than no decision.
You have to have truth tellers around you, and you have to be willing to listen.
You don't want to be setting strategy in the middle of a transaction, that's for sure.
Do it for the right reasons. Don't do it because of FOMO.
We'll also learn lessons which we can apply to our work and daily lives. Tune into the podcast version of Leaders with Francine Lacroix. Listen and watch on Bloomberg Television or wherever you get your podcasts.
The Middle East and Africa regions are home to some of the biggest deals and fastest growth in the world. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. I'm Jumana Versace. Join me on Bloomberg Horizon's Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insights shaping the decisions of traders across this exciting region.
You had heightened levels of volatility.
There's still room to maneuver.
We do see opportunities.
It allows you to increase significantly your net income.
Every trading day, only on Bloomberg.
What is going to be the consequence for U.S. markets?
We are seeing modest gains across European equity markets.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
We're going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong.
It's 5 a.m. in New York City, 10 a.m. in London. Good morning. I'm Bonnie Quinn with your Bloomberg Brief. Let's get you set up for the day. Markets on edge, stocks lower, oil surging as President Trump's primetime address dampens hope for a swift resolution in the Middle East. Tariff announcements on deck. The U.S. set to roll out a tiered system for steel and aluminum imports, as well as new levies for some drug makers. And NASA astronauts in a historic mission to lap the moon reach a stable orbit. All right, well, it is not liftoff for stock futures this morning. It is quite the opposite. After 2 days of gains, we are looking lower because of what you see in front of you. Brent crude at 108.84 a barrel, very close to 109, and that's spread with WTI now just about $1.50. It's incredible, the change in markets overnight. Terry Haynes of Pangea saying Trump punctured the market's Iran fantasy about a quick, definite end to the hot war. That's for sure. There was not much that was clarifying about what Trump had to say, and it didn't sound like he was backing down either. If you look at the 10-year yield, we're up about 5 basis points, and that's across the board, and not just in the United States, but around the world. Japan had basically a failed auction earlier, and that 10-year yield was up 9 basis points. Let's flip the board and look at futures, because after those 2 nice days of gains, look where we're headed. Lower, it looks like, if we hold on to these losses until the market open. And then the dollar index back to the war trade, up 0.4%. All right, let's get to some individual movers now. Here's Abir Abu Omar.
Good morning, Vonnie. Well, with what is happening in the U.S. and the pre-market image that we're seeing, it's really hard to find a sector outside of energy that is doing well. And this is what you're seeing reflected on the board behind me. And that is the likes of Chevron, Occidental, Exxon really surging this morning, as opposed to what we're seeing in the futures picture, down more than 1%. And this is on the back of President Trump's remarks yesterday that really put further those talks for a resolution in the Middle East after optimism that we saw in the session prior to that. We flip the board and the negativity starts to show, and that is reflected in NVIDIA. If we flip the board a little bit, and well, the board is not flipping, but NVIDIA is one of those stocks that is not doing well this morning, Vonnie, and that is on the back of those sort of risks that we're seeing in memory chips. But we flip the board again, and the negativity is still pretty much there in airlines. Now, airlines are in a sector that is not doing well at all today. We saw this performance follow a negative performance in Europe, and that is on the back of surging jet fuel prices and crude products, Vonnie. And we just saw a hot headline flash across the terminal just less than 30 minutes ago about European diesel surging above $200. So this is also reflected in the airline space, with European airlines also not doing well. A Morgan Stanley report downgrading some names on the back of soaring jet fuel prices as a result of the war in the Middle East. So a really negative day we are looking for at the open today. Vonnie, back to you.
All right, Abir, thank you so much. Abir Abu Omar will be back later in the hour. Also coming up this hour, more on the market swings and inflation woes. We'll speak with Peter Kinsella of Union Bancaire Privée. President Trump fails to calm anxiety surrounding the war with Iran during his primetime address.
We are on track to complete all of America's military objectives shortly, very shortly. We are going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong. In the meantime, discussions are ongoing. Regime change was not our goal. We never said regime change, but regime change has occurred because of all of their original leaders' death.
Certainly, investors not reacting too well in terms of risk, at least to what the president had to say. Joining us now from Washington, our Washington Deputy Bureau Chief role is Laura Davison. Laura, markets were not anticipating this kind of a speech, particularly after having been set up, it seemed like all day, by the president, giving interviews to various outlets, suggesting that this whole thing might be over in 2 or 3 weeks.
Yeah, there was a lot of optimism going into this address that there would be some sort of concrete plan, some sort of announcement about what the scaling back of this war would look like. Instead, investors got the opposite. They got even less clarity than what we had had in recent days from a variety of different statements from the president. He, said that he was going to be ramping up attacks on Iran in the next 2 to 3 weeks. He said he then also wants to see, a deal with Iran at the end of that period. Hard to see how that comes together. And then if there is no deal, then he would look to target electricity sites within the country, which would be a major escalation. So really, Trump here is sending a lot of mixed signals, clearly trying to keep all his options open, both military and diplomatically. But there was not a sense that, that there was some sort of resolution, whether diplomatic or military. He didn't really give any indication of what his key goals were. That's why we're seeing some of this market reaction. And all of the diplomatic push has really been shifted to a group that's being led by the UK, a group of 35 countries talking about ways to open the Strait of Hormuz. That group does not involve the U.S. So we really have sort of two tracks here happening of one, the UK and other U.S. allies operating separately from the U.S., while as Trump is continuing to talk about, bombing, but also, nebulous peace talks.
Yeah, exactly. And that group of 35 plus the UK, as you say, trying to figure out some way of maybe incentivizing Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz, if not trying to force Iran, although I think that's been proven to be undoable. A few hours before the president's first address to the nation, we had an open letter from the Iranian president, Laura. How unusual is that, and what was his objective?
This is highly unusual. This is the kind of thing that we have rarely seen from Iran to issue some sort of open letter to the American public, where it was highly critical of the U.S., its negotiating tactics, and sort of encouraged Americans to look beyond what they say is sort of maximalist, shady rhetoric from the White House. This is an interesting turn of events here, and that it is sort of Iran using the playbook that Trump uses a lot of go out on social media, be big, bombastic, criticize your enemy, and try to see if you can, negotiate that way in public with it in a very flashy sort of way. Unclear that this is going to do a lot to sway the American public, but it is a sign that, Iran is not defeated. They are not looking to kowtow to the American president. And the fact that it hit just a couple hours before Trump was set to have this big address, which turned out to not really have packed the punch that many thought it would, just signals that this conflict is not, at least diplomatically, anywhere near its end.
Yeah, absolutely. Laura, thank you so much. That is Bloomberg's Laura Davison. And you can follow our continuing coverage on Iran. Just go to TLive Go on your terminal. So oil soaring again, along with grain prices and other gases and refined products, as uncertainties around the war remain high. European diesel futures, for example, climbing as well. Converted to dollar per barrel terms, they hit $200, the highest since 2022 amid limited supply. Here for a closer look now is Bloomberg's Emma Ross Thomas. And Emma, we have plenty of countries actually sort of trying to scale back usage of fuels. For example, South Korea. We have Japan looking to the United States for helium and so on. How widespread is, I don't want to say panic, but is the fragility of these markets?
Yeah, so I think from the very beginning, almost a month ago, the panic, those measures that we saw that most in Asia, didn't we? That the hit, the queues, the rationing, the attempts at stockpiling, that was happening in Asia. Australia is another market where we've seen a bit of strain. As you mentioned earlier, price of diesel above $200 a barrel, and what we have seen in Europe, as this crisis goes on, what we're hearing in Europe that there could be shortages in the coming weeks. We've spoken a lot about jet fuel, haven't we? And what we're hearing in Europe is that we're fine for April, but come May, which is not that far away, there could be issues. continue. So, yeah, the refined product is certainly from the beginning where we've seen more stress, haven't we? And that's only set to continue.
Yeah, and if I remember rightly, back when Russia invaded Ukraine, we sort of didn't see the full extent of the effects of that for several months. In fact, it wasn't until really well into the winter, Emma. I mean, is that something we should be looking forward to at this point?
I mean, with this we've said this from the beginning, haven't we? It's all about duration. It's just over a month now. The scale of the supply loss is huge. The duration for now, it's a month. And I think one of the reasons that the market is freaking out today is because of the Trump comments last night really left it a bit open-ended as to how long this could go on. And so just the longer it goes on, the more the stress.
Yeah, Emma, so remember when Trump changed the deadline for Iran to sort of, I don't know, meet his demands? And if Iran didn't, then he was sort of all bets were off the table. Energy infrastructure was really in play. Is that the deadline we're looking out for next? Because that's early next week.
Yeah, so I think the market is looking past. I think that the latest guidance we have is what we had last night from Trump, and I think that's what the market is focused on. I think there are two things, right? One is the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, which everyone is obsessed about, but then there's the other piece, which is the risk of energy assets being hit. And one thing that Trump said last night, which I think is quite important, is he said we haven't hit the oil assets, but it would be the easiest target. And of course, one thing to remember is that Iran has been exporting a lot of oil. The one country that the Strait of Hormuz is not closed to is Iran, and that is one of the. When we think about the buffers that are available, one of those buffers is actually Iranian oil that is still getting out to world markets. And so, if Iranian assets were hit, that would be another jolt to the market. And of course, then you also think about retaliation to other energy assets in the region. So it's these two things, right? It's the Strait of Hormuz closure, which is very important, but also the threat of more damage to energy assets. And I think some of the rhetoric last night probably pointed a little bit in that direction.
And it's being reflected in markets today. That is chilling. Emma, thank you so much. Bloomberg's Emma Ross-Thomas. Well, domestically, turning to tariffs, the Trump administration is preparing a new tiered system for its tariffs on steel and aluminum products in order to simplify the process. Joining us now is Bloomberg's Brendan Murray. So we've been speaking to people familiar with what's going to come out today. Brendan, what are they telling us?
Well, what they're telling us is the Trump administration is finally hearing the pleas from the American importers who are having a real hard time complying with this steel and aluminum tariff program and all the products that they hit. So what it sounds like, and our reporting tells us that the president is going to announce something of a simplification of that to where it's easier for companies to decide on their customs declarations what amount of steel or aluminum in those products they have to comply with. So it's a step in the direction of helping companies manage through the tariff disruptions and the extra costs, but it's certainly not any step backwards from the steel and aluminum tariffs that they've applied.
Well, so how were derivative products treated before? Was it a self-reporting system?
So it was, you had to determine the amount of that steel or aluminum in that particular product, and then you had a tariff based on the quantity of it. What they're going to do now is base it on the price of the overall good that contains the metal. So it would appear the administration thinks will make it less complicated and make it easier to figure out what the tariff rate is going to be on those products.
If the White House is shifting tariff from content now to the full value, how are we doing the calculation? Is it going to make it more costly or less costly for the importers?
It's going to. We don't know yet, and we'll have to wait to see what the White House announces in terms of the details of this. But it's certainly not going to make things less costly. The tariff rates will still apply. It's just going to the 50% and the 25%, but they're going to move it around, and what those rates apply to will be different. And so it doesn't sound like it's going to make anything less costly or reduce the tariff burden on American importers.
Just the difficulty. Refunds. Where are we on that?
So there's a mad dash to to apply for refunds, and there are and the process to do that is sounds very slow. It could take months, if not more than a year, for companies to get refunded the tariffs that they paid. And of course, you had companies that paid the tariffs that didn't pass those costs along on to their customers or their suppliers, and those customers and the suppliers are coming to those companies and saying, "Hey, if you're getting a refund, what about a break for us too?" So it's become a real tangled mess that the Customs and Border Protection Agency has to deal with, but ultimately it means $166 billion of money that's sitting in the federal Treasury that needs to go back out to the companies that paid it.
Yeah, and at some point the Treasury market will be looking at that rather than the impact of war. Brendan, thank you so much. That is our trade czar, Brendan Murray. Now, two other top stories trending on the terminal this morning. The UAE has called on the United Nations to take immediate action to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. The letter asks the Security Council to authorize various measures, including force, to restore free passage along the strait. Air France KLM submitted its first bid for a stake in Portugal's flag carrier TAP Air. Air France KLM, Deutsche Lufthansa and IAG were all invited last year to submit preliminary offers for TAP, one of the few remaining mid-sized carriers in the region open to acquisition. French authorities have charged and jailed an adult and 3 teens over a foiled bombing attempt near Bank of America office in Paris. Authorities are investigating possible links with a pro-Iranian propaganda video released by a group targeting the Jewish community in Europe. Coming up, looping the moon. NASA's Artemis II astronauts in safe orbit and set to fly further in space than anyone has ever been. More next. This is Bloomberg.
Know how the market day started.
Find out how it finishes.
Public markets to private markets.
From the micro to the macro.
Covering retail, entertainment, the business of sports.
The supply chains, trade policy, how it all is impacting the U.S. equity market as we drive to the closing bell at 4 p.m.
A holistic approach to covering financial markets.
If it matters to your life, we're covering it. I'm Katie Greifeld.
And I'm Romaine Bostic, and this is The Close.
Live every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Amin, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute global news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Haslinda Amin in Davos, Switzerland, and this is Bloomberg.
It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. Bloomberg The China Show brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China.
We need to do more to engage the market more. We're risk on. I think we caught a little sweet spot.
Massive savings right now.
It's already a different game.
Bloomberg The China Show. Weekdays around the world, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Booster ignition and liftoff. The crew of Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
And that was just about 10 hours ago now. NASA successfully sending 4 astronauts on a 10-day mission around the moon. The Lockheed Martin-built Orion capsule remains in stable orbit now as the crew gets closer to the lunar surface than anyone has been in more than 50 years. Bloomberg News' Jerry Doyle joins us now. So the obvious question is, why did it take 50 years to get back there, Jerry? No appetite or no resources?
Well, I mean, I think the simplest answer is that space is very hard. It's extremely resource intensive to send somebody just into orbit. Getting all the way to the surface of another celestial body like the moon is even more resource intensive. And then after the Apollo program ended, NASA was looking for ways to spin things forward, and they came up with the Space Shuttle program, which was extremely innovative for its time, a reusable space plane. And so it was just focused on exploring Earth orbit and the kind of science you could do there. But now I think there's a lot more sort of political impetus to get back to the moon.
Now, Artemis 2 is going to go around the moon. Explain to us how it actually does that, because that hasn't been done before.
Well, the Apollo capsules and those spacecraft obviously did go around the moon. This is sort of a shakedown cruise, as it were, for Artemis 2. They're going to try out all of this new hardware that's been developed for the program, taking it not just into lunar orbit, but like the long path that it takes to get from the Earth to the moon. They're going to use that as an opportunity to test new hardware, test new techniques for maneuvering the spacecraft, sort of try out ways that they can try to dock with other hardware in space and communication systems, just sort of make sure all of this stuff works properly for the much harder task of actually landing on the surface.
Yeah, so we're not even close to landing on the surface. That'll come in a future mission, I guess, and then maybe even a moon station like the International Space Station, right, to try and learn more about the moon and its orbit.
Yeah, NASA originally had planned to have something in orbit around the moon called the Lunar Gateway. Now they're sort of looking more at a surface-based installation where people can live permanently to do science, research, look at ways you could extract different resources from the lunar surface that will hopefully, they think, make it easier to explore the rest of the solar system.
All right, Jerry, always exciting to talk space. Thank you so much. Bloomberg's Jerry Doyle there. Let's take a look at these markets because we're in for an interesting final day of trading for this week. Of course, we're headed into the long weekend. And if you had disappeared for 24 hours, you would be shocked to find futures lower after 2 days of gains. One of those days, an absolute whopper of a day. Well, we're giving back some of those gains today. S&P futures pointed to a lower open, and that's across the board. A really down day in Asia as well. Oil completely ripping higher off the back of President Trump's first primetime address to the nation since the beginning of the war. As you can see, the dollar index is higher, gold is off, Bitcoin is off. The war trade is firmly back on. This is Bloomberg.
Have you ever thought about, or would you make a movie for a streaming service? Would you make a Netflix movie?
Man, that's a great question.
I mean, I'm waiting for one where I ask and you go, that was a shitty question.
Yeah. I mean, you good at your job, bro. Like, this is actually the first time anybody's ever asked me that. I'm not here to say what I would and wouldn't do in the future. But the theatrical experience is one that means a great deal to me. It means a great deal to us. Mm-hmm. I feel a certain responsibility. Like if Fruitville had happened a calendar year later, it probably would have come out on streaming. I've been fortunate enough that everything that I've written and directed has been a theatrical release. So I feel a duty to try to protect that. But that's where I'm at today.
What is going to be the consequence for U.S. markets?
We are seeing modest gains across European equity markets.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend. I'm David Gura.
I'm Lisa Mateo. And I'm Christina Ruffini. We're tracking breaking news today from Wall Street to Washington.
Let's start overseas. The sector is really propelling this deal forward.
Yeah, the hope is this will open up new markets and provide some additional liquidity.
Of course, now they're going to have competitors. We got a big week coming up in politics.
Earnings season is underway. We're going to get some key reports.
Everything you need to know before the markets open on Monday.
Introducing Bloomberg This Weekend, bringing a little Bloomberg into your weekend routine.
Guys, buckle up.
This is Bloomberg Brief. I'm Bonnie Quinn in London. Time now for your front page news. First up, on the Washington Post, the Supreme Court appearing skeptical of President Trump's effort to end birthright citizenship. The Post says the High Court looks poised to uphold the legal principle that almost everyone born on U.S. soil is a citizen. A decision is expected by June or July. Next up, on the New York Times front page, Republican leaders agreeing to move forward with legislation to reopen the Department of Homeland Security. It resurrects a bipartisan deal that President Trump and the House GOP had rejected most vociferously last week. The Times says it's a sharp reversal by the lawmakers and by President Trump. And finally, the Financial Times reporting Gulf states are reconsidering building costly new pipelines to avoid the Strait of Hormuz. The FT says Saudi Arabia's 1,200-kilometer east-west pipeline was built after the Iran-Iraq tanker war in the 80s and is now a key lifeline. The kingdom is now considering how it can export more of its daily production by pipeline, and other Gulf countries are also reassessing options. Take a look at how your market is shaping up for this Thursday and final trading day of the week. We have futures pointed extraordinarily lower after a down day across Europe and Asia. The dollar index much stronger and yields up at least 5 basis points across the board. We'll be speaking with Peter Kinsella of Union Bancaire Privée next about these markets. This is Bloomberg.
Tariffs, I think, are probably the first time in my career I've had to deal with like a fundamental change in government policy in terms of how we think about how markets work.
The challenge, especially within my supply chain, is now how do you have enough productivity initiatives to offset the increased cost of all the product?
Can you just move your supply chain out of China and into the US or out of Mexico and up to Canada? Is it that easy?
It's not that easy, but we do have flexibility. And we had been, prior to tariffs, prior to any of this, we had been on a journey to diversify our footprint out of China. So probably 2-ish years ago, roughly 65% of our toy and game volume was coming from China. Today, as we entered into 2025, that was around 50%. All we've done is really accelerate the path to get down to roughly, call it 30% by the time we enter into 2027. For us, I mean, if tariffs stay, if tariffs go, it's never good to have so much of your manufacturing base centered on one geography. We think the diversification is good, but it does take a bit of time to get vendors and suppliers up to speed. Quality is a big deal, especially when you're dealing with toys and kids. It's not an instantaneous thing, but it's not also a 5-year, have to build a new plant from scratch.
At a time when policy in Washington is driving Wall Street, we draw a distinction between the rhetoric and the action, bringing you market-moving guests and original reporting. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg.
It's 5:30 a.m. in New York City, 10:30 a.m. in London. Good morning. I'm Bonnie Quinn with your Bloomberg Brief. Let's get you set up for the day. Markets on edge, stocks dropping, oil surging as President Trump's primetime address dampens hope for a swift resolution in the Middle East. Tariff announcements on deck. The U.S. set to roll out a tiered system for steel and aluminum imports, as well as new levies for some drug makers. And NASA astronauts in an historic mission to lap the moon reach a stable orbit. So one silver lining in that group of headlines there. I tell you what, it's not so silver lining a type of day in the markets. If you look at Brent crude, we're trading above 108, only $1 lower than that for WTI, and it's impacting all asset classes around the world. You're seeing the yields on sovereign debt rising at least 5 basis points. In Japan earlier, the 10-year was up 9 basis points, and it's really just this reversal of the trade we had seen for 2 days previously as the market began to hope that maybe there was some kind of resolution. The U.S. might pull out. There might be some kind of a Strait of Hormuz type closure, or at least clarity to the situation. But as Terry Haynes of Pangea said, Trump punctured the market's Iran fantasy. And boy, is that fantasy punctured today. Let's take a look at futures. Lower after a down Asian session. At one point, the Kospi was down more than 6%. And the dollar index, as you might imagine, is getting bid by about 0.4% higher now across a basket of currencies. Let's get to some individual movers. Here's Abir Abu Omar.
Good morning, Vonnie. We spoke yesterday about big oil in the U.S., and it was a slightly different picture. It was all in the red. It was one of those sectors that were suffering yesterday, down nearly 4% at the close of the S&P at the last trade session this morning, and post the remarks that we've seen from President Trump suggesting that this war in the Middle East could go on for a little bit longer than we had expected yesterday. That's driven big oil stocks in the U.S. higher as much as 3% in the case of Exxon here, and that follows a similar trend by the energy sector in Europe. Now we flip the page and we take a look at Nvidia. Nvidia is suffering today. This is from a wider sentiment that has soured in the tech sector. This follows a negative trade session in Asia, but also in Europe. We saw the likes of ASML down pretty significantly at the open earlier on. And then finally, take a look at airlines in the United States, also following a trend from Europe earlier, and airlines are suffering this morning, down nearly 4% in the case of United Airlines on the back of those surging jet fuel prices as a result of the tensions in the Middle East and the possibility that this escalation will likely go on for longer than expected. Airlines are not doing very well, just like they aren't in Europe this morning. Vonnie, back to you.
No, that's for sure. Abir, thank you so much. Secondary effects to be felt for some time to come. Well, President Trump stirring the market with threats to escalate the war with Iran.
We are on track to complete all of America's military objectives shortly, very shortly. We are going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong. In the meantime, discussions are ongoing. Regime change was not our goal. We never said regime change, but regime change has occurred because of all of their original leaders' death.
Joining us now from Washington is Bloomberg Governance Mika Solner. Mika, can you draw the through line for us between President Trump's comments to various news outlets earlier yesterday and this first primetime address to the U.S.?
Yeah, Vonnie, the White House is really aware that, that this war is unpopular with the majority of Americans. And a lot of people are really feeling it to their pocketbook and blaming Trump's actions in Iran, the military operation, to rising gas prices. So the president clearly felt like he needed to address the nation, address the fact that he believes that those costs are temporary. He called it a temporary increase in gas prices and reassured people that the economy is going to come back and that the operation is going to slow down here in the next 2 to 3 weeks, which again is a longer timeline that was initially laid out by the administration, which was 4 to 6 weeks. We're now in week 5.
Yeah, exactly. And he certainly had markets celebrating what they thought was going to be a swifter resolution yesterday, but that's not the case today. Now, domestically, there's also issues for Trump to deal with. So, for example, they're changing the tariff system. Explain what's going on to us.
Yeah, I mean, the administration has been very bullish on its tariff policy ever since the Supreme Court struck down its initial use of implementing tariffs worldwide. And so the White House is proposing the up to 50% tariffs on steel and aluminum. But again, this comes at a time where there's a lot of economic anxiety for many Americans. So we don't know yet what this is going to do and what this is going to do with everyday consumer costs. So this is yet another gamble, I believe, by the administration when it comes to what's going to kind of trickle down to the average person.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're seeing it in Trump's ratings as well as approval ratings. But we're also getting potentially new tariffs on some drug makers. Do we know any more about that?
Yeah, this could roll out as early as today. I do think that this is interesting. The administration has been leading on some of its policies. I know that leading members have been trying to pitch Congress to try and codify some of Trump's health care plan. This is kind of the cornerstone of the president's affordability agenda, is these most favored nation and of the drug prices, and trying to get Trump RX, the website that offers lower prices to consumers, kind of at the heart of their agenda. So I think that this is one way that they can try and put pressure on drug makers to make deals with the U.S.
All right, Mika, thank you so much for the update. So much happening every day from Washington. That's Mika Zollner of Bloomberg Government. Joining me now is Peter Kinsella, Head of UK Investment Services at Union Bancaire Privée. So, Peter, what happened in the last 24 hours? We thought this was all done and dusted, right? Mm-hmm. Although there were people out there like Ed Yardeni saying he reserved the right to change his mind again if President Trump did. What happened?
Well, I think we kind of had the opinion that Trump was trying to walk back from what's happening in the Middle East, trying to organise a situation in which he can resile and get his troops out of, and get his forces out of the Middle East and the conflict. And it seems he's doubling down. And so with that, all of the optimism we saw yesterday has evaporated overnight. And we're now preparing for the very real prospect of another 2 or 3 weeks of this air campaign. We'll then clearly make an assumption that we're going to have extreme disruption into the oil market. That's already been evident in the oil prices today, and you're seeing that across markets. Airlines lower, etc.
What happens the next time this happens? Is it a case of fool me once, shame on me, fool me twice? Whatever, however you end that.
Sure.
I can't imagine that we'll see, $20 come off oil anytime soon again.
No, not at all. I think there's a few things happening. The first is that the supply disruptions we've seen, not just in terms of stranded tankers, but also reducing in production, means that we're going to be dealing with a very lumpy profile, even if the war ends tomorrow, right? The fact that we're going towards a more extended period of war, and we're still kind of at the moment unclear what the outcome is going to be. If we have sort of Iran in control or tariffing, straits going to the ships going through the Straits of Hormuz, it means we're going to have a much higher risk premium on oil in the future, right? So whereas before this conflict started, we were all assuming, $60 a barrel for the rest of the year on oversupply, on this oversupply narrative. Now that narrative's completely gone. So I think we're going to have a deeply embedded risk premium in oil prices, at least for the foreseeable future, and that's going to have knock-on effects across the entire supply chain.
And then are we going to continue to see dollar strength at that point and real serious emerging market currency weakness?
Yeah. I think if we start with the EM weakness, right, you've already seen, obviously, Turkey, doing a gold swap, trying to support the lira. You've seen significant weakness in the Indian rupee. Both of those are big energy importers. And so really what you're seeing at the moment is terms of trade shock, but it's morphing into a balance of payment shock, i.e. Significantly lower trade balances on an assumption of higher oil prices. That poses a big risk for the euro. Eurozone imports around 8.7 million barrels per day. That's the daily oil use. If you assume $100 a barrel, going forward, that's going to knock the best part of 100 billion off the Eurozone's trade balance. So this is a really, really significant shock, right? We're morphing from a terms of trade shock into a balance of payment shock.
So what are you profiling then in terms of euro dollar, for example? Do you have a wide range of forecasts?
Well, at the moment, look, you're kind of, if you look at any balanced fund that we manage and some of our discretionary funds, we're in 100% risk management mode, right? That's been very heavy hedging of our equity portfolios, very short duration on our fixed income portfolios, and our performance has been really, really good relative to the market thus far. For the currency effect, what we're seeing is certainly a strong-ish dollar at present, the prospect of an extended weakness for the euro and definitely the Japanese yen, in the short term. But again, much will depend on the duration of the conflict, the scope and the scale.
Will markets start to concentrate on central bank actions soon and sort of ignore the Strait of Hormuz, just sort of build in assumptions that it's going to be difficult there for a long time to come?
I think so. I think vis-a-vis central banks, they'll be very careful not to overdo it with rate hikes, because what they really have to do is you accept the supply shock. There's not much they can do about that. What central banks have to focus upon is the extent to which domestically generated inflation increases. So I suspect that market expectations on very aggressive rate hikes in the short term are probably on the wrong side. But I think we have to assume we're going to see some tightening in policy.
Well, and also it's doing a little bit of the work of the central banks for them, right? That's what Ed Giordani told Surveillance the other day. The bond vigilantes might help out here. Sure. At the same time, the Fed doesn't seem all that concerned yet, assuming that this is, another sort of transitory type of inflation shock. Will it be as transitory as the Fed is thinking?
Probably not. I think anybody who worked and lived through 2020 into 22, we kind of hate that word transitory, right? So I think any central banker using that term would only do so with extreme discretion. I think what we have to see really from the Fed, they've obviously had their meeting 2 weeks ago. In a new scenario of very extended to higher gas prices and higher bond yield prices, that is going to affect the consumer. There's no doubt about that. So I think that the narrative from the Fed could well change.
Peter, you said you were very hedged when it comes to equities. Sure. How are you doing that?
Well, we entered we kind of started hedging our equity portfolios with S&P puts and so on, which performed very, very well. We've extended those puts, from selling June into September. So in a sense, really taking profit, maintaining our sort of, I would say, hedge positions. And that's been a very, very good trade for us. We dramatically reduced the risk exposure in our funds. And again, as I said, we're just in 100% risk management mode, because we're seeing a genuinely unprecedented oil price shock, and this is going to have ripple effects across markets.
If we see another, couple of days of gains like we have for the last couple of days, though, would that make you nervous that maybe you're missing out on getting back in some form? Well,
I've hedged with puts, right? I'm still fully invested, so I'll capture the upside there. But it's really just about the risk management using puts to do so at present.
And being on when the markets are on, right?
That's it.
You can't go to sleep in this environment. Peter Kinsella of Union Bancaire Privé, thank you. Now, to other top stories trending on the terminal this morning. The headquarters of Goldman Sachs in Paris was placed under police surveillance Wednesday night following threats believed to be from an Iranian group. That's according to the newspaper Le Parisien. Paris prosecutors said no suspicious items had been found at the site on Thursday morning. The threats come just days after authorities foiled a bombing attempt near the Bank of America office in Paris. The largest gasoline pipeline in the U.S. has restarted after an outage Tuesday. Colonial Pipeline's Line 1 stopped shipping fuel after a portion was damaged by a third-party work crew. Prolonged outages of Colonial's pipeline system can significantly disrupt fuel shipments from the Gulf Coast to the East Coast. And NASA successfully completed its Artemis 2 launch, kicking off a landmark journey. The Artemis 2 mission aims to establish a base on the lunar surface and ultimately venture on to Mars. Coming up, 1 year since President Trump's global tariffs, with more to come. We'll take a closer look next. This is Bloomberg.
technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives.
And laying the foundation for the future.
From finance to defense, AI to entertainment.
And from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories of the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
And the politics that shape global tech markets.
I'm Caroline Hyde in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
Watch Bloomberg Tech every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg Television.
Power Players is back to take a look under the hood of the business of Formula One.
Hi, I'm here to see Pierre Gasly.
Welcome to my workplace.
Do you feel pressure?
Massive pressure.
Ferrari is the best example that we can be very proud of the past to look after the future.
From the iconic brand setting the standard.
Oh boy.
Can you imagine Ferrari without racing?
No, and I say no, no, no.
To the newcomers forging ahead.
I grew up my whole life racing against the boys.
This global phenomenon continues to chart new territory.
This was a tennis court 8 days ago.
I can't even believe that. And the speed of the business has never moved faster.
My career might stop. I'll still be driving some.
Probably very fast.
Yeah.
This is so exciting!
This season, we're along for the ride.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Lizzie Burden in London, and these are the stories that set your agenda.
Taking you from the U.S. market's close to the overnight session in Asia, we'll walk you through what you need to know to kickstart Europe's trading day. Live from our European headquarters, we bring you the day's top market-moving stories, unmatched expert analysis, and on-the-ground reporting from across the continent. Tune in to Daybreak Europe, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
This is Bloomberg Brief. I'm Bonnie Quinn in London. The Trump administration is set to outline a tiered system now for its steel and aluminum imports while preparing to unveil new levies for some drug makers. This comes as we mark 1 year since President Trump's global tariff kicked off. Let's bring in Bloomberg's Enda Curran for more. So we're 1 year old on the global tariff push, Enda, and today it looks like we're going to get a little change in some of these tariffs. Explain to us what's going on.
Well, in terms of the steel and aluminum tariffs, one of the big complaints from business has been how you calculate the value of steel and aluminium within products, which adds to the overall tariff rate on a product. And our colleagues are reporting today that there's probably going to be an announcement around that the calculation will be based on the total value of the product, total value of steel and aluminum in a product, with a tariff of around 20% and being tiered then as you go down. So it's a way of simplifying how you calculate the tariff on steel and aluminium, which has been a big complaint for business people. And the other thread today that our colleagues are reporting is that we may get some new tariffs announced on pharmaceutical companies who, in President Trump's view, haven't been doing enough to bring down prices here in the US. Though we don't have details on those tariffs yet, we know that they've been threatened to be very high level. But, taken together, it just adds to the idea that the hawkish trade policy pursued by the administration continues.
Just on the first part of the agenda there, and is the White House changing the way it's structuring these tariffs to change how it's calculating sort of derivative products and how the whole is calculated? Is it going to make it less or more costly for importers?
Well, I think the idea is to simplify it. One of the complaints from business people in this particular instance has been, how do you calculate, what percentage of a product is made up by, say, steel or aluminium, and then therefore how do you calculate the tariff from that? So there's been some pushback on that from the business community, but it just adds to the idea that after a year of roller coaster trade policy, you mentioned we had the Liberation Day 1 year ago. Since then, we've had exemptions. We've had trade negotiations, tariffs on pause, on hold, tariffs going back into effect, an effective tariff rate going up and down, and of course the Supreme Court ruling. But after a year of all of that, we are still where we started with the administration. They're very serious about pursuing the use of tariffs across the board on imported goods to enforce their trade policy, and whether that's pursuing options through existing trade avenues that they have, for example, the Section 301 that we hear a lot of conversations about, or even drilling into derivative products like steel and aluminium, what part of a product is made up by steel and aluminium, and of course now potentially also pursuing pharmaceutical companies. It just adds to the idea that despite all of the up and down, the volatility with trade policy, the endpoint remains the same. They are pursuing tariffs and very serious about imposing tariffs on goods.
Yeah, and one way or another as well. And the pharmaceutical tariffs that we're going to see, are they going to be on individual companies? Sorry.
Yeah, we don't have the full details yet, but that's the expectation, Vonnie. We have had some of the big pharmaceutical companies have already made agreements with the White House to participate in a scheme to bring down prices. Of course, health analysts have their own views on that policy, but those pharmaceutical companies who haven't yet sort of come into that policy are probably the ones who are going to be at the forefront of whatever tariffs are announced. And we don't have those details yet, but it has been a long time coming. And remember, more tariffs will be imposed in the months ahead as well, because even though the Supreme Court struck down tariffs in their ruling back in February, lots of investigations are underway and will be expected to be underway in the months ahead into products coming from countries all over the world that will eventually resume in tariffs being reimposed. Now, one question is what level of tariffs will be imposed on both pharmaceuticals and other goods, given the cost of living story here, especially acute now on the back of the energy impact due to the Iran war. And of course, don't forget the political calendar with the midterms coming up in November. So there's some discussion among economists what level of tariffs will ultimately be imposed against that kind of a backdrop. But nonetheless, the story remains one of tariffs full steam ahead rather than sort of a broad-based retreat from it.
And thank you so much. That is Bloomberg's Enda Curran there with a big roundup for us. Let's get back to commodities now. We're seeing oil higher, significantly higher in today's trade. $108 a barrel when it comes to Brent, and that spread with WTI only about $1. Refined products as well also soaring. Emma Ross Thomas is back with us to explain. Emma, so like a $10 swing, I mean, that's huge. Is it that the market was overpricing the risk to the Strait of Hormuz, or was it underpricing what we thought would be the relief?
Yeah, I suppose what's changed overnight is that we've got less certainty when it comes to duration. And since the beginning, when we sort of tried to calculate is this a crisis or not? There are two factors, right? One is the scale of the disruption, the size of that shock, and the other is how long it will last. And I think one of the things that we came away from last night with is a sense that A, there could be an escalation, and B, that 2 to 3 week idea seems to have sort of taken a bit of a back seat. And so that's what's really, I think, driving prices. I would just point out, actually, with the spread, I think the TI Brent spread is still pretty wide, actually. It's just that if you look at, depending on which month you look at.
That's actually very important.
Because that is quite that would be quite striking.
It would be, wouldn't it? I mean, I guess the idea is that the US has plenty of oil, and in fact, places like Japan are coming to the US for help on things like helium. So it's not just oil. There are going to be shortages of all sorts of different refined products.
Yeah, absolutely. And you saw the price of diesel above $200 a barrel, the equivalent. In Europe, we're already... So, Asia was at the forefront. I think we had this morning headlines from Korea talking about saving every last drop of fuel. In Europe, what our reporters are hearing is that in the next few weeks on diesel, there could be concerns. And then when it comes to jet fuel, which I know people are, it's Easter week and people are thinking about holidays over the summer, jet fuel, again, what we've heard in Europe is that we're okay for April, but there could be shortages in May, which is, in fact, just around the corner.
I think the market was very relieved that it looked like there was going to be a swift end. But even if it goes a week or two more, is the damage increasingly done now? I mean, we were asking that question last week. Even if it came to an end tomorrow, would the damage be done? Is it done now?
Yeah. So I think there are a couple of things to unpack there. On the one hand, yes, you've got lasting damage. The case of, Qatar, LNG, they've been talking about, I think, 5 years to get that back. So that's one sort of element. The Strait of Hormuz, will we go back to the pre-war status quo? I think there are some big question marks over that. We have Iran already enacting some kind of the toll booth is what the industry is calling it. So I think there are some question marks over whether, even if it stopped tomorrow, do we go back to the pre-war normality? Probably not.
Yeah.
And then, of course, damage to energy assets.
All right, Emma, thank you so much. That is Bloomberg's Emma Ross Thomas. This is Bloomberg.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
Why is it that NFTs have not recovered in the same way that, say, Bitcoin has?
Bloomberg is covering all things crypto.
It's a pretty spectacular story.
The people.
This is the future. This is the 21st century economy.
The transactions.
It snapped up nearly $1 billion of Bitcoin.
And the technology.
We need to build a digital Fort Knox.
That gives people financial freedom, and that's a wonderful thing.
That's extraordinary.
We ride the wave that is Bitcoin.
Bloomberg Crypto, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute global news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Jemana Bersecci in Davos, Switzerland, and this is Bloomberg.
We're at the epicenter of a global realignment on a scale not seen for decades. At the intersection between markets, economics, and geopolitics, a forum for sophisticated conversation. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Thousands of American Marines are heading to the Middle East.
Greece will not participate.
There's a very good chance we're going to end up in a deal.
He's looking at putting boots on the ground.
This is going to be a short-term excursion.
Trust Bloomberg for on-the-ground coverage.
Things are not de-intensifying.
A lot of fear here in Europe. Ukraine is being left out in the cold.
Up-to-the-minute reporting.
The report has been hit.
Missiles have struck the U.S. Embassy.
And the analysis you need.
The United States military has shown its might. Now it's time to please calm down.
Nobody covers geopolitics like Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Stephen Engel at Japan's Akasaka Palace in Tokyo, and this is Bloomberg.
This is how your Thursday trading session is shaping up. It is the final trading day of a holiday-shortened week, and futures are pointed well lower off the back of that rise in Brent. Up above $108 a barrel now. Yield across the board up about 5 basis points. Gold lower, Bitcoin lower. That's it for Bloomberg Brief. Surveillance is next.
Some people would say that there's maybe a little bit of a bubble in AI. When you have companies with market caps of $5 trillion, you don't see any bubble there at all?
Whenever we have an acceleration in technology and people get excited about it, you have significant capital formation around new companies that are trying to capitalize on that opportunity. And, you know, we've seen this before through history, and you're seeing it now. It won't be a straight line. The opportunity set with AI is enormous. There will be winners and losers. And it's hard to pick the winners and losers now. And certainly a lot of the capital that's being deployed will not produce adequate returns. And a bunch of the capital that's being deployed will actually not produce any returns. But it's hard, it's hard to call the timing on these things. And the thing I'd point to just from a historical lens is in the fall of 1996, Alan Greenspan talked about irrational exuberance in stock markets, and the NASDAQ was at 1,300. And the NASDAQ peaked 3.5 years later at over 5,000. So, these things can go on for a long time, but ultimately, there are adjustments, there will be drawdowns, there'll be rebalancing, and just, it's hard to call it because the technology trend and the investment is real.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
Watch Bloomberg Tech.
This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
You're watching Bloomberg Deals.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend.
This is Bloomberg Television. Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
We're sort of signaling caution here. We have not added to equities.
We want to be positioned for a rebound.
The U.S. is the best house in a bad equity neighborhood.
The market as a whole probably still has some mean reversion.
We've got a bullish and bearish tug of war going on here.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern.
Live from New York City this morning. Good morning, good morning. For our audience worldwide, Bloomberg Surveillance starts right now, coming into Thursday following a primetime address.
We are on track to complete all of America's military objectives shortly. We are going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong. If there is no deal, we are going to hit each and every one of their electric generating plants very hard. When this conflict is over, the strait will open up naturally. Gas prices will rapidly come back down. Stock prices will rapidly go back up.
The president offering very little news, sticking with a 2 to 3 week timeline, leaving the Strait of Hormuz closed, fueling another move higher in crude and weighing heavily on risk appetite, sending equities lower, stocks trimming a 2-day bounce.
And here we are back in whipsaw land as people take a look and say, OK, it might be now 2 to 3 weeks rather than 1 to 2 weeks, but we're talking about escalate to de-escalate, and that could potentially introduce the damage that people have been worried about to physical infrastructure. Economics, Oxford Economics, Ryan Sweet said something really interesting. He said that the military timeline differs from the economic one. And given how long the strait is going to be closed for, you can assume $113 on average for the second quarter for Brent crude, and that materially changes estimates.
Brutal. That's a big change in the outlook. We've talked about this repeatedly. This market wants two things: end the hostilities, get energy moving again, and after that address last night, no indication you'll get either anytime soon.
Especially when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz. The president once again said that the United States is not as reliant on it, so it's up to other countries. He said that they should really go in there, muster the courage, and try to open it up. Or he then offered another scenario where if the hostilities end, it will just naturally open up. But the problem is right now, the game is changing for the Iranians, and they want to start charging vessels to come through, and they are going to decide which countries should be allowed through depending on which flag is on the vessel.
The next phase of this is the data, the earnings that come out in the next several weeks, the guidance that comes from corporate America and leaders around the world. This is the data so far, and this is the good news. This is the good news as we approach payrolls Friday. The data so far has been good. 3 for 3 on Wednesday. Retail sales, ADP, ISM, pretty decent across the board.
Yeah, the bad news, the rub, is that prices paid, the component that you people were looking at, rose to the highest level in ISM going back to 2022. Even when you look at sentiment surveys, people are really concerned about the inflationary impacts. This is what's going to affect margins. This is what's going to affect outlook. How do consumers respond to that? Yes, retail sales were strong for February. At what point does this higher cost start to suck up some of the oxygen in the room?
And tanker trackers said, to their knowledge, not a single LNG tanker departed via the Strait during March of 2026. To your point, maybe the military conflict is on one time, but the economic conflict is going to be felt for weeks and months to come. And it might be 6 months, potentially, once hostilities end, then we get normal flows back to the Strait.
Brent crude right now up 7%, 108 on Brent this morning. Coming up this hour, we'll catch up with David Stubbs of Alpha Core as a 2-day equity rally stalls. Ed Mills of Raymond James as President Trump vows to continue strikes on Iran. And Stephen Schork of the Schork Group as crude climbs once again. We begin this hour with President Trump offering no clear off-ramp for the war with Iran. Our team coverage starts right now with Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall in Washington. Good morning, Tyler.
Hey, John, good morning. Well, President Trump sought to reassure Americans that the war in Iran is in the national interest as he maintains that the U.S. is nearing completion of its military objectives. Still, he also previewed that the conflict could soon escalate as he renewed threats to hit energy infrastructure. In fact, the person familiar with the matter tells us that Vice President J.D. Vance delivered a very similar message to intermediaries that there will continue to be increased threats on strategic assets until Iran agrees to a deal. no. This White House is maintaining that diplomacy continues and is ongoing, though at least publicly, Iran has so far denied being in formal negotiations with the U.S. And our own analysts at Bloomberg Economics say they are expecting a short-term escalation before this turns into what they are calling a low-intensity war. It felt clear that President Trump was trying to defend against foreign policy decisions, but also defend against some of those domestic policy impacts as Americans pay more for prices at the pump. And we already knew that affordability was emerging as that key messaging as we head into the midterms. And while the Pentagon has outlined those tactical successes of this mission, including degrading Iran's military capabilities and hitting more than 11,000 targets, we didn't get any new solutions from President Trump when it comes to some of those strategic setbacks. Of course, most notably, the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. John, as you well know, President Trump ramped up the pressure yesterday when it came to urging allies who get their energy supplies from the Strait to take the lead in securing it. But as Anne-Marie mentioned, he also said that he thinks that it will, quote, open up naturally once this conflict resolves.
Tyler Kendall with the latest in the nation's capital. Tyler, we'll catch up with you again soon. It's been a confusing time through the week so far. On Monday, open the Strait or else. On Tuesday, the Strait is someone else's problem. On Wednesday, a mix of Monday and Tuesday.
And ultimately, what I find fascinating is that markets continue to respond to this. And it seems like they are looking for some signal. Yesterday, the fact that there was a rally on the heels of something that could have been considered a little bit more conclusive with ending the war was just completely turned around today after a speech that didn't give them what they wanted at all. At what point does it lose its punch, right? At what point does true social diplomacy not have the same effect on markets?
Equity futures this morning negative by 1% on the S&P. Here's the view on Wall Street this morning. David Stubbs of AlphaCore writing equities end the year higher, but with significant volatility if the war drags on. The US is a net energy exporter. There are also positive aspects to higher prices. David joins us now for more. David, good morning.
Good morning, buddy.
Tell us about those positive aspects of higher prices, please.
Well, there is the US is a net energy exporter. If you get elevated prices for a period of time, then the energy complex in the United States will respond to that. In general, the US is fairly insulated from the consequences of its own actions here, right? Their energy is less than 3% of the CPI basket. There's also tremendous tailwinds that we came into the year talking about, right? You have a lot of fiscal support from the Biden bills and the Trump bill last year. You have the ongoing AI build-out. You have tremendous strength across the balance sheets of consumers and businesses in the US. So I'm not saying that if you have this kind of nightmare scenario where this plays out for months on end, that everything's going to be fine in the United States. But relatively speaking, the US is more insulated than any other major economy.
Looking at the S&P 500, we know what the weightings are from sector to sector. What does it mean for the earnings profile of the S&P and the companies and the exposure that they've got, not just to the US story, but the international one as well?
Well, I think the point you just made about earnings season, this is going to be a great excuse to throw in any kind of issue, right? And a great excuse to not give any guidance and throw up a lot of uncertainty, maybe add a dash of job cuts along with AI. We know that the CEOs will take that excuse. But I think at the moment, what's been illustrative is the earnings profile has remained very strong. There's different ways to think about that. But if you do a dividend discount model, for example, we started the year assuming something like 15% earnings growth. Today, it's only about 13. That's well above the 9% we saw in the 2010s, and well below the bubble territory of low 20s that we saw in the late 1990s. So I think the market is priced for a continuation of this huge AI build out, and that ultimately is where the rubber meets the road, right? We've all heard a lot the last few days about helium. That being an important a part of semiconductor production. And that's when it really gets real for the US economy and I think other economies around the world. When does this disrupt that huge pillar of growth and earnings, which we've seen from AI in the last couple of years?
The production of semiconductors in particular, which helium is a key ingredient for, on a broader level, at what point does the disruption to supply chains disrupt the AI trade and the AI build out more materially? Just if you zoom out, I mean, how do you gauge that?
I think you gauge it from a drawdown in the inventories that matter for semiconductors. Most of the producers, to your point, have 2 to 3 months of helium inventories. Those are starting to draw down. I think obviously if you were to see a much higher energy complex here in the US, you'd start to see some rethink of these energy-intensive data centers, for example. But at the moment, even with 4 or 5 weeks into this, that we haven't really seen that impact on that particular complex. Now, we've seen dramatic impacts around the world. Look at Asia. Look at the rationing we're seeing in some economies there. Look at the stimulus that some of the European nations are putting in. Look at the potential for this to morph from terms of trade shock into a balance of payments issue. So there's very severe issues around the world, but at the moment the AI complex seems to be untouched.
It seems like the fiscal impulse is going to leave equities in a decent position, maybe not just globally, but certainly in the United States. Everyone keeps talking about how they're going to keep pouring money on this because that's what politicians do, especially of late. How much does this come at the consequence of bonds? How much does this end up leading to a steepening yield curve and a real penalization of people who are trying to find safety in fixed income?
Oh, absolutely. And this is the new world we've been in, the regime change of fixed income and equities, fixed income not hedging, equity drawdowns. And we've gone into this, of course, in a fragile position, because you had years of above target inflation, because central banks believe, rightly, that in some cases that their credibility is somewhat thin in that regard. That's what really could make this, again, go from bad from worse. So if we see a tipping point where certain central banks feel they have to act to defend their credibility, even though they're taking a hit to growth, that'll probably be the ECB that does that. If we get to that type of position, that's one of the ways that this gets a little non-linear. It's a way that this becomes more of an annoyance or more of a difficulty.
If they hike rates.
If they have to hike rates. If they're kind of bullied into that by market pricing. If you see inflation expectations become unanchored. And it's crucial to point out, in the US, you've seen the opposite. 5-year and 5-year forward break-evens are down by 10 basis points since the war started. But in Europe, they're up 5 basis points. Small beer, sure, but that's the direction of travel. And again, the ECB has history here. If you go back, if you remember your history, 2011, Jean-Claude Trichet hikes twice into an energy price spike, and in 2008 as well. This is, I hope they've learned the lessons and they don't do it.
We've heard from the Europeans just moments ago, the French president, in comments to reporters. The headlines read as follows: it's unrealistic to free the Strait of Hormuz by military means. The Hormuz Strait can only reopen in consultation with Iran. Those comments just dropped in moments ago.
So basically, having the cooperation of the Iranian regime, which the United States right now is obviously striking and trying to decimate, to the president's words yesterday, this feels very different than what the president wants to see, which is the help of the Europeans sending things like minesweepers or part of their navy to the Middle East to help them reopen it. Rutte is supposed to be in Washington, D.C. next week, according to reports, and I imagine a lot of this is going to be brought up and potentially becomes a bit more of a fractured discussion between European allies and the United States.
The rest of the world is in a really uncomfortable place right now. I'm sure you've been tracking the headlines worldwide. We've seen a series of governments in Asia shifting to a 4-day work week. We've seen fuel rationing in places like Indonesia, in Sri Lanka. This from the Australian Prime Minister to start the week as well. Over the coming weeks, if you can switch to catching the train or the bus or tram to work, do so. On the surface of things, you might shake that off. But I wonder what the next phase of that kind of address from a Prime Minister is going to be. Is it going to be if you can or you must?
Well, that's what people are expecting, that there's going to be supply rationing come at least as soon as this summer in places like Europe, if there isn't some resolution to this, because they are working through their stockpiles. And that last shipment of jet fuel, I keep thinking about that from our conversation earlier, is slated to arrive. And there is nothing after that heading to the European region.
David, there is a deeply uncomfortable COVID-type feel to some of these dynamics. How do you see it playing out in the next few weeks? Not in the US, but elsewhere.
I think it's going to be pretty rough internationally because, as you said, it takes 4 to 6 weeks for some of these ships to get there. They left it before this hit. We only got a couple of weeks of that. Then we obviously have 4 to 6 weeks of most inventory. So we're writing in our Q2 commentary that if this is not solved in the second quarter, the second half of the year is going to see COVID-esque impacts to the most vulnerable economies. Who are they? If you're energy intensive, energy dependent, and also you have some limited fiscal space and limited space to absorb a trade shock, those countries are going to be severely affected.
Is this the reason why you're not necessarily as excited about, say, going into South Korea right now, or even, dare I say, going into European assets, given that there's been a drawdown and some people are saying, well, this is a favored trade before this shock and it will be afterwards? You disagree?
I think, well, if you could magic away the shock, I think that we would come back to the same kind of principles. But as you said, even if you shut it down tomorrow, there's a delay with the ships, there's a delay with the refinement, and then on what planet do we not have a sustained risk premium in products from this region, even if the Iranians play ball? Right? Because the vulnerabilities have just been made so clear. So, again, if you're importing from that region, about 3/4 of most of it goes to Asia, I think you're looking at a sustained shock that doesn't really fully revert.
What are you paying for gasoline on the West Coast right now?
I paid 7.5 dollars a gallon on coastal California. Inland California is 5.5.
Wow.
So I'm not sure what that tells you about California, but yes, a triple-digit bill to fill up the family SUV the other day.
Brutal. David, it's good to see you. Thanks for dropping by. Thank you, sir. David Stubbs there of Avocor. We talk about the average in this country, $4 per gallon. I'm sure the Brits are laughing because it's brutal over there right now, particularly in the other European nations too. But the difference you see across this nation, the West Coast, coastal California, pushing $7 plus in some places.
Yeah, does this end up encouraging some politicians to remove some of the gas taxes that have been put in certain places, given the affordability issues for a lot of them?
I think California needs to remember they shut down refineries. They only have one pipeline. They get 20% of their products imports from places like Asia, which right now are winding down their economies because they don't have the energy. So they're in a really tough spot.
Let's give an update on news worldwide this morning. Let's get to your Bloomberg brief. Yahira has more. Hey, Yahira.
Hi, John. In a primetime address, President Trump saying the U.S. is very close to completing its military objectives in Iran and vowing to hit the nation, quote, extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. Still, the speech lacked new announcements and most notably a precise timeline for an exit. President Trump also saying in the address other countries need to take the lead on reopening the Straits of Hormuz. The president saying the U.S. does not need the oil exported through the critical waterway and that the nations who depend on it should, quote, go in and take it. And President Trump busy yesterday, becoming the first sitting president to attend Supreme Court oral arguments as the justices considered a challenge to his executive order restricting automatic birthright citizenship. The court is scheduled to rule by early July. That's your Bloomberg brief. John.
Yahira, thank you. More from Yahira later this hour. Up next on the programme, staying on track in Iran.
We are on track to complete all of America's military objectives shortly, very shortly. We are going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. When this conflict is over, the Strait will open up naturally.
Up next, we'll catch up with Ed Mills of Raymond James, live from New York City this morning. Good morning.
Astonishing day for US technology.
It's shaping the region's technology ecosystem.
Asia's biggest tech news and innovation.
Trading day is about to start.
And you're already looking for that edge.
The opening trade brings you everything you need to know as markets open across Europe.
Let's talk about the significant risk transfers to find space in their balance sheet.
Hedging some of that risk.
You could look at it the other way. Obviously, this stuff is risk-weighted.
I would much rather be long than be short.
We're in a kind of sweet spot.
Very, very strong alignment.
3 revolutions in one.
I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Anna Edwards.
And I'm Tom McKenzie.
This is your opening trade.
Every trading day, only on Bloomberg.
When news breaks,
a redhead across the Bloomberg terminal.
Bloomberg has you covered.
Trump's global tariffs are struck down by the U.S. Supreme Court.
For all the context and clarity you need.
There's going to be now tons of tariff headlines until midterm elections.
Hear it first on Bloomberg.
The problems persist. Even if this goes on for 2-3 weeks and it ends right there. This from HSBC. Even if the Strait of Hormuz were to reopen soon, it would take months for supply to normalise, and damaged natural gas infrastructure now means it's already a medium-term story. And that's what this market's starting to price in slowly again. Equity futures down by more than 1% on the S&P 500. The Nasdaq down by 1.7%. In the bond market, this is where things get really confusing again in fixed income because the data this week has been better than expected. As Lisa pointed out, the ISM came with higher prices. Yields are up again by 4 basis points. 10s at 436, 2s at 383.
Although, interestingly, you're not necessarily seeing rate hikes getting priced back into the futures curve for the Federal Reserve. So it's not necessarily a rate hike type of inflationary impulse. How quickly, though, can this Federal Reserve cut rates? A real question mark now, given the inflationary shock and, frankly, an economy that is resilient enough to absorb them. And that is the key point.
Brent crude this morning, check it out, up by more than 7% on Brent crude to 108.60 on Brent so far this morning. Under surveillance this morning, staying on track in Iran.
We are on track to complete all of America's military objectives shortly, very shortly. We're going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. Regime change was not our goal. We never said regime change, but regime change has occurred. When this conflict is over, the Strait will open up naturally. Gas prices will rapidly come back down. Stock prices will rapidly go back up.
So here's the latest this morning. The president stirring investor anxiety, pledging more aggressive action in Iran without concrete steps to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Ed Mills of Raymond James writing, the clear desire of the US and Iran to wind down the war will need to be reconciled within the very narrow diplomatic pathway. Ed joins us now for more. Ed, welcome to the program. Can you describe to us, in a way you've described it to clients, what the next 2 to 3 weeks might look like?
Yeah, John, I think that there's going to be an intensity of the operations. I think there is a higher probability of a ground operation, I think, that the market is prepared for. At Raymond James, we've been highlighting to clients that it will take a while for things to return to normal once the Straits of Hormuz has reopened. Our energy team has been doing a considerable amount of work on that. And I do think that there has been an expectation in this market that things were going to go faster, quicker, and cleaner than expected. And we have been telling folks some cynicism here has been warranted. And the cynicism has actually been the thing that has played out consistently over this last month.
And when you say ground operation, do you mean to open up the Strait of Hormuz for normal traffic, or do you mean for military boots on the ground to go seize the uranium?
I think, Anne-Marie, that's to be determined. I do think that there is a history of President Trump. Once he has built up a military capability, he uses that military capability. So when we see how many troops have been positioned in the area, I do think that there is a obvious desire to reopen the Straits of Hormuz. But President Trump last night did talk about that as something more natural than kinetic. There has been these conversations about the potential operations to seize uranium. To me, that's probably the higher probability. I don't know exactly how robust that is going to be. I think some of that is to be determined. But very clearly, Anne-Marie, here, President Trump is building up pressure and was telling even the kind of Iranians last night they have a choice still here that the operations can get much more intense unless they negotiate.
And why give this speech last night? It felt like the tone of this speech was trying to get the American people on board that maybe it should have been given the first week or two of the operation.
Yeah, Anne-Marie, that's what we were discussing internally here at Raymond James, because I think there was a hope and an expectation that a speech a month into this was a speech to wrap it up. The tone of the speech was the first real rationalization directly from President Trump speaking to the American people of exactly why, and almost preparing the American people for what comes next. When you have all of those comparisons to the lengths of other wars, it is somewhat ominous. We are hopeful that this is 2 to 3 weeks from now, but there's no guarantees. I think that there was a hope that it was only going to be kind of less than a month when this started a month ago. Now we're already extending those timelines. So making that pitch to the American people, because things are probably going to escalate before they de-escalate, is kind of my biggest takeaway from that speech, Anne-Marie.
This, to me, is the key point, Ed, that this was essentially preparing the American people for whatever is to come next. Do you have a sense of what that could look like and how much it will come in concert with United Arab Emirates, with Saudi Arabia, with other alliances?
Yeah, we're seeing kind of more of those alliances take place. We're kind of looking at the fact that Iran, in their initial response, probably kind of drew the region more together than split it. One of the key questions that we've been asking has been, how long does the United States and Israel stay together? Because there is a big concern, especially in the national security community that I talk to, about whether or not the end game for the United States and the end game for Israel are going to be aligned, especially if this goes much longer than mid-April here. And politically, you do want to have those alliances, but usually those alliances happen before an attack. Build those cases, get the American people on board. As we've seen gas prices, as we've seen inflation, as we've seen other impacts of this, as we see a market reaction to that, the American people are going to put more and more pressure on members of Congress and on this administration to wrap this up sooner rather than later.
And let's just stay on international relations. There's a very strange dynamic to the address by the president yesterday, and it's as follows. For a long, long time, this country, successive governments have wanted to keep the likes of China out of these regions, keep them well away, contain any international ambition they might have. And now we're almost inviting them in to help solve a problem. Do we really want the Chinese military in the Strait of Hormuz?
No. And when we've talked to some of the national security advisors and kind of China contacts that we have, there is almost zero expectation that the Chinese military will be involved. But you do have the fact that Trump and Xi will ultimately meet here over the next month and a half. And, Trump always pulls things together. And to the extent that there are things that he is going to be asking China for, China's going to be asking us for, kind of adding in, hey, this is more of your problem than my problem, is really the subcontext of everything that he's saying with the Straits of Hormuz. It's like, yeah, it's a big issue, but maybe China needs this more. Maybe NATO members outside the United States need this more. Maybe France needs this more in particular. Come in, protect that. It is not just our problem. I think this here is a reflection, John, over the fact that he does not feel as if everyone has been willing to rally to his side on what he sees as an existential threat to the United States and to the world.
Ed, it's good to see you. Thank you, sir. Ed Mills there of Raymond James. And you see some of that playing out in the language coming from the president of France a little bit earlier on this morning.
Absolutely. The president of France is basically saying we want to work in cooperation with the Iranians to reopen the strait. Very different from what this White House wants to see.
Up next on the program, we'll catch up with Stephen Schork of the Schork Group as crude prices get absolutely whipsawed to start the new month.
The problem we've got as an industry is when the government's overtax, and let's say they tax at 30 or 40% of net gaming revenue, what happens is it starts making it uneconomic.
know how the market day started.
Find out how it finishes.
Public markets to private markets.
From the micro to the macro.
Covering retail, entertainment, the business of sports.
The supply chains, trade policy, how it all is impacting the U.S. equity market as we drive to the closing bell at 4 p.m.
A holistic approach to covering financial markets.
If it matters to your life, we're covering it. I'm Katie Greifeld.
And I'm Romaine Bostic, and this is The Close.
Live every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
We just put up the biggest two-day rally on the S&P 500 since May of last year, and this morning we're taking some of it back. Equity futures negative here on the S&P by 1.3, on the Nasdaq by 1.7. The leadership in the last 24 hours coming from consumer names and technology, many of which were beaten up quite badly through the month of March. And I imagine today somewhat in reverse. In the bond market, 2s, 10s, 30s, yields shaping up as follows. More data this morning, 2 hours away, jobless claims. Yields this morning up by 3 basis points on 2s to 383.55, 10s to 436. It's a really odd moment, a tense moment in fixed income. Given we are considering the hit to growth at the same time, the data is standing up quite well at the moment.
The momentum heading into this shock was strong, and actually stronger than economists expected. If you take a look at the Bloomberg Economic Surprise Index for U.S. economic data, you can see it hit the highest levels going back to 2023. So there was definitely heat in the economy, and you're seeing this from all of these upside beats. Does that mean that we can withstand any kind of growth shock coming from higher oil prices, or does it mean that it will read through to higher inflation and actually pressure yields and prices higher on a consistent level? This is a key question and tension right now in the equity market.
Let's check out crude together. A move of 7 to 8% so far this morning on Brent and WTI. Now, you might be looking at that spread and thinking that's really tight between Brent and WTI right now. Well, one of the contracts is the main contract for WTI. The other one is June. So when we look at Brent, we're looking at June. When we look at WTI, we're looking at May. So just keep that in mind. But ultimately, the trend is clear. Crude is higher this morning. Energy prices are rallying.
And the other trend is clear. It's going higher in the United States. And this is why the president had to address it yesterday. And he said, I know that there's going to be the short-term hit, not just to the stock market, but also your energy prices. Gasoline is going up. Across the country, it's north of $4 a gallon. What happens as we head into peak driving season if that becomes closer to $5? Across the country, we just heard from David Stubbs. He's paying $7 a gallon in California. In California, it's $5.81 a gallon across the entire state, an aggregate. And we are just a month in.
$7 plus on coastal California. These are real numbers, European-style numbers in some cases.
Well, and it shows how connected California, to your point, AMH, how close California is linked to Asian flows and some of the global disruptions, not to mention some of the gas taxes. And I wonder if that's going to become a question.
Brent up, stocks down. How many times have we said that over the last 5 weeks? 3 hours away from the cash open. Let's get you some single names, some morning movers. Yahara has more. Hey, Yahara.
Hi, John. That risk-off sentiment that you described is showing up in the Mag 7 after President Trump failed to reassure investors when it comes to the timeline of this war. So that is weighing on the highest growth names in this market as we see yields tick higher. So names like Nvidia and Tesla down about 2.5%. Meanwhile, take a look at the aluminum stocks. They are also falling this morning on a reporting that the Trump administration is set to overhaul its steel and aluminum tariffs. Raw metals would still face tariffs as high as 50%, while finished goods would be taxed at 25%, but on the full value of the product, meaning that companies may end up paying more overall since the rates will be applied to a bigger base. And we end on Global Star. Those shares are surging 10% in the pre-market on a report in the FT that Amazon is in talks to acquire the company as Amazon tries to compete with SpaceX and its dominant Starlink network. Many have taken notice of this company and its ability to compete with SpaceX. So shares are up 230% over the last year. John?
Yahara, thank you. Thank you for the update. On our radar this morning, in a primetime address, President Trump saying the U.S. is very close to completing its military objectives in Iran and vowing to hit the nation, quote, extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. The president also declaring other countries need to take the lead on the Strait of Hormuz.
The countries of the world that do receive oil through the Hormuz Strait must take care of that passage. They must cherish it. So to those countries that can't get fuel, many of which refuse to get involved in the decapitation of Iran. I have a suggestion. Number one, buy oil from the United States of America. We have plenty. And number two, go to the Strait and just take it.
The president suggesting the critical waterway would, quote, open up naturally once the conflict with Iran ends. And finally, the Trump administration preparing to outline a tiered system for its broad tariffs on steel and aluminum products, just 1 year on from Liberation Day.
The United States can no longer continue with a policy of unilateral economic surrender. We cannot pay the deficits of Canada, Mexico, and so many other countries. We are finally putting America first. The United States will implement reciprocal tariffs on other nations.
1 year on, Bramo. 12 months is up. What a 12 months has been for the trade story.
So now we're looking at a clarification. This is a simplification of saying you don't have to measure how much steel and aluminum is actually in specific goods and then figure out that that's 50% tax. It gets very confusing. We'll just have a flat tax for 25% finished goods. Taking a step back, this just shows how unstable the parameters are for any kind of policy analysis right now. Sure, we're 1 year on. We're getting clarity on policy. It's still being created. Now we've got an oil shock. How do you analyze all this and understand how to price it into the future if it is changing at such a rapid pace? And this is one of the big challenges right now, to really come up with even a framework to look at the current moment.
Well, the administration is fixing a crisis of their own making. And this has been a massive headache for corporate America when it comes to the derivatives of steel and aluminum in products. So say you're going to import an aluminum pipe. Okay, that's still going to be 50%. But if you have, say, less material in a certain product, that rate's going to drop to 25%. And the real issue for a lot of companies has been something like this. A little aluminum or steel on the cap of a lip gloss. You were getting hit with a crazy tariff. Basically, now they're saying that's going to drop to zero. So this was a crisis in their own making. It's been a problem for corporate America. Corporate America has been lining up at the door of the administration saying you need to simplify it. And they said, oh, look, we heard you. We're simplifying it. Now it's just 3 tiers.
Let's just leave the steel story to one side and just think about the last 12 months. You were in the Rose Garden that day when the president made that address. And initially, we thought maybe it would be a baseline tariff of 10%. And then remember, the market started to rally.
And I sent you a picture.
And then I saw the picture.
These are the real rates.
With these crazy numbers on. And in the weeks after that, before we got some form of capitulation, not total capitulation, but the weeks after that, the forecast was this would lead to really high inflation here in the United States and cause tons of economic problems. 12 months later, we haven't seen a great deal of that relative to what people expected 12 months ago.
No, we haven't. And that's what a lot of individuals in the Federal Reserve have talked about, and a lot of individuals, of course, in the administration, that this has been one-time hits. Companies have been able to deal with it and maybe pass along some of it, and some of it they've been able to just have to absorb. I think what the problem right now is when you're talking about what's going on currently in terms of energy prices is there's really no outline of what can happen, and consumers might just start to make their own decisions without companies being able to really change anything, because discretionary spending, more of that is just going to have to go to energy.
12 months on, we've got another supply-side shock. Crude prices surging as the Strait of Hormuz remains effectively closed. President Trump downplaying the economic fallout of the war so far.
Many Americans have been concerned to see the recent rise in gasoline prices here at home. This short-term increase has been entirely the result of the Iranian regime. When this conflict is over, the Strait will open up naturally. Gas prices will rapidly come back down. Stock prices will rapidly go back up.
Stephen Schalk of the Schalk Group writing, Hormuz remains at risk and ceasefire prospects are weak, pointing to a prolonged geopolitical disruption to global flows. Stephen joins us now for more. Stephen, welcome to the programme. Let's just run with the base case, as presented by the President. Things can change, I know that, but let's run with 2 to 3 weeks. Where would this energy market be, where will it be, in 2 to 3 weeks?
Yeah, absolutely. So at the rate we're going right now, the way we've modeled it for the next actually 3 weeks, the current time frame for the spot market right now is $103 a barrel. What was our initial, we'll call it our one standard deviation envelope and all of the simulations that we've run of potential price paths. Now that we are well beyond that, what do? We begin to look for that next. And because of the volatility that's been introduced, we have extremely fat tails on the distributions of potential outcomes. 3 weeks hence, we could be looking at $133 in oil. So, John, what we're essentially looking at or doing is The United States, its oil and the contract that we're following in this case, NYMEX WTI, that's been the cheapest barrel in the world. And now what's happened is the arbitrage is well established. So now you're having a tremendous amount of buying interest coming in from Asia, coming in from Europe, and hence we've been the cheapest barrel. But because of that buying interest, because you just can't get oil from Asian refiner from your typical sources, you're going to start bidding that oil higher. And that's what I think we're starting to see in the Gulf Coast, is that U.S. prices have been suppressed over the past 4 weeks, but that now it's starting to catch up to reality. And therefore, over the next 3 weeks, as this disruption continues, certainly the path is higher to our second tier envelope, which is, like I said, $130, $134 a barrel.
Is that high enough to cause demand destruction for people to pull back on their use of oil or their ability to get oil enough to get oil prices back lower in the near term?
Based on recent observations and economic theory, no, it's not there yet. We have to keep in mind that demand elasticities for gasoline have changed tremendously. I'll give myself as an example. I drive a plug-in electric hybrid. I fill my car up about once every 2 to 3 months. Now, juxtapose this back to 2008, when oil prices peaked at $149 a barrel. I was filling my SUV up every single week. So that was an incredible pain point. That has changed over the last 15 years. So that part was, so what has happened is back then, if we adjust for inflation, $3.60 at the pump was that pressure point. That's that inflection point where demand started to fall off. We are higher because we've introduced more variables into the equation. So based on what we've seen recently, i.e., we're still $1 below a gallon where we were in 2022, and that did not destroy demand. So we'll look to see oil prices up of $150, $160 a barrel before I think we start to see the market correct and demand destruction kick in.
Stephen, are we done, you think, with verbal intervention? Has it run its course?
Well, are we done verbal? So, trying to jawbone the market or trying to, I don't think so. I mean, I think it's just something as an analyst, as a trader, you just have to endure. And so this is why we look at the spread market. So the forward curve in any given market is your indication of where we're potentially going. And so when we see that, when we look at what has transpired now over the past week in WTI with the curve, that is an extreme bid or price increase on the front end of the curve for those prompt barrels. But that is now also starting to cascade down long from the curve. And then we look at a relationship between WTI, Dubai, or for instance, we have oil production in West Texas delivered into Houston that is trading at a $12 discount to the global price of oil. And that and there's a backwardation along that, meaning that there's a strong bid for West Texas oil, and hence why we're still bullish on this market. And so regardless, you could verbally, you could address in the market and say anything you want. The market is reality. And what the reality is telling us, it's that prices are here higher, and they're going to be higher for longer, certainly over the next 3 weeks.
Will energy companies capitalize by actually reinvesting and expanding production?
Eventually, but what we'll see now, and if you're looking at quarterly earnings for if you are a refiner looked great. I mean, you have diesel fuel that's trading at $170 a barrel against $100 crude oil, or gasoline trading at $130 a barrel against $100 oil. So the refinery margins are going to look extremely great coming through the first quarter. But now, as we transition to the second quarter, as we've said, that U.S. prices are starting to catch up. So that is going to be a bigger hit now. That is what has been a boon for Gulf Coast refineries, that wide margin between product prices and crude oil prices. That's catching up, and oil prices are catching up, and that's going to begin to squeeze margins. So we're going to see a lot of volatility. What was good for refiners last quarter is shaping up to be, especially when demand is starting to pick up coming into the second quarter. So you've got the double whammy of domestic oil prices catching up to the global price of oil at a time, second quarter going into summer, where demand for the output of that refinery is going to surge.
Stephen, I don't just want to talk about price, I want to talk about shortages and outright shortages. This from the Australian Prime Minister. We mentioned his comment earlier on today. Over the coming weeks, if you can switch to catching the train or bus or tram to work, do so. The EU Commission suggesting people travel less across Europe. You can track, you've got visibility on the tankers that are arriving and won't be arriving. You can see the cushion that some of these countries have got, the supply they've got, the inventories. How close are we to a shortage where these governments are actively telling the people to stop doing things in the same way that they are in Asia at the moment?
Yeah, absolutely. So looking at the prompt month, which has about 3 more weeks, that time frame that the president supposedly says we're going to be out of there or wrap this up, the market's highly skeptical. So I'll give it that 3-week time range where we'll start to see certainly economies in the Far East. And now we're starting to see economies, because that Atlantic Basin spread is starting to tighten up. Economies in Europe begin to seize up. Here in the United States, oil inventories are sitting at we just got the weekly update yesterday, sitting at a 3-year high. So there is oil here, but the problem is it's not where it needs to be. Yeah. So even though we do have, and the president might want to say buy American oil, that's great. But tanker logistics limitations, there's just a limit to how much that can sate that. So while here in the U.S., as we said, oil prices, or excuse me, oil supplies are fat 3-year highs. They're really beginning to seize up, and that's why we're starting to see the Brent market or WTI now outperforming Brent at this point, because European buyers, refineries are coming out of their once they come out of the maintenance season, they're going to be buying a lot more oil, a lot more U.S. oil, but there is a limit to how much. So we are 2 to 3 weeks away from a shortage that we're already seeing. That's going to grow exponentially over the next couple of weeks.
Stephen, it's good to see you. Thanks for dropping by and getting us up to speed. Stephen Shork there of the Short Group with some sobering comments. Where we'll be in the next 2 to 3 weeks.
Yeah, and he was primarily talking about the United States. But when you look at Southeast Asia, as you were mentioning, about 90% of all of their oil and gas comes from imports, and they don't have the capital to really invest in supporting that. So that's leading to people staying home. That's leading also to people not being able to fly there. So that's also affecting tourism. It's a double whammy on all sides.
Brent Crude around 109. Let's get you an update on stories worldwide with your Bloomberg Brief. Yahara has more. Hey, Yahara.
Hi, John. The UAE is pushing for the UN to authorize a range of measures, including force, to reopen the Straits of Hormuz. The Gulf nation is calling for the organization to take, quote, immediate action. A virtual meeting will be held today to discuss a plan. GOP leaders striking a deal to reopen the Department of Homeland Security, ending the 6-week-long shutdown. The agreement, which had been rejected by President Trump last week, fully funds the department through September. A vote is expected to come as early as today. And Stellantis is in talks to build EVs in Canada with its Chinese partner Zhejiang Leapmotor. Sources telling us talks are in the early stages, but if they proceed, this would mark the first major auto investment from China after the countries agreed to reduce tariffs on Chinese-made EVs. That's your Bloomberg Brief. John?
Yahara, thank you. More from Yahara in about 30 minutes' time. Up next on the program, pushing ahead to payrolls.
You look at certain indicators that would tell you the labor market is super tight. There are labor shortages in certain industries. I think that hiring rate will remain low for the foreseeable future.
Up next, we'll catch up with Nita Richardson of ADP. Live from New York City, you're watching Bloomberg TV.
Crises, 2 essential crises, and for both it's now or never: democracy and climate. And
Bloomberg The China Show brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China.
We need to do more to engage the market more. We're risk on. I think we caught a little sweet spot.
Massive savings right now.
It's already a different game.
Bloomberg The China Show. Weekdays around the world, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg. U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg.
Stocks are declining this morning. We're down by more than 1% on the S&P, negative 1.6 on the Nasdaq, and the bond market yields creeping just a little bit higher, 2s, 10s, and 30s with this move in energy. Crude higher, Brent pushing much higher, higher by around 8% right now, just short of 109. Under surveillance this morning, we're looking ahead to the data, pushing ahead to payrolls.
You look at certain indicators that would tell you the labor market is super tight. There are labor shortages in certain industries. People are saying it's very difficult to find a job, right? And that's why they're not quitting. Before the conflict started, disposable personal income, which is essentially income adjusting for inflation and taxes, was already slowing. I think that hiring rate will remain low for the foreseeable future.
So here's the latest this morning. Traders looking ahead to the March jobs report, with our survey expecting 65,000 jobs to be added. The data will follow an upside surprise in the ADP private payrolls report. Nita Richardson of ADP writing, although hiring has slowed, pay growth has been stable, which helps support consumer spending. Nita joins us now for more. Nita, this is a central question for a lot of people right now. Just how tight is this labour market? Away from payrolls growth, what do you see with things like unemployment, and what do you see with things like wages?
Hi, good morning. I think we have 2 stories coming out of the labor market. Pretty steady, but lower than we're used to hiring. We have 2 straight months of plus 60,000 private sector hiring in the ADP numbers. But the wage story is telling something entirely different, that there's more tightness than is generally appreciated. We saw pay growth for job changers accelerate in March, going from 6.3 to 6.6%, which doesn't sound like a lot, but in the context of low hiring, it's strong signal that wages are still pretty tight. And when I look at just hourly workers over the last 3 months, wage growth has been higher every single month of 2026 than we've seen in any month of the previous 2 years, suggesting that there is some tightness out there in terms of getting new hires on board.
Yela, this suggests that the labor market's in a much better spot than some people give it credit for, even with these low levels. Does that mean, as John's been talking about, people can go ask for a raise to offset the increase in gas prices?
I wish it was that simple, because even though the labor market has been incredibly resilient, it's incredibly fragmented. Most of the jobs are coming from one sector, healthcare. And that's been the case for the past 2 years. In fact, from 2023 to 2025, 3 out of every 4 new jobs created in this country came from the healthcare sector. If you extend that trend out 10 years, the healthcare sector becomes the dominant sector of the United States. And so this sector is also being defined by low-paying jobs. At the same time, we're seeing some steady hiring. We're also seeing an increase in part-time share. That means people are taking part-time jobs. They might be taking second jobs to make ends meet. These jobs may not be the full-time 401k jobs, and they may not be the jobs that give you bargaining power when it comes to higher salaries.
Yela, what are we going to learn tomorrow when we get the March payrolls report, given that a lot of people say it's already outdated, based on it not taking into effect the full shock that we saw in March?
Yeah, I think we'll we'll always get before a shock as a baseline. We'll see how healthy the labor market was going into that shock. And that's particularly important on Friday, remember, because January and February showed such wide swings in the government data, up so much in January, down so much in February. So March is kind of the referee of the first 2 months of the year. If we see a labor market that looks like consensus, looks like the ADP private sector number, about 60, 65, at least we'll see some corroboration that the labor market was okay going into the shock. And then we can track whether or not this particular shock, the duration, the impact will have a stronghold on hiring. I have to point out in the labor market numbers that we produced on Wednesday, small firms really carried the torch for the labor market. If small firms are generating this growth, if the healthcare sector is generating this growth, there could be some buffer if services are really the stalwarts here.
That is an upside surprise we saw yesterday, and a welcome one at that. Nita, thank you. Nita Richardson there of ADP on the jobs data so far. And your point on the sector stuff, healthcare, expected a snapback in healthcare tomorrow morning.
Yeah, which I guess is a good thing, considering that that was the weak spot, but it's a bad thing because it's sort of independent of any kind of cycle. So it's not like you can decide to hire more people because we're all getting older and need to get.
And India has begun its long-delayed national census, a year-long exercise to count more than 1.4 billion people for the first time since it overtook China as the world's most populous nation. The survey will shape everything from roads and schools to how power and resources are actually shared. Catalina, this is absolutely fascinating. So many people. I mean, this must be a huge operation. But what is the significance of this census that's going to be carried out in India?
So first of all, as you referenced there, Leanne, it's the world's largest census with more than 3 million officials that will take part in this year-long. It's going to take 1 year to count India's population of 1.4 billion people. So the survey was originally supposed to take place in 2021. It was postponed due to COVID-19 pandemic. So it's the first population count that India is having in actually 15 years. So it's expected to reshape the welfare programs they have, political representation, and social policy. And why it matters, the census will act as a national mirror for India, up-to-date mirror, because it hasn't been done in 15 years. So it's going to reflect shifts in occupation, living conditions, family structures, fertility, jobs, all of those type of things across the population. It's going to help the judiciary system and policymakers, researchers to track all their trends in migration, urbanization, employment, and, as we said, fertility in the country. So it's going to serve as what India is saying, a foundation for evidence-based policy.
across the continent. Tune in to Daybreak Europe, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
From the market perspective, we are underpricing economic impacts of this energy shock.
There is a little bit too lax thinking around some of the inflation pressures.
A few more weeks of this, we're going to have to take down our GDP forecast.
It might last longer than a lot of us expected originally.
You could open up the strait tomorrow. Impacts are still coming.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern.
Live from New York City this morning. Good morning for our audience worldwide. The second hour of Bloomberg Surveillance starts right now, and your scores look like this. Following the biggest two-day rally on the S&P 500 since May, we're lower across the board. On the S&P, down by 1.2, on the Nasdaq by 1.6. In the bond market, following some pretty decent data in the last 24 hours, yields creeping higher again, up by 5 at the front end of the curve, twos at 385, encouraged by this move in crude. Brent crude up big time this morning following the president's address. We reclaim 109 on Brent. We're higher by 8%.
Yeah, now the question isn't whether the conflict is going to end in the next week or two. It's going to be how much is the escalation going to potentially create some sort of conflagration in the region and potentially damage to regional oil supplies in the meantime, because ultimately that was what the president was preparing us for. I have to say, my mind's spinning. I'm trying to understand exactly how much heat there was in the U.S. economy coming into this, what the shock could mean for it, and exactly how long it can go on before it's irreparable to go back in order to the momentum that we saw beforehand. It is a very difficult scenario to invest in, which is the reason why you see a lot of people sitting on their hands and then these whipsaw movements in markets.
The energy market is focused on the Strait of Hormuz. And yesterday, the president said the strait must take care of that passage, the individuals who use it, meaning not the United States. And then he said it might just open up naturally. If we learned anything from history, what happened in 2023 with the Red Sea was that we are still not at normal flows of what they were before the Houthis started attacking ships. And the energy crisis in Asia right now is being felt so deeply that we are not feeling it here, but maybe it is going to get a lot worse in the months to come. South Korea's president, in an address to the parliament today, please save every drop of fuel. Don't use it. Take public transportation.
In addition to that, we're also tracking threats to financial institutions. We've seen the reported threats against Goldman Sachs in Paris. This from Citi just moments ago. The Paris employees will be working remotely as a precaution, but also in Frankfurt, employees working remotely Thursday and Friday.
We're looking for more details. We don't know exactly the parameters of this. It shows the second order effects of this, which is questions around terrorism, questions around disruptions to both cybersecurity as well as physical security around the world, given the support of Iran, the way they've operated in the past. Again, this is a deeply uncertain moment. The market wants to look past geopolitics. It's having a hard time doing it.
And what Citi is saying comes after the headquarters of Goldman Sachs in Paris was placed under police surveillance yesterday because of concern when it comes to threats that U.S. authorities believe is linked to an Iranian group.
Equity futures right now in the S&P negative by 1.2%, just about session lows. Coming up this hour, we'll catch up with Jim Zelter of Apollo as the president's address upends risk appetite. Mike Powell of BlackRock lowering his outlook on U.S. equities, and Claudio Irigoyen of Bank of America expecting crude to remain in triple digits for the remainder of the year. We begin this hour with stocks falling following the president's shift from a near end to the war to now committing to more aggressive action against Iran over the next 2 to 3 weeks. The president of Apollo Global Management, Jim Zelter, joins us now for more. Jim, good morning.
Good morning, John.
We have got a lot to cover. What interesting times. You've called this a confidence shock. A confidence shock. What does that mean for growth?
Well, I think, and I was listening to this show the last 30, 40 minutes, and I've been doing this a long time, and I sometimes think sometimes there's days where you should just go out and just take a walk around for 30 minutes, because I think we've lost the plot.
It's not that bad.
I think we've lost the plot on two big themes. The first is what's really going on in the world of credit, which I'm sure we'll talk about. And the second is the economic strength of the underlying economy. Certainly, we have a very challenging issue with what's going on in the Middle East right now with this conflict, and I'm suspicious of it ending in 2 or 3 weeks, as many others are. But you just had a quarter with record M&A, literally record M&A in the United States and globally, and we had the biggest IG issuance almost of all time. Those are two indicators of a lot of economic tailwinds along with the CapEx cycle. So I think we lost the plot on the underlying economic strength coming into this thing. The second, I would say, we've really lost the plot on credit. We're talking, the headlines and the conversations are about this little narrow area of direct lending, 200 billion of the non-traded BDCs. And why are we here in the first place? The reality is the last 15 years, credit has compounded great returns for investors around the globe, and they've done it in a manner which beats the high yield and loan indexes dramatically. And so we're talking about a little bit of skirmish on the sidelines here. So, no doubt a big macro crossroads in terms of the timing of this and the impact of crude and what that's going to do on consumer confidence and unemployment. But I think we've missed the plot on two big issues, and I suspect if I'm sitting here in 3 to 6 months, we'll be talking about a much, much different backdrop, and we'll be talking more about the M&A calendar, the IG calendar, the strength of the overall CapEx cycle than we are what's going on in the Middle East.
Well, let's talk about what you called a skirmish in private credit. So let's get to that. So
sure.
Apollo Debt Solutions, cap redemptions at 5%.
Yeah.
Understand that clients sought to redeem about 11.2%. When you get those kind of redemptions, how does it work internally? How do you decide what you're going to cap? What do you do?
It's pretty easy. When we created the whole theme of these vehicles were to give global wealth investors an opportunity to be in a robust asset class with incremental yield over the last decade or so. Institutions have clamored to get into it as they took their equity risk down. And so when these products were created, they were created with the premise of you get higher returns, robust compounding yield, but we are going to protect the vehicle from the run on the bank mentality and that type of activity. And so on page 1 in black and white, it talks about a 5% redemption structure of the portfolio to protect all the investors, not just the 5%, but the 95% they're staying. So for us, it's a very easy conversation. The document said 5%. We told folks 5%. We're giving 5%. And so the idea that this is this term of a gate or redemption penalty, this is common structure and common practice. So we're not doing anything punitive. We're doing what's right as a fiduciary. So it's actually a quite easy conversation.
Is it making it more difficult, though, to raise new money for new funds?
I think when you sit back and you see the headlines of the concerns and consternation of where we are in the credit cycle, investors will say, does this make sense for my portfolio? And yes, subscriptions of new capital have come down from the pace that they were last year. But as John mentioned, the first quarter we had as much money coming in as wanted to redeem. So we were in that fortunate spot because of the nature of how we've run the portfolio. A BDC structure is like a hedge fund or like a mutual fund. It's just a structure. Then all the choices are how you invest it, how you structure it. We've been pretty consistent, low leverage, all 100% senior secured, no PIK. So no doubt, I think investors are going to be a little bit more cautious about how they asset allocate. But I really go back to this first comment. The last 15 years, since 2009, credit, depending on where you've been in private direct lending, probably a 9.5% return versus being in the public safe high yield at around 6.5%. That compounding has made a tremendous amount of difference. It's worked for institutional investors around the globe. They want to put more capital in. So if it didn't work, those investors wouldn't be asking for it.
We have seen that, though, over a period of time where we haven't seen a true credit cycle. Yeah. And we've seen that over a period where we haven't seen the same kind of build out of private credit the way that we have. And we've seen that during an era of prosperity for the Middle East, which has pumped money into this industry. And now a lot of nations have to use that money to go into infrastructure and protecting themselves and propping up their economies. How much does that potentially challenge the credit cycle and challenge the industry from a cyclical perspective, not necessarily just these one-off issues in BDCs?
Yeah. I think you're pulling at the thread of the secular backdrop of credit. When I got to Apollo 20 years ago, investors had a very easy choice. They invested in equities or they invested in private equity, and they did other things around the edges. But really for credit, it was high yield or distressed. It was a very binary decision, yes or no. The last 15 years around the globe, as the globe has gotten older, more and more folks are hitting retirement age. the need for income, the need for yield, and taking that equity risk down is a broader secular theme, literally around the globe. And no doubt the big sovereigns in the Middle East have been big players in a lot of these activities. And certainly when this conflict ends, they're going to need to focus on the capex at home, in Saudi, in the UAE, in Qatar, et cetera. But I don't think that's that might have some marginal impact. But, and to your other point, it has been, other than the COVID period, we really have not had an economic slowdown in the U.S. since '09. That would be the longest cycle post-World War II that we've ever had, almost 17 years. I'll remind you, I was in Australia last week. They haven't had an economic cycle since '92. So the reality is the way the world has grown, globalization, interactive trade around the globe, it's made economic cycles much longer, much more durable, and it's made recessions harder to come by. But I will add, in the last 17 years, you had a huge issue on
गाइस ये नेचुरल गैस में एक ट्रेड लगाया है, अभी थोड़ा वेट करेंगे, एंट्री मत करना डायरेक्टली, एक बार कैंडल क्लोजिंग का वेट करेंगे, डोंट एंटर डायरेक्टली, ओके, इसमें डायरेक्टली एंट्री मत करना, एक बार प्राइस लेवल को हिट करे, लेवल के ऊपर क्लोज करे, फिर एक एंट्री करेंगे, मिडिल ऑफ द लेवल ट्रेड है, एग्जैक्ट लेवल पे नहीं आया, मॉर्निंग पे रेजिस्टेंस पे भी नहीं आया, अभी नीचे सपोर्ट पे भी नहीं है, बीच में लगा रखा है ट्रेड, पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट मान सकते हो एक, थोड़ा सा कंफर्मेशन चाहिए लेवल पे that it will become a support or not, or it will go towards support or towards resistance. Well, continuously bullish ही है अभी भी. अभी डायरेक्टली नेचुरल गैस में एंट्री मत करना, लेवल पे एक बार वेट करेंगे, फिर रिपीट कर रहा हूँ, डोंट एंटर डायरेक्टली, लेवल पे आ चुका है, हिट कर दिया लेवल को, क्लोजिंग चाहिए लेवल के ऊपर, अब 268 के ऊपर अगर क्लोजिंग आती है तो इसमें एक बाइंग बन जाएगी, अगर 268 के नीचे इसी कैंडल ने 15 मिनट की क्लोजिंग करी तो फिर इसमें एंट्री नहीं करेंगे, कैंडल एटलीस्ट क्लोज अबाउट 268, सिक्सटी एट के ऊपर क्लोजिंग नहीं आई तो फिर ये हो सकता है अपने एग्जैक्टली जो सपोर्ट जोन है वहाँ की ओर चला जाए, ये बीच में बस कंसोलिडेशन ही कर रहा है, देन वी कैन वेट फॉर द एग्जैक्ट लेवल, अगर यहाँ पर 268 के ऊपर क्लोजिंग नहीं आती है तो फिर नीचे हमारे पास 263 का लेवल है, वहाँ वेट करेंगे कि प्राइस वहाँ पर आए और सपोर्ट ले, 2 मिनट है, देखते हैं प्राइस होल्ड करता है नहीं करता है अबाउट 268 इन MCX फ्यूचर. क्रूड ऑयल भी मुझे लग नहीं रहा अब नीचे आ जाएगा, 9827 मॉर्निंग पे मेजर रेजिस्टेंस का ब्रेकआउट हो चुका है, थोड़ा बहुत रिटेस्ट साइड पे आया था फिर गया है, एक बार और आ सकता है वापस से रिटेस्ट करने, कंप्लीटली बुलिश लगता है, वापस ऑल टाइम हाई जा सकता है 10,400. मिनट है, देखते हैं, नेचुरल गैस ट्राई तो कर रहा है 268 के ऊपर आने की, क्लोजिंग अगर मिल जाए तो बढ़िया, क्लोजिंग नहीं मिले तो ध्यान रखना, हो सकता है प्राइस यहीं से रिटर्न कर जाए बट फिर एंट्री नहीं कर सकते, कंफर्मेशन चाहिए बिकॉज 268 अगर लेवल से पहले एंट्री कर रहे हैं तो ये तो प्राइस हो सकता है वापस 263 या फिर हो सकता है उससे भी नीचे चला जाए, एग्जैक्ट जो सपोर्ट जोन है. ओए गाइस, ये नेचुरल गैस को देखोगे, कैंडल अभी भी ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बनी थी, करंट वापस नीचे आ गई है 268 के। एक बार थोड़ा सा स्मॉलर टाइम फ्रेम पे देख लेते हैं क्या कर रहा है ये मार्केट यहाँ पे। ठीक है, देखो ऊपर लास्ट कैंडल 268 के ऊपर ही क्लोज हुई थी, एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे थे वही क्लोज होगी, बट ये कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बनी थी करंट एरिया पे, अवॉइड करते हैं। ठीक है, नीचे ही आने का वेट करते हैं, आने दो, हो सकता है देखो यहाँ से चला जाए प्राइस ऊपर वापस, बट अब नॉट इंटरेस्टेड इन दिस लेवल। जाएगा तो जाने देते हैं अब। ठीक है, यहाँ पर एक छोटा सा पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट बन तो गया है, बट अगेन सपोर्ट से दूर है काफ़ी। लास्ट कैंडल एक्सपेक्टेड था ऊपर क्लोज होगी, वो हुई जरूर, 268 के ऊपर ही क्लोज हुई है 268.2 पर। ये कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बनी थी, ओपन इक्वल टू हाई रिमूव कर दिया, ऊपर गई वापस नीचे आना शुरू कर गई है। लॉजिकली यहाँ पर देखा जाए तो बाइंग बन रही है, ठीक है, मतलब इन द सेंस ऑफ सिस्टम के अकॉर्डिंग देयर इज अ बाइंग इज एक्टिवेटेड, इवन दो दिस इज नॉट एग्जैक्टली सपोर्ट और रेजिस्टेंस के बीच का एरिया है, बट मेरे अकॉर्डिंग अब अवॉइड ही करना, छोड़ दो। लास्ट कैंडल अगर ओपन इक्वल टू हाई नहीं बनती ना तो ले लेता डायरेक्टली, ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बनी, इवन दो फिर भी रिपीट कर रहा हूँ, ओपन इक्वल टू हाई रिमूव हो चुका है और ये कैंडल नॉर्मल कैंडल में कन्वर्ट हो गई है, बट स्टिल मुझे थोड़ा सा सही नहीं लग रहा लेना अब यहाँ पर। बाकी अगर कोई ले रहा है तो बहुत कम क्वांटिटी से लेना, नहीं तो अवॉइड करो, छोड़ दो। बीच में ऐसे लेवल पे नहीं ट्रेड करते हैं, लेट इट गो। बाकी क्रूड देखते हैं और कितना ऊपर जाता है, कहीं भी कुछ भी सेलिंग कुछ भी नहीं बन रही है इसमें, नो सेलिंग प्रेशर। लेट इट गो, छोड़ दो उसको लेवल को। रुकना शुरू कर दिया नेचुरल गैस ने, मैं फिर रिपीट कर रहा हूँ, मेरे साइड से नहीं है ट्रेड, इवन दो वहाँ पे एंट्री बन गई है, फिर भी अवॉइड करना मैं यही सजेस्ट करूँगा, जाता है तो जाने देंगे प्राइस को। क्रूड ऑयल ने ऑलमोस्ट 10,400 की ओर जाने की कोशिश, नॉट इवन अ सिंगल कैंडल रेड बनी है काफ़ी देर से। सुपरओलिस हो गया ये तो बिल्कुल। लेट्स सी थोड़ी प्रॉफिट बुकिंग आती भी है या फिर नहीं इसमें। ये 10% अप है। इंट्राडे 994 पॉइंट, ऑलमोस्ट 1000 पॉइंट हो गया है। 10,250 रुपीज पर बैरल यूएस क्रूड ऑयल हो गए 1000 पॉइंट इंट्राडे। गोल्ड और सिल्वर तो क्या गिरे, वाव। लुक एट सिल्वर, लोअर सर्किट लगा था पहला थोड़ी देर पहले। दोनों ही फॉरेक्स एमसीएक्स 6% डाउन है, गोल्ड % डाउन है। $4,600 की ओर फॉरेक्स एमसीएक्स $70 वापस। एंड यूएस डॉलर ऑल्सो प्रोजेक्ट है, बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट लेवल अगेन $100 पे रुका हुआ है। होल्ड और गो डाउन। नेचुरल गैस मुझे थोड़ा साइडवेज लग रहा है। रेंज से नीचे एक सपोर्ट था, कैंडल ऊपर क्लोज हुई थी, एक बाइंग बनी थी, मैंने मना कर दिया था। किसने लिया हुआ है तो अपना एसएल का ध्यान रखना। थोड़ा सा रेंज बाउंड लग रहा है अभी। यूएस डॉलर को देखना पड़ेगा, साथ साथ सिल्वर अगर मुझे लगता है 68 के नीचे इस बार गया डेली टाइम फ्रेम पे तो शायद फिर 60 के नीचे ही चला जाएगा। इफ सिक्स बिलो 68 होल्ड करता है तो डेली टाइम फ्रेम पे क्लोजिंग बेसिस पे। उस सेकेंड अपर सर्किट पर पहुंचने वाला है 12%। काफ़ी देर के बाद थोड़ी बहुत प्रॉफिट बुकिंग, उसमें भी कुछ खास सेलिंग नहीं आ रही। क्रूड कंप्लीटली बुलिश है। नेचुरल गैस थोड़ा सा साइडवेज लग रहा है, देखते हैं कुछ बनता है तो फिर से। लास्ट ट्रेडिंग सेशन कल गुड फ्राइडे, मार्केट क्लोज एमसीएक्स एनएसई बीएसई मॉर्निंग इवनिंग दोनों सेशन क्लोज हैं। रिकवरी आ रही है, सिल्वर में देखना पड़ेगा $69 to $70। $58 की ओर जाते हुए $68 के नीचे क्लोजिंग आती है तो अल्टीमेटली सिल्वर को आना ही है 48 $8। कब तक गिरता है $48 तक अल्टीमेटली फर्स्ट मेजर सपोर्ट ऑलरेडी देखोगे ऑल टाइम हाई से प्राइस रिसेंट जो लो बनाया था दैट इज 50% सेल ऑफ करंटली ट्रेडिंग एट 42% फ्रॉम ऑल टाइम हाई गिरता है 48 से तो लगभग 60% गिरेगा तो मतलब करंट लेवल से 20% और अभी भी एक्सपेक्टेड है अगर फॉल करता है तो 30% सॉरी 70 चल रहा है ना 48 70 70 से अगर 48 गिरता है तो लगभग 30-31% होता है तो या 30% अभी और है सेलिंग के लिए स्पेस मार्केट में सिल्वर का एक तो लोअर लो फॉर्मेशन पे चला गया थोड़ा सा लास्ट 63 का लो था फिर 61 का लो है एक और लो बनाता है तो कंफर्म आ जाएगा लोअर लो फॉर्मेशन पे देन एक अपॉर्चुनिटी मिलेगी $48 के अराउंड फॉरेक्स चार्ट which is all time high to 60% correction in silver forex chart क्रूड ऑयल भी ऑलमोस्ट पहुंच गया 10,375 के आसपास लेट्स सी गिरता है या फिर नहीं अब कोई मेजर रेजिस्टेंस नहीं है नया क्रिएट हो तो बढ़िया है लॉन्ग वीकेंड है मुझे लग रहा है शायद पहले ही यूटिलाइज कर रहे हैं प्राइस को मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली नेक्स्ट 3 days वी कैन सी हैवी बम्बार्डमेंट इन ईरान और कोई अभी तक न्यूज़ तो आई नहीं है के रिगार्डिंग इसका इम्पैक्ट पड़े 5:30 ऑलरेडी हो चुका है न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ऑलरेडी ओपन इस वीक की कैंडल की क्लोजिंग भी मुझे लगता नहीं है आज वो ऑलरेडी सेलिंग आ गई है मार्केट वैसे कल तो ऊपर ही था 75 के आसपास सिल्वर में 75 के आसपास क्लोजिंग हुई थी वापस नीचे आ गया अगर आज लास्ट ट्रेडिंग सेशन ही है कल तो वैसे भी फॉरेक्स भी क्लोज ही होगा गुड फ्राइडे है तो नेक्स्ट 1 डे 9 आवर्स में अगर ये वापस क्लोजिंग नहीं आती है 73.50 के ऊपर तो मुझे कंफर्म ही लग रहा है ये डाउन ट्रेंड में ही चला जाएगा एक पॉसिबिलिटी बन सकती है अगर कैंडल ऊपर क्लोजिंग आ जाती है 73.50 के ऊपर कि अभी भी थोड़ा बहुत रुक सकता है अदरवाइज सेलिंग जो प्रेशर बना हुआ है सेलिंग का सिल्वर में विल कंटिन्यू 73.50 के ऊपर वीकली की कैंडल क्लोजिंग इंपॉर्टेंट है जब तक इसके ऊपर जाता नहीं है प्राइस आई थिंक सेलिंग प्रेशर कंटिन्यू होना चाहिए 65 के नीचे तो बहुत ज़्यादा प्रेशर आ जाएगा वीकली we can expect then 48 easily if even a single weekly time frame candle close below 65 अभी के लिए फाइट चल रही है 72 73 के अराउंड। 73 के ऊपर क्लोजिंग जरूरी है अगर मार्केट को रिटेन करना है गेन। लास्ट वीक भी रिजेक्शन लिया, इस वीक भी रिजेक्शन ही है। कल ऐसा लग रहा था क्लोजिंग आ जाएगी इस वीक में, क्योंकि सिर्फ 2 दिन थे आज का और कल का। कल तो ऊपर क्लोज हुआ था 75, नाउ टुडे ऑलरेडी डेली 6% डाउन है, फ्रॉम 75 to $70 राइट नाउ। ठीक है, ऑलमोस्ट सेकेंड अपर सर्किट पे डे के लगने वाला है, 12% सेकेंड अपर सर्किट लग जाएगा। क्रूड ऑयल गए साइडवेज। डेटा की बात करें तो एक डेटा है आई थिंक 7 PM पे यूएस मार्केट से पहले। हाँ, कंज्यूमर कॉन्फिडेंस का डेटा है और जॉब ओपनिंग का डेटा भी है। ओके सॉरी, नॉट टुडे। नेचुरल गैस इन्वेंट्री है। ठीक है, अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट क्लेम्स का डेटा 6 PM पर, एंड देन नेचुरल गैस इन्वेंट्री 8 PM पर। 7 PM यूएस मार्केट ओपन 212। to 48.50 विल गुड लेवल आएगा तो यहाँ पर लेना चाहिए लॉन्ग टर्म के लिए, कम क्वांटिटी। प्राइस कितना गिरा था वहां से? सिल्वर फॉल ऑलमोस्ट 76% फ्रॉम देयर लास्ट ऑल टाइम हाई जो बना था वहां से। दैट इज फ्रॉम 2011 to 2020, 10 साल में 76% गिरा। एंड देन फ्रॉम 1980 to 1993, 13 years तक प्राइस ऑलमोस्ट 92% 92% फॉल में था। फ्रॉम 1980 to 1990, 10 साल का ये एक टाइम पीरियड है। नाइन्टी परसेंट 76%, 60% इनफ है। ऑलमोस्ट रीच हो गया है टारगेट बाइंग का। अगर किसी ने बाई किया था क्रूड ऑयल ने बुक कर लेना। अब इससे ऊपर मैं एक्सपेक्ट नहीं कर रहा हूँ। अभी इंट्राडे में हो सकता है थोड़ा प्रॉफिट बुकिंग दिखाए मार्केट यहाँ पे। किसी ने बाई किया था तो बुक कर लेना। ऑलरेडी सेकेंड अपर सर्किट के आसपास पहुँचने वाला था, रह गया 12% के। एक्सपेक्टिंग सम पुल बैक फ्रॉम हेयर। प्रॉफिट बुकिंग एक्सपेक्टेड है थोड़ी सी अब यहाँ से। में था तो मेरे अकॉर्डिंग निकल जाना चाहिए इंट्राडे के लिए स्पेशली। सार प्रॉफिट बुकिंग, ऑलमोस्ट सार प्रॉफिट बुकिंग। गैस भी कुछ ज़्यादा ही साइडवेज हो गया, ना अप साइड निकल रहा है ना डाउन साइड। 267 270 3 पॉइंट रेंज। यूएस अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट क्लेम्स का डेटा आ गया, जितना फोरकास्ट था उससे कम लोगों ने अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट क्लेम्स के लिए फाइल किया, which is good news for dollar.
Was 212. So we've got a rolling 4-week moving average of around 208,000 on jobless claims, which is absolutely phenomenal. Put together with what we've seen in the data so far this week, retail sales okay, pretty strong. We saw the ADP number pretty decent as well. ISM, the headline number, we'll get to the details later, but the headline number was pretty good too. All of that building up going into payrolls Friday.
When you put this all together, all of these upside surprises, and you take a look at the U.S. Economic Surprise Index, it is now at the highest level going back to October of 2023. We have underestimated how much strength collectively as analysts across Wall Street, underestimated how much strength was in the U.S. economy, both in the labor front as well as in the manufacturing and other sectors fronts. How much does this buffer the U.S. economy from any kind of growth shock, and how much does it just sort of feed into the ability to absorb price increases and pass it along in the form of inflation?
Mike McKee still with us. Mike, let's talk about that. To Lisa's point, how much momentum did we have coming into this month and moving into April?
We did have some decent momentum. When you look at the sales numbers, American consumers still out there, even though we have seen some decline in consumers' confidence. The question is, do they continue? Most of the data we have now is before the war started. We didn't get the latest retail sales numbers for March yet. So let's see how people hang in there and how spending patterns might change given the cost of gasoline. Labor market hasn't changed in months now. Basically, companies aren't hiring, but they're not firing either. Everybody waiting to see what's happening with tariffs and now with the war.
Mike, does this give the Federal Reserve more space to worry about the other side of the mandate?
It does. They have basically said they're more worried about inflation than they are about jobs right now, because inflation they know is going to rise because headline inflation will go up with oil prices. But does it get into other parts of the economy? And what is the continued lagged effect of tariffs? That's what they are worried about, and they're not going to know for a while. I made the argument that it's a little bit easier, maybe, job for Kevin Warsh if he joins the Fed on time, because now he can tell the president, you know, with inflation above 4%, and predictions are we're going to get there based on oil prices, I can't justify arguing for lower rates. Instead of having to say the economy is strong and we don't need to lower rates, he can say, well, inflation's too high. So maybe he stays out of the president's crosshairs for a couple of months.
Yeah, good luck, Mike. Thanks for that. Appreciate it. Mike McKee, thank you very much. Wishful thinking there. I'd love to know how that conversation would go.
Listen, Mr. President, it's look at the inflation levels, and Mr. President's going to say, absolutely not. We want those rates lowered. We already are hearing it right now.
Looking ahead to payrolls Friday, let's get to the data. The estimate's 65K. That's the median in our survey. Talked about this very wide range. At the high end, we're looking for 151. That's the high estimate in our survey. The low is negative 16,000. The number drops 8:30 tomorrow morning. We'll be here in a studio right here at Bloomberg Surveillance, live from 7 a.m. Eastern Time all the way through to 10 o'clock. Let's give you an update with Alejandra Grindo of Ned Davis Research on what she's seeing in the data. Alejandra, welcome to the program. The data so far this week, pretty strong. How much momentum's in this economy?
Yeah, so really, thanks for having me again. So yeah, really strong data. You know, the jobless claims do reflect the post-war environment, but as Mike McKee mentioned earlier, a lot of the data has also been pre-war. But, you know, ultimately the bottom line is we went into this crisis and, you know, maybe not a booming position, but at least far from recession territory. And typically we've found is that when you have policy uncertainty, when you have wars, the economy tends to be slightly more resilient if it's starting from a good starting point. In other words, we tend to shrug it off. That being said, I don't think we'll, you know, come out of this unscathed. Affordability isn't necessarily great. Long-term yields have risen, so it's a little harder to buy a home, obviously. And maybe the Fed will delay the potential rate cuts that we were expecting. So we do see downside risk from this crisis, but we don't anticipate it putting the U.S. economy into recession.
Well, let's just stand the momentum we've got for now and think about what it might mean for the Federal Reserve in the future. We've been told repeatedly over the past 5 weeks or so that there is low potential for second-order inflationary effects because, quite simply, this economy is not strong enough and the labour market's not tight enough. Does the data validate that consensus view?
So, you know, I think a lot of people have drawn parallels to, say, 2022. right, where you had that oil price shock. And if you compare, so I did mention US not headed for a recession, but if you compare now versus back in 2022, where you did see those larger second round effects, and it's obviously freaked out a lot of central banks around the world, things were different then. I mean, the starting point in inflation was much higher, demand was much stronger, and it was almost like you had this supply shock already jump on something that was already headed toward, central banks that were already headed toward excessive tightening. So I think right now, yes, things aren't by any means horrible, but the outlook is a little more balanced. Of course, it has to do also with how long the war lasts, right? I mean, that's what everybody's saying, and none of us actually know. So anytime you have these higher energy prices, and if they stay for a long period of time, say 6 months to a year, which, as you talked about earlier, with the backwardation of the oil curve, a lot of people don't anticipate that, but assuming that does happen, then that will get into our heads, create second round effects, and then lead to a long-term spike in long-term inflation expectations. And that's really what I think the Fed's going to be looking at.
It's a complicated backdrop for the Fed.
Yes.
It's an even more complicated backdrop for the European Central Bank. I just wonder whether the inflationary pressure is going to be similar overseas or whether it's actually going to be more, I don't want to use the transitory word, but more transitory, more temporary in nature because of the growth shock aspect that might be dampened by the robust growth in the U.S.
Yeah, so definitely we have found that it's not an apples and oranges comparison between the U.S. and Europe. Europe does tend to feel the inflationary impact and the second round impact of energy prices to a greater degree than the U.S. does. I mean, we saw that. But again, 2022 is very different from today. In the case of Europe, you don't have that same strong demand, stronger labor markets, that higher starting point on inflation. So there are some parallels from that respect. But yes, they tend to see the stronger second round effects. And you also have to keep in mind the Fed has a dual mandate, employment as well as inflation, whereas the ECB just has the one mandate of inflation, and they target the headline as opposed to the Fed targeting the core. So they are in a slightly, I would say, different position. It is possible that the ECB will move to easing policy this year, tightening policy. I have to get that right. They might move to tightening policy this year. And that wasn't our base case. But I think, last I checked, the market was anticipating 2-3 rate hikes by the ECB. And given just the downside risks that the oil price shock does present to European growth, we don't quite anticipate that much tightening. Maybe one hike to sort of, show that they mean business, right? But it's kind of stay in wait and see mode after that.
What are you going to do with tomorrow's jobs report, given the fact that it feels a little bit like doing the crossword puzzle at the back of a newspaper after reading the headlines?
Yeah, it'll be just the many of pieces of data that we put in together to come up with our final outlook. We don't like to hang our hat on one indicator, that sometimes, the data is prone to quite a bit of revision too. But it's still a key report, and it does represent that March environment. And as I mentioned before, we don't have a huge amount of data reflecting March. It's a lot of soft data at this point. So this will be some hard data reflecting that number. And to your point, there's a pretty wide range of expectations. Our view is we're a little bit below the consensus of about 50,000, a little bit of payback from the healthcare strikes that we had in February, as well as the poor weather that we had in February. If the number goes significantly above or significantly below, there could be an adverse market reaction either way, because if it goes really low, there's a view that the economy is not as strong as we think. If it goes above, it could be viewed as inflationary. So we're hoping for that Goldilocks sort of, 50,000 scenario. Who'd have thought 50,000 would be Goldilocks? But I think
seriously,
it is. Yeah.
I know your base case is still for no recession, but a lot of guests have come on the program and actually upped the probability, though, by the end of the year, higher than they thought at the start of the year. What would it take for you to potentially relook at that potential outcome?
Oh, yeah. And if you were to ask me now versus 2 months ago, definitely see a higher risk of recession. But it's still a low risk, if that makes any sense. It would really have to do with the longevity of the war, right? How long do oil prices stay elevated? How do they start having second round effects? Does the Fed, do long run inflation expectations get impacted? Good news so far, they haven't been. And does that have to move the Fed toward more aggressive tightening? Again, maybe not recession end of year, but it could put that into next year.
Alejandra, appreciate your time responding to that data. Thank you. Alejandra Gondal there of Ned Davis Research, following better than expected economic data in America. Another one, downside surprise on jobless claim. As we always say, the right kind of downside surprise. Check out this news from Blue Owl. Stock is down in the pre-market by something like 8%. Just bear in mind, this name at the end of last year was trading around 15. It now trades around 8. It's been cut in half almost. The stock is down by more than 8%. These headlines from the Bloomberg team just moments ago. 2 private credit funds capping redemptions at 5%. Go through the redemption requests individually for each fund. Investors in the $36 billion Blue Owl Credit Income Fund, one of the industry's largest, asked to pull 21.9% of shares in the 3 months ending March 31, according to an investor letter. As for the other fund, the Blue Owl Technology Income Fund, saw shareholders asking for 40.7% back, compared with 15.4% just 3 months earlier.
And Blue Owl is going to respond to these redemption requests by limiting it to that 5% cap that some of its other industry peers have been doing, in contrast to earlier allowing a greater proportion to be redeemed. The scope of requests for redemptions highlights how Blue Owl really has become sort of the epicenter of a lot of the concerns, given the fact that they invested heavily in the data centers, as well as other technology and other software sectors that some other people said were a bit riskier. A question here about whether this is a specific issue to a couple of different loans or whether this is an industry-wide issue. Jim Zelter was on moments ago talking about how he sees this as, what was it, noise?
Take a walk.
Take a walk.
Noise for the broader asset class.
Correct.
I think it's the frustration coming from some of these private credit managers right now.
Because there are people who have behaved in a more disciplined or less risk-on kind of way. That said, there clearly is an issue that some people continue to harp on, and you can see that in the redemption requests.
And the clue might be in the name, Blue Owl Technology Income Fund. And that's why the redemption's there. The number is so much larger, I would imagine. The issue I've got with this brand, we've talked about this a few times over the last month or so. The problem you've got now, knowing they're going to cap redemptions at 5%, that is basically the industry standard. And as Jim said, it was there in black and white ahead of time anyway, that if you want your money back, you're going to put in a much bigger redemption request. So it'd be interesting to me what the source of the redemptions are, how isolated they are, and a handful of investors who are thinking that way and putting in a bigger number to redeem.
Does 40.7% of this Blue Owl Technology Income Corp represent 40% of total investors, or two investors that are putting in significant amounts asking for redemptions? There's also a question at what point some of these funds actually have to start to sell, because what you have seen is that inflows to some of these funds, not Blue Owl, but more broadly in the industry, have been matching roughly what the outflows have been, so you don't have to have the fire sales. At what point do you actually see that pressure valuations of the underlying assets?
Blue Owl down by 8 to 9% so far this morning in the pre-market. Let's get you an update on that and stories elsewhere with your Bloomberg brief. Yahara has more. Hey, Yahara.
Hi, John. Applications for U.S. unemployment benefits fell last week, suggesting layoffs remain low. Initial claims decreased to 202,000 for the final week of March, shy of what Bloomberg economists were anticipating. These numbers coming ahead of the March payrolls report, set to be released tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. Eastern. We will see you here. Blue Owl is limiting redemptions at 5% for two of its private credit funds following a massive surge in withdrawal requests. The investor letters revealing shareholders tried to pull 22% of shares from its credit income fund and 41% of shares from its technology income fund, the firm saying the caps are necessary to balance the interests of all shareholders. And the headquarters of Goldman Sachs in Paris was placed under police surveillance last night following bomb threats believed to be from an Iranian group. The threats come just days after a bombing attempt was foiled near the office of Bank of America in the French capital. Citi telling its Paris and Frankfurt employees to work remotely as a precaution. That's your Bloomberg brief, John.
Yahara, thank you. Thank you for the update. Up next on the programme, Oh-Seung Kwon of Wells Fargo warning prolonged war limits potential upside. Plus, Danny's going to be back. She's got your morning movers. Blue Owl capping redemptions from two private credit funds. That name down by 9% in the pre-market.
operators like ourselves. And then the customers land up going to the black market, and the black market don't pay tax, do whatever, and there's no customer, there's no responsible gaming, and the fiscals of these governments don't collect any money. So it's finding a balance between overtaxing and then not regulating. Anything from 15 to 25% of your net gaming revenue paid on tax is probably the right number. And when you start going above that, the metrics start becoming a bit more complicated for lots of the operators.
Thousands of American Marines are heading to the Middle East.
Greece will not participate.
There's a very good chance we're going to end up in a deal.
He's looking at putting boots on the ground.
This is going to be a short-term excursion.
Trust Bloomberg for on-the-ground coverage.
Things are not de-intensifying.
A lot of fear here in Europe. Ukraine is being left out in the cold.
Up-to-the-minute reporting.
The Fujairah report has been hit.
Missiles have struck the U.S. Embassy.
And the analysis you need.
The United States military has shown its might. Now it's time to please calm down.
Nobody covers geopolitics like Bloomberg.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Amin, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute global news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Jumana Bersecci in Davos, Switzerland, and this is Bloomberg.
There is so much uncertainty. What the market is not paying enough attention is the persistence of the shock, even if the war ends in 3 or 4 weeks. It's not just about the war is over, it's about normalizing the flows in the Strait. Lower growth, higher inflation. The question is, how much lower, how much higher?
That was Claudio Irigoyen there of Bank of America on the outlook for inflation, for growth, for the global economy and what central banks might do or might not do in the future. Your scores this morning look like this as we count you down to the opening bell. Equity futures near session lows. We're down by 1.4% on the S&P. On the Nasdaq, we're down by 1.8%. With some morning movers, some single names. Danny Berger has more. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John. It's shaping up to be an especially painful session for Blue Owl. Stunning redemption requests for 2 of their BDCs. We were talking about it before the break. One of their tech-focused ones, 41%. The other one, 22%. They are gating the funds, only allowing 5% to come out, as is the standard for their prospectus. Blue Owl does point out that 90% of investors said that they're sticking with the fund, so that 10%, it was really concentrated of the outflows. But again, these numbers are stunning. Some of the bigger numbers we've heard, Oaktree, for example, 8.5% was their redemption request, which, by the way, Matt and I will be speaking to the co-CEO in about 2 hours' time of Oaktree. But still, these are big numbers. It has the market worried. Blue Owl down almost another 10%. It's already lost 65%, this stock, since its peak. Elsewhere, we're looking at the impact of higher oil prices and generally negative risk sentiment this morning. WTI up as much as 12%. Chevron, Exxon, Occidental Petroleum, all the oil majors undo some of their losses over the past 2 days and post up gains as high as nearly 4%. In the case of Oxy. The flip side of this are those that will have to pay for higher energy costs, and the airlines continue to be the poster children for this. The American-based carriers down at least 4% this morning. In the case of Delta and United, that's 4 and a.
Okay, guys. Second upper circuit लग गया है crude oil में फिर से almost bullish है 12% intraday up. Okay, upper circuit open हुआ and again upside. आज कहाँ रुकेगा पता नहीं, लगता नहीं है पुल बैक आएगा आज तो। वैसे इतना ही एक्सपेक्टेड था, सेलिंग का कुछ सिनेरियो बन नहीं रहा है। नेचुरल गैस भी साइडवेज ही लग रहा है। ये कैंडल क्लोज होती है, इसके बाद देखते हैं नेचुरल गैस में एक ट्रेड मुझे लग रहा है बन जाएगा। ये कैंडल एक बार क्लोज हो जाए। ओपन इक्वल टू लो, सेकंड लोअर अपर सेकंड अपर सर्किट ओपन हुआ ओपन इक्वल टू लो के साथ। क्रूड ऑयल अगेन न्यू ऑल टाइम हाई इन एमसीएक्स। ठीक है, देखते हैं 2008 का जो हाई बना था आई थिंक $147, वो भी हिट होता है या फिर नहीं होता है। Currently in US crude oil trading at 112, 147 का last all time high है एक. Sorry, not 2008 का. हाँ 2008 का ये sorry. 147.27. क्लोज होगी तो एक सेलिंग का ट्रेड यहीं से प्लान करेंगे नेचुरल गैस में, और तो कुछ अभी कर नहीं सकते, रेंज के अंदर ही बना हुआ है.
This morning, John.
Hey, Danny.
Heading into this year, we were getting more bullish on cyclicals, commodities. Commodities was our top sectors heading into this year. Yeah, thank you. We were more cautious on tech, but with this event, I mean, what this did was it at least put a dent on the growth outlook that people were getting really bullish into. And the biggest driver of that bullish outlook was A, the restocking cycle, which I think is going to continue, but also B, the one big beautiful bill, the tax return, which is going to get wiped out basically. The thing is, I think the economy is going to be okay because the cost of living that's spread out over the next 12 months, whereas one big beautiful bill, that's happening today. People are collecting their tax returns today. So that's going to be a cushion over the next 6 months at least. So I think the economy is going to be okay. But at the end of the day, this is a K-shaped widener because the bottom 40%, they lose right away because they weren't getting that much from the tax return anyway. Whereas the top 20%, even over the next 12 months, they are still going to benefit by about $1,500. So I think this is a K-shaped widener.
Osung, it's good to see you. Thanks for the update. We appreciate it. It's a moving target, I know, and things are moving pretty quickly. Osung Kwan there of Wells Fargo. We're getting closer and closer to a long weekend, and you just wonder where we'll be when we come out the other side.
Long weekend? What are you talking about? It's not going to be a long weekend for us. We're going to be here tomorrow, but that's the reason why. How many people are trying to de-risk ahead of what is a long weekend for most people?
I like what Osung said there. This one big beautiful bill, all of that money, that tax refund, the president talked about last night, how much of that is just going to your local gas station for most consumers?
3 days for the president where the market will be largely closed. Troop build-up continues to build. Back and forth in terms of the communication and the verbal intervention we've seen so far. That's what I'm trying to figure out, what the next few days looks like in this conflict.
Yeah, and how much people are trying to de-risk ahead of that, because we just got a warning shot saying escalate to de-escalate, and people are taking that seriously.
To Bramo's point, we will be here tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. Eastern Time. Not quite an early start, an early-ish start. Going into this, the payrolls report at 8:30 Eastern Time. We'll catch up with Priya Misra of JP Morgan, Francis Donald of RBC, Torsten Slock of Apollo, and the National Economic Council Director, Kevin Hassett from New York City this morning. Good morning to you all. This was Bloomberg Surveillance.
Trading day is about to start.
And you're already looking for that edge.
The opening trade brings you everything you need to know as markets open across Europe.
Let's talk about the significant risk transfers to find space in their balance sheet.
Hedging some of that risk.
You could look at it the other way. Obviously, this stuff is risk-weighted.
I would much rather be long than be short.
We're in a kind of sweet spot.
Very, very strong alignment.
3 revolutions in one.
I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Anna Edwards.
And I'm Tom McKenzie.
This is your opening trade.
Every trading day, only on Bloomberg.
Tariffs, I think,
are probably the first time in my career I've had to deal with like a fundamental change in government policy in terms of how we think about how markets work.
The challenge, especially within my supply chain, is now how do you have enough productivity initiatives to offset the increased cost of all the product?
Can you just move your supply chain out of China and into the US, or out of Mexico and up to Canada? Is it that easy?
It's not that easy, but we do have flexibility. And we had been, prior to tariffs, prior to any of this, we had been on a journey to diversify our footprint out of China. So probably 2-ish years ago, roughly 65% of our toy and game volume was coming from China. Today, as we entered into 2025, that was around 50%. All we've done is really accelerate the path to get down to roughly, call it 30% by the time we enter into 2027. For us, I mean, if tariffs stay, if tariffs go, it's never good to have so much of your manufacturing base centered on one geography. We think the diversification is good, but it does take a bit of time to get vendors and suppliers up to speed. Quality is a big deal, especially when you're dealing with toys and kids. It's not an instantaneous thing, but it's not also a 5-year, have to build a new plant from scratch.
We have two crises, two essential crises, and for both it's now or never: democracy and climate, and they are absolutely interlinked. And we have to solve them together. We're losing the democratic infrastructure and norms to deal with the climate, and we're losing the climate stability that is essential for a democracy. We have to solve them together. We've never faced a threat like this to our democracy at a time when it's a perfect storm, at a time when we're being told by climate scientists, some of you may be in this room, that we have to cut our emissions, fossil fuel emissions, in half in 5 years now. You know, when I started to realize what was happening, it was 12 years, and we haven't done it.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Stephen Engel at Japan's Akasaka Palace in Tokyo, and this is Bloomberg.
All right, 30 minutes until the start of trading on what feels like Thursday to a lot of us, including me. I'm Matt Miller.
But it's really Friday for most of us. I'm Danny Berger. Bloomberg Open Interest starts right now.
Coming up, from hopes of peace to escalation fears, once again, President Trump offers no clear timeline on Iran while pledging more aggressive action ahead.
The month-long turmoil forced traders to unwind position, with some of the world's biggest hedge funds posting heavy losses in March.
And Apollo's Jim Zelter downplays concerns about private credit, even as firms curb withdrawals amid a surge in redemption requests.
I mean, it's Blue Owl's redemption request this morning. That's everyone's attention. 41%
massive
for their tech fund.
Massive.
And of course, they're putting up the gates and just giving.
But if you know they're only going to allow 5%, then you have to request 100% of your money back.
And maybe that's what happened. They say only 10% of investors in the fund asked for their money back. Matt, here at the Open, I'm watching some of the big Mag 7 stocks. A couple things going on. For one, they're all getting hit just because of the negative sentiment in the market. But Tesla specifically down. They had deliveries in China, which were poor, and their first quarter deliveries just coming out. That misses estimates at about 358,000. The estimate was 372. Shares down 3.4%. Meta, Alphabet, those also falling as well. They're plunging even more as governments scrutinize their practices. Indonesia, Matt, you pointed this out to me, issued a second summons to ban social media for kids.
Yeah, and I think more than 200 child advocacy groups have called for YouTube to ban AI from the kids' platforms. Of course, YouTube owned by Google. Let's look at energy stocks this morning. Surging on the rising price in oil. So Apache, Marathon, Valero, Diamondback, all up 3 or 4% as oil rises, futures fall. Take a look at cross-asset piece here. S&P futures, NASDAQ futures down pretty sharply, almost 2% for the tech-heavy index. And then oil surging, and you have NYMEX crude up 12% right now, Brent up 8%. And in fact, Brent is priced at lower than NYMEX on the front end or the front contracts. And Danny, I guess that's because what? Brent crude is trading a June contract?
Yes.
Yeah.
देखिए नेचुरल गैस में देखो टारगेट नीचे तक का रख सकते हैं 258 यहाँ तक पॉसिबिलिटी है 258 तक जाने की $258, $259. Still bullish सिर्फ प्रॉफिट बुकिंग आ रही है काफी ऊपर चला गया है वॉलेटाइल ज्यादा ही है ये अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 11 पॉइंट का टारगेट ही दिख रहा है इसमें फिलहाल के लिए, अनटिल अनलेस कोई और नया सपोर्ट नहीं बनता। नीचे वाली ब्लू कलर की लाइन तक रख सकते हैं टारगेट। 7 PM यूएस मार्केट ओपन होगा, लेट्स सी। UK invited India among nation for talks on Strait of Hormuz. Foreign Secretary Misri attending meet MEA. को भी डिवाइड करके चलना टारगेट को, ये पूरा यहाँ तक तो एक साथ नहीं आएगा मोस्टली। बीच में एक 263.8 के आसपास थोड़ा बहुत रुक सकता है, उस एरिया को कंसिडर करेंगे एज अ मिड पॉइंट। मोस्टली यहाँ पर रुकेगा थोड़ा बहुत, then the final target would be there. के क्लोज करता है 267.6 के नीचे, जो कि क्लोज कर ही देगा। अभी 1 मिनट और रह गया, रेंज को रिमूव कर देंगे, रेंज के बाहर निकल गया। थोड़ा बहुत पुल बैक एक्सपेक्टेड है 263.6 के अप्रॉक्सीमेटली, फाइनल टारगेट 258 के आसपास। दोनों ही अपोजिट चल रहे हैं बिल्कुल। क्रूड सुपर बुलिश, नेचुरल गैस सुपर बेरिश हो चुका है टुवर्ड्स 258, हेडिंग टुवर्ड्स 258। फैक्ट रुक 4% 2% पर रुक जाएगा यहाँ पर थोड़ा। ठीक है, यहाँ कहीं पहुँचता है तो फिर यहाँ से वापस बाइंग का देखेंगे। वैसे पुल बैक यहाँ से भी आ सकता है। क्लोज हो गई, नीचे वाले लेवल को रिमूव कर सकते हैं, इसकी ज़रूरत नहीं है, रेंज के बाहर निकल गया ऐसे भी। Might become a major resistance. में कोई ट्रेड नहीं है, मोमेंटम ही नहीं हो रहा उसमें। ऑलरेडी जितना मोमेंटम एक साइड होना था, वन साइडेड मूव हो चुका है। सेटअप बन नहीं रहा है, सेलिंग का कोई रेजिस्टेंस है नहीं वहाँ पे। ट्रेल करते रहना नेचुरल गैस को, अभी भी एक्सपेक्टेड है थोड़ा और गिरेगा। ये कौन सा सेवन डाउन पर है? लिया है तो अगर पुल बैक आता है तो री एंट्री भी कर सकता है सेलिंग में नेचुरल गैस। अब यहाँ मत करना, बहुत नीचे आ गया ऑलरेडी। यूएस मार्केट ओपन होता है, फिर देखते हैं 7 PM यूएस मार्केट विल ओपन।
funds after a sharp spike in redemption requests. Blue Owl saw demands as high as 41%, while KKR exceeded its limit and is paying out pro rata. The moves signal rising investor unease across, continuing unease across the $1.8 trillion private credit market.
Yeah, a painful number. Let's get more on Blue Owl and the broader asset management industry with Bloomberg private equity reporter Allison McNeely. And Allison, I mean, it's hitting all the giants this morning, but 41% redemption requests. I mean, that is a punchy number. I don't think we've seen anything close to that from some of these other BDCs.
No, it is by far and away the largest number we've seen. And recall that it's a continuation of the trend. We saw this last quarter with Blue Owl. You know, they did the asset sales of $1.4 billion of assets to try and meet redemption requests last time. And now, this time around, this quarter, they're saying, we're stopping at 5%. You got to get in line.
Yeah, and that makes sense, right? Because Blue Owl and others had exceeded that level previously, and that just... I mean, I don't know if moral hazard is the right term, but
well, I mean, you're supposed to be saying, look, these things are illiquid, and if you let everybody take out all of their requests, isn't it creating like a false illusion of liquidity?
I'm hearing from sources that there's actually a lot of anxiety and sort of debate within the alternative asset management industry right now about whether or not you enforce that 5% limit and essentially train the customer, hey, this is what you signed up for. You signed up for up to 5% of shares per quarter. Or do you do what, you know, Blackstone has done, what Blue Owl did previously, where you stretch a little bit beyond the redemption limit to try and shore up confidence?
Allison, what are the fears? What are the knock-on effects of, you know, 41% of your money running for the gate, whether or not, you know, you pay out?
Well, one thing we're watching really closely is whether or not these funds are continuing to take in new money. So, for example, yesterday we saw KKR extend or hit its limit of its redemptions, but it also had gross inflows. So, yes, more money was leaving, but still a healthy amount of money was coming in. Now, a lot of these funds are taking a lot of steps and a lot of measures to sort of reinforce confidence, saying, hey, we've got a lot of liquidity, we've got cash on hand to meet redemptions. We also have strong performance in the portfolio. You know, this is market jitters. This is not reflecting anything related to performance. Please be patient. We will get you out, but maybe not as fast as you would like.
I do wonder, though, because for a lot of the large, you know, publicly traded managers that you cover, their next leg of growth had been pinned on retail. Like, this was the big thesis of the next frontier because institutions are tapped out. What does it mean if maybe that slows down or isn't the next frontier?
So, and it's so awkward, too, because we had the 401k executive order, you know, guidance come out this week. There's like a lot of stuff happening, and you're exactly right. Like, this is the next frontier of growth for these firms. This, I think, kind of like what we saw with BREIT a couple of years ago when more investors tried to get out of that fund as well. You know, Blackstone really said this is like a teaching moment. We're confident in this vehicle. You know, there's going to be some pain to work through, but we will get to the other side. And I think we also saw Apollo's Jim Zelter say the same thing this morning on television. You know, he said this is kind of a moment of a bit of jitters, but we need to kind of teach, we need to push through it, we need to kind of let people know this is how it works and this is what you signed up for.
He seemed to be wearing rose-colored glasses. I mean, I recommend viewers go back and watch that.
Yeah.
It was a fantastic interview with John, Lisa, and Anne-Marie, but he was incredibly optimistic, seemed to think, like, you know, the war in Iran, for example, this is just a blip.
Yeah, I mean, on the other hand, you know, what I would also say, what else are these firms supposed to do, right? Like, if you want to ensure confidence in your product, you want to ensure confidence in the market.
But clearly there is some, like you were reporting on this morning, I mean, not credit, but KKR's private equity fund with a really big haul.
It's so interesting, yeah. So I think what we're going to see in private credit and in private equity is haves and have-nots, right? The folks who can kind of ride the turbulence. You know, KKR has ridden through a couple tough years in private equity in the industry to bring in a massive amount of cash for their next fund. So they're going to be able to come out the other side of this likely winners. We're going to probably see the same dynamic in private credit. Some people are going to be able to get through this redemption spike, you know, with strength and on the right foot, and others may not.
Allison, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Great to see you. Bloomberg's Allison McNeely. And we're going to get more on this sector, more on private credit. Armen Panosian of Oaktree, the co-CEO, is going to be joining Matt and myself at 10 a.m. New York time. And yes, indeed, it will be 10 a.m. New York time. Coming up, Goldman's Ben Snyder talks about the S&P's weekly pump and dump pattern since the start of the Iran war. We start the week okay, we end the week not so okay. That's coming up next. You're watching Bloomberg Open Interest.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
Why is it that NFTs have not recovered in the same way that, say, Bitcoin has?
Bloomberg is covering all things crypto.
It's a pretty spectacular story.
The people.
This is the future. This is the 21st century economy.
The transactions.
It snapped up nearly $1 billion of Bitcoin.
And the technology.
We need to build a digital Fort Knox.
That gives people financial freedom, and that's a wonderful thing.
That's extraordinary.
We ride the wave that is Bitcoin.
Bloomberg Crypto, only on Bloomberg. It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg.
What is going to be the consequence for U.S. markets?
We are seeing modest gains across European equity markets.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
Thousands of American Marines are heading to the Middle East.
Greece will not participate.
There's a very good chance we're going to end up in a deal.
He's looking at putting boots on the ground.
This is going to be a short-term excursion.
Trust Bloomberg for on-the-ground coverage.
Things are not de-intensifying.
A lot of fear here in Europe. Ukraine is being left out in the cold.
Up-to-the-minute reporting.
The report has been hit.
Missiles have struck the U.S. Embassy.
And the analysis you need.
The United States military has shown its might. Now it's time to please calm down.
Nobody covers geopolitics like Bloomberg. When news breaks,
a redhead across the Bloomberg terminal.
Bloomberg has you covered.
Trump's global tariffs are struck down by the U.S. Supreme Court.
For all the context and clarity you need.
There's going to be now tons of tariff headlines until midterm elections.
Hear it first on Bloomberg.
All right, we are less than 5 minutes away from the opening bell on this Thursday. And remember, this is the last trading day of the week in the U.S. because equity markets are closed for Good Friday tomorrow. S&P futures are down 1.5%. NASDAQ futures off 2%. And NYMEX crude is up 13 to $113 a barrel.
Yeah, you get a big turnaround from what you had yesterday, both Brent and NYMEX crude.
So much for being insulated.
So, yeah, I mean, clearly we're not. I mean, this has been said much before that there's a difference between what the paper market and what the physical market is saying. That's starting to trickle through to the U.S. Some of the movers on our radar this morning, oil and gas companies, no surprise, they are rebounding after Trump's speech. Also looking at airlines and cruise operators, those are slipping because of the other side of this, higher fuel prospects. And then finally, let's just round it out with gold and silver. Those prices are dropping after Trump's comments have been weighing on the miners. Some real volatility in the price of gold. Coming up on the other side of this break, it is your opening bell.
what some of these generative AI models look like they're going to do is they're going to reduce the cost of producing content to basically zero. So that will be a multiplier effect on the things that we're already seeing, which is that there's more people producing more content and reaching more people. And there's a lot of good and bad that comes downstream from that.
I don't know if you can break down what the average person is seeing right now in terms of stuff that's AI generated versus, maybe more traditional human generated, but what's that going to look like in a year or in 5 years?
There's actually a lot of hybrid content, and too often we talk about synthetic content and organic content, and never the two shall meet. But there's a lot of content where AI is part of the workflow, right? Like you might not even know it. It might be whatever app you're using to do color correction, might be using models to do so. Stamp tool on Photoshop in the old days to get rid of a pimple, those types of things. But that line is going to be more and more blurred. So it's going to be a little bit less like what is organic content and what is AI synthetic content and what the percentages are. I think there's going to be actually more in the middle than pure synthetic content for a while. But you will also see experiences that are purely AI, right? You see this in the last 2 weeks with Vibes in the Meta AI app and with Sora 2 from OpenAI. So I think you're going to see both.
At a time when policy in Washington is driving Wall Street, we draw a distinction between the rhetoric and the action, bringing you market-moving guests and original reporting. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Stephen Engel at Japan's Akasaka Palace in Tokyo, and this is Bloomberg.
We are moments away from the opening bell. This is Bloomberg Open Interest. I'm Matt Miller, looking at futures that are down significantly after President Trump's speech yesterday, but also after, the massive rallies that we have seen. I think Tuesday was the best day that we've seen since May, and we had, more than 2% gains on the S&P. So it stands to reason as you go into the weekend, because there will be no trading tomorrow, that a lot of people want to get flat and are selling risk in order to enjoy their Easter egg hunts. At the New York Stock Exchange, you've got smart self-storage ringing the bell. The stock hasn't really done much this year or over the last 5 years. It's down a little bit. And then here's Nano Nuclear Energy, a stock that probably a lot of AI data center providers are going to be excited about. Danny, in terms of what we're focusing on, all of a sudden, once again, it's private credit today.
It is indeed. It's kind of this fear that keeps bubbling up despite everything else out there. It's breaking through the headlines. Blue Owl, it's not trading as poorly as it was in the pre-market. At one point, it was down 10%. But the news we learned only about an hour, 2 hours ago, Blue Owl is going to limit redemptions from 2 of its private credit funds to 5%. It had a surge, a huge surge in withdrawal requests. One of its credit income funds saw 22%. Its smaller tech income fund had 41% redemption requests. Craig Packer in a filing saying that, look, it was only 10% of clients that asked for their money out. The rest of the 90% are staying put. But still some pretty stunning numbers, Matt.
Yeah, well, I mean, that means 10% of clients
wanted all their money.
Have at least 41% of the entire fund.
Yeah, I guess it's a question of concentration, but also it's people who are maybe like, maybe I need to ask for all of this back because I'll get it back slowly and prorated, so it's exaggerating some of this, but it kind of has a snowball effect of more negative sentiment, as you can see here.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting story. Tesla posted one of its worst sales quarters in years, missing Wall Street's expectations as the car maker struggles to turn around its core business and navigate an increasingly challenged electric vehicle market. And I will admit that even I, as, a gearhead, don't find this story very interesting.
Wait, why?
Because who cares about Tesla's car deliveries?
Because they're not a car company, or
it's
what?
a $1.4 trillion company. I don't care if they sell any cars. It's all about robots now. And we have a great, by the way, piece on the Bloomberg Terminal about John Neal, who used to be a president at Tesla, talking about how they were so good at ramping up in cars and how they will do that with robots. That's, I guess.
Can I tell you why you should care? Because the market cares. Yeah, its valuation is huge, but it's down almost 4% this morning.
I do, but it's the Blue Owl thing I think is more interesting because I have so many questions around whether or not this matters outside of private equity, outside of, a few software loans. Let's bring in Goldman Sachs Chief U.S. Equity Strategist Ben Snyder. And before we get to, the war in Iran and the horrible month that March was and the fact that Thursday seems to be the worst day for equities, what's your take on the private equity drama? Does it really matter for the wider market, for the wider economy?
The good news is so far we don't think it's a systemic risk for the economy. The bad news is if you talk to our analysts covering these stocks, they don't expect the headlines to change anytime soon, which means the kind of dynamic we're seeing in the market today probably continues, and it's hard to step in and buy those companies.
By the way, I've seen kind of this thesis put forward of prior crises when you want to, it's, the whole sell what you can, not what you want to, that if people are trying to sell out of an illiquid fund, they eventually move up the proverbial food chain, and maybe that gets to equities too, and they just start selling that. Is there any evidence that that's happening at all?
We've seen a little bit of reduction in equity investor positioning, but so far I would call it broad macro pessimism rather than panic.
So what is happening with this pattern that we're seeing? And it's not just the S&P, but mainly. It gets bid up during the week. President Trump always says, we've won this war, and we only need a few more weeks to win this war. We don't need any help to win this war. Please help us win this war. And then on Thursday, we sell off.
Talking to investors every day, my sense is not many have an edge on predicting geopolitical events. I certainly don't. And so one result of that is if you look at the market, we're trading with a very close inverse correlation to oil. We're trading with a very close correlation to prediction markets. And that means, as you were saying earlier, when you're heading into a weekend where you can't trade, but the news flow is going to continue, it just makes practical sense to reduce exposure a little bit.
How much, though, have investors just overall gotten really close to the ground because of the volatility? Is this a market that you can be active in at the moment unless you're, maybe trying to do a short-term quant sort of trend-following type strategy?
The strategy we've seen for many of our clients is, I think, the right strategy, which is to acknowledge the difficulty of predicting geopolitics and instead extend your investment horizon and ask yourself, where can I have conviction 6 months down the road, 12 months down the road? And for most investors, that has really nothing to do with geopolitics or private credit. It's AI investment spending. And so if we look at the most popular trades and some of the most successful parts of the market, even during the conflict, they remain the revenue and earnings beneficiaries of the hundreds of billions of dollars of AI capex that seems to be continuing regardless of geopolitics.
So I wonder if that's why we had Joe Weisenthal, the stalwart on Twitter, right, put out a tweet saying, we're only down 4% this year. And that's amid, a war, all the AI worries about software. The Strait of Hormuz is closed. The price of oil has more than doubled. Why is the market so sanguine? That's a fantastic outcome, S&P off 4% amidst all those worries.
One underappreciated dynamic that's happened during the last few weeks is as prices have declined, earnings estimates have continued to move higher, in large part because of that tailwind from capex that I was just mentioning. So, for example, if you look at the sectors most exposed to the energy shock, the energy sector and the consumer sectors, they account for about 20% of S&P 500 earnings.
Hey guys, trail कर लेना in crude oil, sorry, natural gas, crude oil में कोई trade नहीं चल रहा. Selling trade में trail कर लेना, half profit book करके, थोड़ा बहुत pull back expected है, यहाँ से हो सकता है आ जाए. फाइनल टारगेट नीचे ही है अपना 258 के आसपास, यहाँ तक गिरना चाहिए अब लॉजिकली. थोड़ा सा मुझे लग रहा है पुल बैक वैसे लॉजिकली हो सकता है. कैंडल इवन ओपन इक्वल टू हाई है, थोड़ा सेलिंग का प्रेशर अभी भी बना हुआ है. देखते हैं पुल बैक आता है नहीं आता है, फिर फाइनल टारगेट डायरेक्टली देता है, बट एटलीस्ट ट्रेल कर लेना या हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक कर लेना. देखते हैं नीचे 258 के आसपास आएगा तो वहाँ बाइंग का एक प्लान रखेंगे. एरिया ऑलरेडी वो भी टेस्टेड है, थर्ड टाइम आएगा, बट जब तक सपोर्ट पे है वी कैन एक्सपेक्ट इट विल होल्ड. ब्रेकडाउन हुआ तो फिर अलग बात है, फिर तो हम और डाउन चले जाएंगे. को देखोगे वैसे हायर टाइम फ्रेम का भी ये सपोर्ट जोन है. 4 आवर टाइम फ्रेम एंड 1 वीक टाइम फ्रेम पे भी यहाँ पर सपोर्ट ही है. 250 से 260 की रेंज ओवरऑल. ठीक है 258 के नीचे हमें 254 के अराउंड एक और सपोर्ट मिल सकता है, तो रेंज है सपोर्ट के नीचे अच्छी खासी। तरुण जी गुड इवनिंग। क्रूड ऑयल में कोई ट्रेड नहीं चल रहा है, नेचुरल गैस में ही ये सेलिंग का ट्रेड अभी कंटिन्यू। सपोर्ट है, दोनों को मिक्स कर देते हैं, अलग अलग लगा के फायदा नहीं है। एक्सपेक्टेड थोड़ा बहुत पुल बैक। टू 63.6। क्रूड अभी भी नहीं रुक रहा, कंटिन्यू गोइंग अप। Russia will ask the United States and Israel to ensure a ceasefire while it evacuating more Russian staff from the Bushehr nuclear power plant in Iran. Russian news agency says.
Then I call up France, Macron, whose wife treats him extremely badly. And still recovering from the right to the jaw. And I say, Emmanuel, we'd love to have some help in the Gulf, even though we're setting records and knocking out bad people and knocking out ballistic missiles. Would love to have some help. If you could you please send ships immediately? No. We cannot do that, Donald. We can do that after the war is won. I said, no, I don't need after the war is won, Emmanuel. Many of them said, we'll be there after the war is completed.
Les propos que j'ai pu entendre, auxquels vous faites référence,
देखते हैं यहाँ से डायरेक्टली गिरता है या फिर क्रूड ऑयल विल होल्ड सम मोर पुल बैक इन नेचुरल गैस एज वेल। बाकी मुझे लग रहा है शायद क्रूड ऑयल में भी देखते हैं एक सेलिंग का ट्रेड पॉसिबल लग तो रहा है। ये कैंडल एक बार क्लोज हो जाए, यूएस मार्केट ऑलरेडी ओपन है, अब एक सिर्फ इन्वेंट्री आना रह गया है नेचुरल गैस की, तो नेचुरल गैस में इन लोगों ने सेल किया, अपना एसएल ट्रेल जरूर कर लेना, बिकॉज इन्वेंट्री है नेचुरल गैस में, अब रिस्क नहीं उठा सकते यहाँ पर ज़्यादा। ठीक है, ओवरऑल टारगेट देखोगे तो नीचे दिख रहा है आपका 258 254 के बीच में कहीं जा सकता है, विच इज़ अप्रॉक्सीमेटली, ठीक है। ओके, विच इज़ अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 11 पॉइंट, चार्ट के अकॉर्डिंग देखें तो 11 पॉइंट ही बनता है। ये यहाँ पर भी ध्यान रखना है, ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस, दो रेजिस्टेंस है यहाँ पर। सिमिलरली देयर आर टू सपोर्ट ओवर हियर, दोनों को मिक्स करके रखा है, अलग अलग लगाएंगे तो फ़ायदा नहीं है, दोनों पास पास में ही है। ऐसा ना हो कि यहाँ पर पुल बैक आ जाए, वापस प्राइस रिटर्न कर जाए इस लेवल तक, कोई फ़ायदा नहीं होगा। फिर ऊपर आएगा तो वापस सेलिंग का प्लान जरूर रखेंगे, बट ओवरऑल सेल किया हुआ तो हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक करके ट्रेड करना। मैं एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा हूँ नीचे आएगा तो फिर एक बाइंग ही करेंगे। ठीक है, यहाँ तक प्राइस अगर एक गिरता है ओवर हेयर तो फिर इस एरिया से एक बाइंग एक्सपेक्टेड रहेगी, यहाँ से एक बाइंग प्लान करेंगे। ध्यान रखना है यहाँ पर दो सपोर्ट है, तो हो सकता है फर्स्ट सपोर्ट पे ही रुक जाए, हो सकता है सेकंड सपोर्ट तक चला जाए 258। बाकी क्रूड ऑयल की एक बार कैंडल क्लोज होती है तो इसमें भी एक सेलिंग का ट्रेड प्लान करेंगे। क्लोजिंग का वेट जरूर है, 8 मिनट लेफ्ट। ठीक है, इन्वेंट्री से पहले अगर नीचे आ जाए तो मेरे अकॉर्डिंग ज़्यादा सेफ रहेगा, बिकॉज इन्वेंट्री में फोरकास्ट देखें तो लास्ट टाइम -54 थी, इस बार +38 है, लास्ट टाइम से ज़्यादा एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं। फोरकास्ट के अकॉर्डिंग अगर डेटा आता है तो इट विल फॉल, बट अगर फोरकास्ट के अकॉर्डिंग आया तो रिवर्स होने के ज़्यादा चांसेस हैं। तो अगर यहाँ कहीं मिलता है प्राइस तो विल गुड फॉर बाइंग अगेन लाइक दिस, बट अगर इन्वेंट्री अगेंस्ट आ गई तो प्राइस ऊपर जाएगा तो फिर मुझे लगता है साइडवेज चला जाना चाहिए, लिक्विडिटी मिलेगी नहीं। अगर मोमेंटम नहीं हुआ ना तो फिर साइडवेज चला जाएगा क्रूड ऑयल, सॉरी नेचुरल गैस। इन्वेंट्री इंपॉर्टेंट है। ध्यान रखना इसमें, ये नीचे जो पूरा सपोर्ट है 260 से लेकर ये 250 तक, दैट इज आल्सो सपोर्ट जोन ऑन 4 आवर एंड वीकली टाइम फ्रेम एज वेल। वहाँ पर भी ये सपोर्ट ही बना हुआ है हायर टाइम फ्रेम पे, तो मुझे लगता है इतना इजी रहेगा ब्रेक करना इसके लिए। जगह की रिटेस्ट भी पेंडिंग है उसमें। तीन मिनट रह गए, कैंडल क्लोज होती है तो एक क्रूड ऑयल में पुल बैक में सेलिंग प्लान करेंगे। थोड़ा हो सकता है डायरेक्टली गिर जाए, पुल बैक में ही सेल करना है, लेकिन नहीं तो एसएल बहुत बड़ा हो जाएगा। कैंडल क्लोज इन पुल बैक सेल इन क्रूड ऑयल। नीचे मुझे लग रहा है कि रिटेस्ट पेंडिंग है, उसको करने जाना चाहिए प्राइस को अब। बैक में सेल करना, डायरेक्टली मत करना, काफ़ी बड़ा एसएल हो जाएगा। बुलिश ही है क्रूड, बट मुझे लग रहा है थोड़ी प्रॉफिट बुकिंग करना चाहिए। नीचे मॉर्निंग पे ब्रेकआउट हुआ था ये मेजर रेजिस्टेंस का, यहाँ पर प्रॉपर्ली रिटेस्ट भी नहीं किया, थोड़ा सा बस ये कह सकते हो पुल बैक आया। एग्जैक्टली रिटेस्ट करने नहीं आया था, बाइंग का भी प्लान था, सीधा गया है, तो मुझे लगता है कि रिटेस्ट जरूर करना चाहिए अनटिल अनलेस कोई और नया फ्रेश सपोर्ट नहीं क्रिएट हो जाता। ठीक है, इन्वेंट्री आने वाली आधे घंटे में, मुझे नहीं लग रहा अब नेचुरल गैस मूव करेगा। इन्वेंट्री से पहले इन्वेंट्री फोरकास्ट तो बेरिस है, ट्रेल कर लेना इसमें। अब टारगेट अभी मिला नहीं है पूरा, लास्ट टाइम -54, इस बार +30 है, लास्ट टाइम से ज़्यादा एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं, तो फोरकास्ट के अकॉर्डिंग 38 बिलियन से ज़्यादा आता है, इट इज़ बेरिस। तो फोरकास्ट बेरिस है, प्राइस के लिए फोरकास्ट के अकॉर्डिंग डेटा आता है, प्राइस को और डाउन जाना चाहिए, बट फोरकास्ट के अकॉर्डिंग डेटा आएगा नहीं आएगा कहा नहीं जा सकता, तो थोड़ा सा इसका ध्यान रखना। फोरकास्ट के अगेंस्ट आ गया तो प्राइस वापस अपर रेंज में चला जाएगा, यहाँ की रेजिस्टेंस रेंज पे। इसके ऊपर जाता हुआ मुझे तो नहीं लग रहा, ऊपर दो रेजिस्टेंस है, इतना ईजी नहीं रहेगा ब्रेक करना। बेटर था इसके नीचे थोड़ा सा गिरता है, यहाँ से बाइंग अच्छी हो सकती थी। एक छोटा सा पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट जहाँ पर प्राइस रुक रहा है, इन कल मार्केट क्लोज है, ध्यान रखना। निफ्टी, बैंक निफ्टी, इक्विटी ऑल आर क्लोज्ड। MCX मॉर्निंग इवनिंग सेशन एज वेल।
Although
A new survey finds the Iran war has raised a lot of concerns about the U.S. economy. CBS's Cammie McCormick.
The war has business forecasters lowering their estimates for economic growth and raising their worries about inflation.
Geopolitical risk has gone from a background concern to being the dominant force shaping the U.S. economic outlook.
Yelena Malayev of the National Association for Business Economics.
43% of panelists put the odds of a recession over the next 12 months somewhere between 35 and 50%.
The survey also found many believe the Fed is in a difficult position and may not cut interest rates this year.
And all of that just feeds into the uncertainty that the average listener is probably feeling right now when it comes to the economy.
Dutch officials say they've recovered a 2,500-year-old gold Romanian helmet more than a year after it was stolen from a museum in the Netherlands. A gang of robbers used fireworks bombs to break in. No word on how it was found. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney.
How do you think the Fed is looking at tariffs, the uncertainty of tariffs?
Let's take a look at the sectors and how they performed.
A lot of investors getting whipsawed every day by news events.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Could we see a market disruption, a market event?
Are people just too exuberant out there?
You see some so-called low-quality stocks driving this short-term rally.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, Originals, and the Bloomberg Business app.
Good Thursday morning from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York City to our worldwide audience. We're streaming live on YouTube and we're streaming live on Bloomberg.com as well. Big sell-off in the marketplace here today with the S&P off about 1%. Coming up, we're going to check in with Tyler Kendall, Bloomberg Washington correspondent, to get her thoughts on President Trump's address to the nation last night, where he's suggesting we've got three more weeks left in Iran. Shelby McFadden, senior analyst at the Motley Fool Asset Management, will get her thoughts on these markets. Ira Jersey, Bloomberg Intelligence chief U.S. interest rate strategist. We've got some economic data. We'll get his thoughts on what it means for the bond market. Brody Ford, Bloomberg technology reporter, on the big take story. Microsoft CFO's AI ambitions run up against tech bubble fears, and that's kind of what we're seeing, some concern for some of those software stocks. So we'll break that down for you. But right now, let's go to Alexis Christophers and get a Bloomberg Business Flash. Alexis.
All right, thanks very much. And this Business Flash is brought to you by EisnerAmper. EisnerAmper provides assurance, tax outsourcing, and advisory services to businesses that need more than a generalist. Whatever the challenge, we have a team for it. EisnerAmper.com. I'm going to start with the good news first. The good news is that stocks have bounced off their lows of the morning. The bad news is we are still solidly in the red. S&P 500 down 52 points. The Dow Jones Industrial Average down now about 437 points, a loss of nearly 1%. The NASDAQ Composite down about 1% or 236 points. Russell 2000 down 1% or 25 points. In the oil pits, Brent crude is up nearly 7% at 108.16 the barrel. WTI crude up 10% at 110.97 the barrel. It had been up more than 13% to top $113 a barrel earlier this morning. The Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index remains strong this morning, 1216.22, and the 10-year yield is now lower at 4.31%. In stock news, shares of Blue Owl down nearly 6%. Blue Owl capped redemptions at 5% after investors asked to withdraw 22% of the private credit giant's $36 billion fund. And we've got shares of Global Star sort of bucking the overall trend on Wall Street today. That stock is up 11% on a report in the Financial Times that Amazon is in talks to buy the satellite provider. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Alexis Christophers. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Paul and Scarlett.
All right, Alexis, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. The Bloomberg Business Flash today brought to you by EisnerAmper. EisnerAmper provides assurance, tax, outsourcing, and advisory services to businesses that need more than a generalist. Whatever the challenge, we have a team for it. EisnerAmper.com. As Alexa was just reporting, we got a sell-off in the marketplace today. We're off the lows, but still trending significantly lower here on higher oil prices here. Let's take a look at some of the stocks on the move today. We can do that with Bloomberg's Natalia Kenijevic. Natalia, what are you looking at today?
So let's start with the Blue Owl Capital, guys. So shares are down by 6%. The ticker is OWL. So the company said that it will limit redemptions from two of its private credit funds. So one of them, Blue Owl Credit Income, which is one of the largest in the industry. So this fund has saw that investors are pulling about 22% of shares in the 3 months ended on March 31st. Then there is a smaller fund called Blue Owl Technology. Shareholders asked for 41% back. So this is compared to 15.4 in 3 months earlier. So now Blue Owl is saying that it will limit redemptions to about 5%. We also see, of course, other alternative credit asset managers shares are down, such as Apollo, KKR, Blackstone. But overall, Blue Owl is down by 45%, guys, since the beginning of this year.
Yeah, kind of brutal for these alternative asset managers as they kind of wade through the weaknesses showing up in private credit. What else do you have, Natalia?
Let's look at Tesla. So shares are down by 4%. The ticker is TSLA. So Tesla posted one of its one of its worst sales quarters in years, and deliveries missed expectations. The company delivered slightly above of 358,000 vehicles in the first quarter. Analysts expected 370 to 160. So this is the second consecutive quarter when Tesla missed expectations on deliveries, and still, nevertheless, they are up deliveries by 6.3% from a year earlier. Now, the biggest question, of course, do investors really care about deliveries right now? Because everyone wants to see more news on autonomous vehicles, robotics, etc. But anyway, shares of Tesla are still, on a 12-month basis, are still up by 30%.
Okay, down 3.8% today, down about 19% year to date, but still up, as you mentioned, 30% trailing 12 months. How about Chevron?
Chevron, so yes, Chevron is up by almost 3%. The ticker is CVX. Just as like other oil companies, Chevron shares are gaining on rising oil prices. We see that WTI is up by 11% today. Brent crude is up by almost 8%. Of course, it came after President Trump said that the U.S. would hit Iran hard over the next 2 or 3 weeks. And he also said that Hormuz will open naturally after the conflict ends. However, he did not say any clear timeline or anything like that. Anyway, now analysts are modeling, including analysts from Bloomberg Intelligence, they are saying that oil at $100 per barrel can stay at this level until the end of this year.
All right, well, we'll see. I mean, right now, oil prices surging on this Thursday, and there's going to be a lot of concern that people want to be not long risk heading into this long weekend. Natalia Knežević, thank you so much with our Stocks on the Move. And of course, for more conversations like this, be sure to subscribe to our Stock Movers Reports, where we offer 5-minute audio reports on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. That is available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere you listen. So the president held his public address last night. I guess he was kind of making the case, Paul, for the war on Iran 5 weeks after it started.
Yep.
And I'm not sure what we learned aside from he offered himself, he gave himself all kinds of room. There's maximum optionality on offer at this point. Tyler Kendall is our Bloomberg Washington correspondent, joining us now from Washington. Tyler, the president likes to leave himself room for all possibilities. Is it fair to say that his speech accomplished that, but also did not really tell us anything new in terms of specifics or how this conflict might be resolved?
I agree with that assessment, Scarlett. President Trump touted the tactical successes that we've seen so far when it comes to this military operation, but we didn't really get any new concrete details or strategy when it comes to a potential timeline or what's going to happen for some of the strategic setbacks that the U.S. is facing, perhaps most notably the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. President Trump really reiterated, in some cases, echoing the exact statements that he had posted on Truth Social over the last 48 hours during these remarks, including pushing our allies to lead the way, in his words, when it comes to securing the Strait of Hormuz. This comes as the United Kingdom today convened the foreign ministers of 35 countries to discuss the issue, though we're already starting to get some hints on how that discussion is going. For example, we heard from the French President Macron earlier today, who said that it is, quote, unrealistic to use military means to reopen up that critical waterway. After this virtual meeting today, we did hear that military planners from this coalition of countries that have come together are set to meet next week. But it appears that the overarching theme is that these countries aren't going to commit assets to the Strait of Hormuz until there is a ceasefire or a resolution to the conflict, which really doesn't address President Trump's demands when it comes to getting it opened before there can be an agreement. So there was a lot that we could pull on from last night, but I think you're exactly right at this point. There wasn't really many new details, but it felt like President Trump was trying to defend his foreign policy objectives while also defending some of those domestic policy ramifications as Americans are now facing those higher prices at the gas pump.
You know, to an earlier guest today on Bloomberg Surveillance, Tyler, I asked the question, why did President Trump have this speech now? And the guest responded that this is probably the speech he should have given 4 or 5 weeks ago before going in to Iran to try to lay out some rationale for this action here. But he didn't really give himself, I guess, a milepost to say, OK, we're done here. We can leave. It seems like remains a very, very soft I guess, milepost here for the president to decide when the U.S. is done?
Well, President Trump gave us some updates as we're now into the fifth week of the war, right? He confirmed that the U.S. and Israel have already hit more than 11,000 Iranian targets, and he maintains that the U.S. is very close to achieving its full military objectives. Yet at the same time, he also previewed that we could see an intensifying of strikes against Iran. He reiterated a threat that Iranian energy infrastructure could be hit if a deal is not reached within the next 2 to 3 weeks. And that tracks with Bloomberg News reporting per a person familiar that the Vice President, J.D. Vance, delivered a very similar message through intermediaries that there's going to be an increased threat to hit Iranian security assets if a deal is not reached. Now, this White House does maintain that negotiations are ongoing and that they're going to continue, though at least publicly from the Iranian side so far, they have denied being in formal negotiations with the U.S. And as we heard President Trump last night threaten to ramp up attacks on Iran in the coming weeks, we then also heard from the Iranian side also raising their rhetoric overnight when it comes to potentially what their retaliation could look like as the U.S. furthers this military campaign.
All right, so clearly a lot to think through here. The other thing, of course, that is on a lot of Americans' minds is the fact that we've had additional Marines arrive in the Middle East region. There's already tens of thousands of U.S. military presence in that region. How is this changing the discussion of boots on the ground, Tyler?
Well, and Scarlett, plus pair that with Bloomberg News confirming that a third aircraft carrier strike group is now heading towards the region that started in Virginia. It's probably not going to get to the region for another week or 10 days, according to our analysts over at Bloomberg Intelligence. But that just adds to what has been a heightening of these military assets and surging of troops over to the Middle East, which has raised the speculation that there could be an even further escalation. Now, up to this point, we haven't gotten an update from President Trump. He has previously said that he wouldn't relay or telegraph whether or not he was going to actually send boots in on the ground. So it's going to be something to watch closely, because we also know that it impacts how Americans feel about the conflict and their sentiment about the conflict. And take that with how President Trump last night seemed to be trying to reassure Americans that this military operation is in the best national interest.
Yep. Tyler, thank you so much for your reporting. Appreciate that, as always. Tyler Kendall, she's Bloomberg Television Washington correspondent down in our Washington, D.C. studio. To the extent the president wanted to calm the markets, didn't seem like that happened here. We've got
mission not accomplished, at least for today.
Mission not accomplished, yeah. So we've got WTI crude oil off the highs, but still up $11 here today to $111 per barrel. That's putting pressure on the equity markets. The S&P off 0.7%, the Dow off 1%, and the NASDAQ off about 1% as well. We'll have more coming up. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers Studio, I'm Alexis Christoforous. Stocks are tumbling, oil prices shooting higher after that speech last night from President Trump did a little to reassure investors that the war in the Middle East was nearing a swift resolution. The S&P 500 is down about 42 points now. Dow Jones Industrial Average slipping more than 400 points, and the NASDAQ Composite is down about 183. We've got Brent crude now at about 107.73 the barrel. That's up 6.5%, off its highs of the morning. And WTI crude was up 13%. It's now up about 10.5% at 110.61 the barrel. Bonds pairing earlier losses. The 2-year Treasury yield little changed at 3.79%. We've got the 10-year down just 1 basis point at 4.30%. The dollar is advancing. Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index 1216.40. Gold snapping a 4-day winning streak, now down about 2% at 46.63. Tesla posting one of its worst sales quarters in years, missing Wall Street expectations. Shares of Tesla down more than 3%. And a number of major automakers, including GM, Toyota, and Honda, reported lower U.S. sales to start the year. Rising gas prices beginning to pressure the car market. GM's first quarter sales slid by 9.7%, led by the Cadillac Escalade and Chevy Suburban. We've got shares of GM now slipping more than 4%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Alexis Christoforous. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Paul and Scarlett.
All right, Alexis, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Scarlett Fu, Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. We got, as Alexis was just saying, we got a sell-off today. We're off the lows here, but driven all by the energy, which is moving much higher today in WTI and Brent crude. Shelby McFadden joins us here, senior analyst at the Motley Fool Asset Management. Shelby, how are you guys approaching this black swan event that we're all dealing with here, which is a hot war in the Middle East? How are you approaching it? Has it changed your investment approach, at least short term?
Such an apt way of describing it is black swan. I will say it has not changed our investment approach. It's definitely made us quite a bit more active in terms of our daily work, right? So we're spending quite a bit more time looking at different exposures across our coverage. We do know that, oil is globally traded, right? And it begins with the sort of direct impacts, and then we have the sort of trickle down, if you will, into all of the different sectors. So we've been spending time the last several weeks just trying to determine, okay, which companies are going to be hit by this the hardest, and which companies are essentially just going to absorb rather, maybe like 70% of the impact. So you're almost kind of looking at what are the betas for the change in oil versus change in cost or prices for different companies that we follow. So that's been sort of the extra forensic work that we're doing, but our investment approach is about the same.
Shelby, what do you anticipate learning from companies when earnings season begins in a few weeks? This will be the first opportunity for them to share any kind of concerns or plans that they're making given all this uncertainty. I'm guessing that they're not going to want to be committed to any specific numbers because they also are dealing in a fog of uncertainty, but they'll have to say something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, at this point, even though we are looking at something that lies between precedented and unprecedented, I'm not yet confident that we're going to get things like consumer companies pulling guidance. They may widen bands a little bit. They may say they may not want to give guidance for the next quarter. They may want to stick to something like for the rest of 26. I would also probably expect to hear comments on what changes in fuel are doing for their own operations, especially when we're talking about consumer discretionary and staples. So hearing things about traffic and even probably a little bit about ticket. I think that we're going to see a lot of that from the likes of Walmart and Costco on their calls. And then also just, again, what it's costing them inside their supply chain. These are things that get commented on frequently. I mean, even when we have adverse weather events, we hear about them when it comes to consumer-facing companies. On the other side of the sort of energy issue, we're looking to see what a lot of enterprise software companies are going to be saying about labor. That's definitely a hot headline. We've seen that come across the ticker recently in the past few days. So that's going to be something that we're interested in because we don't expect it to just end with Oracle. We're expecting to hear a little bit kind of trickling out from all of the large cap software companies.
Walmart's one of your names, Shelby. That suggests that you have a pretty constructive view on the consumer. Talk to us about Walmart.
Walmart is such a fun company. I love to start off with, is it expensive? Totally. You're not gonna hear me. You're not gonna hear me say that it's a bargain, which is actually kind of funny, right? But the thing about Walmart is that you're talking about this little blue chip retail company that's been such a like white whale in many ways. They have sneakily been developing AI capabilities ahead of a lot of their peers. They're taking a good chunk of market share from more premium retail companies. When I look at things like the Walmart recession signal from a great analyst by the name of Jim Paulson, that is showing us some sort of creepy crawlies from 2008, 2009, basically that Walmart's growth and their capture of upper income households is outpacing the luxury goods index. So it's really a demonstration of the K-shaped economy in the most literal way. And thinking about Walmart being a top momentum holding makes almost no sense. But when you think about it in the context of the economy that we're in, it seems like such a great opportunity. So it's something that we continue to be excited to hold. Would love to see the pricing come back into the stratosphere so that we could hold it across some more strategies. But it's absolutely a great blue chip for the place in the economy that we're in right now.
And Walmart has made this shift in the last couple of years to become more of a tech company, really building out its e-commerce capabilities. Does this would this also check the box for you in terms of tech, or what else are you looking at within tech that delivers that kind of growth that you're looking for?
Walmart definitely checks a sort of indirect box, and it almost it gives you a sort of hedge with an asterisk, right? Because you're not going straight into a sort of AI bet with Walmart. You're getting a little bit of both. So when you look at the top line, you're not getting something that's going to blow you out of the water, right? We are a little bit beyond the years of them having these, even low double-digit top line growth. It's a bit more reasonable now, and so you have this dependable compounder that when consumers are a little bit stretched, they have these other capabilities to be able to expand their free cash flow and their profit margins. And so it's this sort of like this booster sort of capability that you don't expect from a lot of retail companies. So it's a sort of indirect tech investment. When we're thinking otherwise about how do we get pure tech exposure, I would say that as a firm, we are playing all of the different layers of things like semiconductors. So not just fabs, but designers and equipment suppliers, all of those types of things, to making sure that we're not just, pure play exposure with one company, and then also playing out the rest of the branches of that tree.
Shelby, thanks so much for joining us. Always appreciate getting a few minutes of your time. Shelby McFadden, she's a senior analyst at Motley Fool Asset Management down there in Alexandria, Virginia. Looking at the 10-year Treasury, pretty steady here today, sitting right at 4%. All the volatility we've had in the marketplace, the bonds are they're kind of, people build careers at looking at the Treasury market. It is unfathomable to me how they do it. Well, one of them is our next guest, Ira Jersey, Chief U.S. Interest Rate Strategist for Bloomberg Intelligence. He's one of the folks people on the street pay attention to when you talk about the Treasury market. Ira, I don't know how you do it. 10-year at 4.3%. It seems like we've been here for a while.
Well, you wake up in the morning, you have some blueberry pancakes, and then you look at the bond market. I mean, that's pretty much what you do. The bond market right now is kind of in this push and pull, right? Will we have a recession because of high energy prices, or will we wind up with a situation where inflation is so high that the Federal Reserve needs to get in front of that and hike interest rates? And what you see, you mentioned the 10-year. The 10-year is just in a range, and I don't think it's going to move very much. But it's the 2-year that I'm really focused on, right? Up and down, 20 basis points all the time. And more than half of that move, in fact, about 80% of the move in 2-year yields has been because we're pricing for higher inflation. So the market is actually saying that, hey, there's a pretty high chance of a recession here because TIPS yields are lower, but inflation remains very high. And that's why you see the 2-year yield kind of where it is.
So thinking about that kind of volatility, at least at the short end, how does that set us up for the big jobs report tomorrow, which I still don't quite understand why it's coming out tomorrow when this is a public holiday, the bond market's closed, the stock market's closed.
Not a federal holiday. It is not
the
a
bond market's closed.
No, the bond market is open until noon.
Is it?
Yes,
It is.
isn't that crazy?
Okay, so AI on Google was wrong.
I'm gonna. I'm gonna. I am gonna be here. So, or well, not in
I
New
stand
York, but
corrected.
I'll be at the Princeton office, ready to do TV and radio whenever needed. Yeah. So one of the things that I found very interesting, and we had 4 data reports yesterday, and when you look at what the bond market reacted to on those data, we could actually see that the market still cares about this economic news, even though it's from February, right? Which is some of the data that we received from February, some was from March. So the fact that this is kind of the first big report for March, were there any big changes? Now, here's the problem with this data that we're going to get. It's from the week of March 12th. It was very early in the war. It's not really for the full month. So we really won't see the ramifications of what happened last month until we get the April report. But people are going to care. And what I'll be focused on are things like, what were wages like? If there were job gains, what sectors? Because one of the things that I've been noting is that all of the jobs have basically been created in one sector, and that's the healthcare services sector. So it's, people basically who work in nursing homes or do home care. That's where all the jobs have been created. It's not very broad based. And because of that, I'm concerned that if that slows down significantly because people say, oh, I can't afford my home care workers because I have to pay a lot more for heating oil or whatever, then you can wind up maybe seeing a pretty bad jobs picture, quite frankly.
And where do you think the focus is of this Fed? Because with this war in Iran, you could say, boy, there's inflation pressures out there with energy. There's also, GDP concerns out there. Maybe this is going to hurt global growth here. How do you think the Fed's putting all that into its calendar?
Well, believe it or not, in this situation, I think the Fed actually has a little bit of an easier job because the Fed can say, okay, inflation is a concern, so therefore we don't cut interest rates. But at the same time, if this is going to create a growth slowdown and we're going to have job losses, we'll focus also on our full employment mandates or jobs mandate, and therefore we, won't hike interest rates. So I think for the Fed, it means until we have a clear idea what goes on, we're just going to remain on hold, not do anything. For the ECB, it becomes a bigger problem. So we actually think they're going to increase interest rates in April. Not good for the global economy by taking a little bit of accommodation out. So I think for the bond markets, it's going to be, how does the ECB explain that? If the ECB goes out and says, hey, this is a one and done, we're doing this preemptively, don't expect a string of hikes, the question is, will the market believe that? So Hugh Worthington, my colleague in London for Bloomberg Intelligence, thinks, no, the market's not going to look at it that way. They're going to price in a few more hikes if they do hike in April. And that, I think, could be pretty bad for the global bond market and pretty bad for the global economy, quite frankly.
Maybe the members of the FOMC are on spring break, but I don't see a lot of Fed speak coming up, and that's kind of unusual.
Yeah, so it's usually you get the quiet period, a week before the Fed meeting, but it is spring break time, so the government, it's not closed tomorrow, but there are a lot of people who go on vacation and break, and they do have families and the like. But there is a lot in mid-April, so going up to that quiet period at the end of April before the late April meeting, there's a whole lot of scheduled speakers now.
I mean, they wouldn't know what to say really at this point anyway, because it's all
what could you
the
say?
fog of war, right?
Yeah.
All right, Ira, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Ira Jersey, Chief U.S. Interest Rate Strategist for Bloomberg Intelligence, joining us here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers Circle. Stocks still lower, but off the lows of the day. The S&P's off about 30 points. That's just under 0.5%. The Nasdaq's off 155 points. That's 7/10 of 1% here. WTI crude oil, it's up 10%, $110 per barrel. This is
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, I'm Alexis Christoforous. You blink and the market turns around. We were sharply lower earlier, and now it looks as though all three major indexes are modestly higher. The S&P 500 up about 8 points at 65.83. Dow Jones Industrial Average just about 6 points lower. We've got the NASDAQ Composite basically unchanged at the moment. That's after falling about 300 points earlier. We still have a rally in oil, but not as big as a rally we saw earlier today. Brent crude is up 5.5% at 106.73. It was up more than $108 a barrel. WTI crude at one point today was at $113 a barrel. It is now pulled back a bit at $108.92 the barrel. We've got the Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index still stronger at 1215.09. The 10-year yield lower at 4.29% and the 2-year at 3.78%. Shares of energy companies, though, are benefiting on the backs of higher oil prices. We've got ExxonMobil, Chevron, and Occidental Petroleum each up about 2% right now. Those higher oil prices are hurting shares of airlines and cruise companies as their fuel costs surge. Airlines have already begun raising fares. They're adding baggage fees, dialing back some routes to cover the higher costs, while cruise lines have already warned that the higher costs will dent earnings. We've got shares of Delta down about 3% and shares of Norwegian and also one of the other cruise lines. Who is it? It is Royal. No, it is Carnival. That's it. Carnival down 4%, actually leading the S&P 500 lower right now. So to recap for you, we've got the S&P 500 down 6%, Dow Jones Industrial Average down 75, and WTI crude at $109 a barrel. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Paul and Scarlett.
It's like a pop quiz. Name all the cruise line operators.
It just escaped me there for a minute.
No, I get it.
Thanks for the help. But Royal Caribbean, by the way, in case you're wondering, is also lower.
All right, thank you for that. Alexis Christoforous with our Bloomberg Business Flash. All right, when it comes to the drivers in the market, in particular,
गाइस क्रूड ऑयल में यहाँ पर प्रॉफिट बुक कर लेना. वैसे शायद ये थोड़ा और जा सकता है डाउन, बट मुझे लग रहा है एक बार पुल बैक आने के चांसेस और हैं. ये रीटेस्ट जोन था, वहाँ से मार्केट ऑलमोस्ट टच करते ही चला गया ऊपर, तो मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली थोड़ा सा प्राइस और गिर सकता है. ठीक है, जितना मोमेंटम आया था सीधा सेल ऑफ में एक बार में ही आ गया. ऑलमोस्ट 6% गिर गया सीधा. ठीक है, वापस ऊपर जाता है तो वापस सेल कर सकते हैं 10,580 से 10,630 के बीच में. नीचे देखो, वैसे रीटेस्ट है, मुझे देखना पड़ेगा भी रीटेस्ट करता है नहीं करता है. इन्वेंट्री भी आ गई है, बाकी नेचुरल गैस कुछ खास इंपैक्ट हुआ नहीं नेचुरल गैस की इन्वेंट्री में. अब कोई डेटा नहीं है, देखते हैं कितना मार्केट मूव करता है. 2-3 घंटे बचे हुए. इन्वेंट्री फ्लैट ही आई थी बिकॉज कुछ खास मूव हुआ नहीं, इवन दो फोरकास्ट ज़्यादा था, कम आया बट बहुत ज़्यादा कम नहीं है. तो वैसे देखोगे तो इट इज़ बुलिश, जितना फोरकास्ट किया था उससे डेटा कम आया है. -54 था, ज़्यादा एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे थे, कम आ गया. तो डेटा बुलिश आया है फॉर इन्वेंट्री, बट इतना ज़्यादा डिफरेंस नहीं है, इसलिए कुछ खास इम्पैक्ट हो नहीं रहा है नेचुरल गैस के प्राइस में. थोड़ा नीचे आता है तो देखते हैं, अदरवाइज मेनली मुझे क्रूड ऑयल ही लग रहा है ठीक ठाक. थोड़ा और गिर जाए तो बाकी रिटेस्ट जोन है, यहाँ पर मार्केट रिटेस्ट कर सकता है, देख लेना थोड़ा सा. ठीक है, मैं बाइंग वैसे रिटेस्ट में एक्सपेक्टेड जा नहीं रहा हूँ, बिकॉज रिटेस्ट से बेटर है कि कोई सपोर्ट ही बना दे प्राइस. बाकी वैसे मेजर सपोर्ट की बात करोगे तो नीचे फिर 8,370 पर ही है, ऑब्वियसली वहाँ तक तो नहीं गिरेगा अभी. के निकलना चाहो निकल जाओ, नहीं तो ट्रेल कर लो. वापस अगर आता है डे हाई के आसपास तो वहाँ वापस सेल कर सकते हैं. ज़्यादा स्ट्रेच हो गया था क्रूड ऑयल. जीसीसी सेक्रेटरी जनरल tells the United Nations Security Council that the Gulf countries are facing heinous Iranian aggression. बिटकॉइन में अभी कुछ खास नहीं है, मैं लेवल मॉर्निंग को बताए थे वही हैं चल रहे हैं। लेट्स सी कुछ और अगर नया बन रहा है एक बार देख लेता हूँ। वैसे मुझे कुछ खास लग नहीं रहा, चार्ट तो लगा ही हुआ है। मॉर्निंग पे एक लेवल आपको बताया था वो 65,850 से 65,700 के आसपास मार्केट जा सकता है। वहाँ से थोड़ा बहुत रिवर्स हुआ है, अभी और कुछ है नहीं इसमें फ्रेश करने लायक। आई होप बुक कर लिया होगा। रेजिस्टेंस सपोर्ट बहुत काफ़ी दूर ही है, तो अभी नया कुछ नहीं बन रहा है इसमें। रेजिस्टेंस काफ़ी दूर है, वो जो मॉर्निंग पे रेजिस्टेंस बताया था दैट इज़ द ओनली रेजिस्टेंस वी हैव इन बिटकॉइन। इसलिए मैं अब वेट कर रहा हूँ कि नेचुरल गैस थोड़ा सा अगर मूव करे नीचे आ जाए या फिर वापस ऊपर अगर जाता है तो। का थोड़ा बहुत यहाँ पर डेफिनेटली 9,900 के आसपास एक छोटा सा लिक्विडिटी एरिया है, तो मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली यहाँ पर रुकना चाहिए, जस्ट लाइक नेचुरल गैस होल्डिंग।
On the pause last year. That said, it wasn't our indicator that, hey, she's going to get the boot over this or something. All that said, she's been in the seat for 13 years. That's a long time for any CFO, and it's our understanding that there are starting to be succession conversations. We heard some names that were interesting. Chris Suh, the CFO over at Visa, well-regarded figure over there, he's a name that comes up a lot because he used to be at Microsoft. He knows the business. He left and kind of gained skills and could be primed for a return. There's somebody named Matt McBride, who's kind of her internal heir apparent, right? I mean, his name will certainly be in the ring here. And so I wouldn't be surprised if in the next year or two we're talking about, the great Microsoft CFO search. But at the same time, I don't think it's that, she screwed up a decision and now she's getting the can. That's not what's happening.
She also has the support of the CEO, Satya Nadella, who very much works with her hand in hand. Brody, thank you so much. Brody Ford, Bloomberg tech reporter on today's Big Take story. It really hones in on Microsoft and, the thinking, the planning that was going on there as Amy Hood, the CFO, made a decision to hit the pause button on CapEx.
Yeah, and it was at a time when the call on the street, I think, was spend, spend, spend. And now that's a little bit different. I think now people are saying,
the environment's different.
Investors are saying, show me the return on this in this investment.
But maybe this kind of presage that, sparked that kind of ruminating.
Yeah, but boy, you look at their income statement, just still double-digit top-line growth, huge margins, despite CapEx, tripling over the last several years. Still a lot of free cash flow, and we know they can tap the bond market.
Yes, they can. So. AAA rating.
Yep. So we'll have more coming up. We got the markets coming back here. S&P down 9 points.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, Scarlett Fu, Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. We got some big movements in the market today. It's all driven by oil, and we were really off early this morning in the equity markets because we had 10%, 11%, 12% gains in oil. That's backed off a little bit. We've got some reporting that Iran and Oman are talking about drafting some type of plan to open up the strait. That was a little bit of reporting that came across maybe 20 minutes ago, and that's kind of eased the pressure on oil, which has kind of lifted the equities off of their lows here. So the S&P is kind of unchanged at the moment. Salih Yilmaz, senior oil analyst, Bloomberg Intelligence, joins us from Cyprus via Zoom. Salih, can you help us understand the Strait of Hormuz? This thing doesn't get opened unless Iran says it does. Is that kind of where we are?
I think so. Yeah, that's pretty much where we are. I did see those headlines hit the wire, as you said, 15, 20 minutes ago as well. And the market is moving with it, and oil is down a little bit with it, but there is still a lot of uncertainty. And to your point, the strait is still in very much a standstill. Not many vessels, not any vessels except for Iran's own oil is passing through the strait. So with these news, we don't really have any details. I guess if it results in any more flows, it's better than no flows. But still, we really don't have any details on this.
And of course, in the U.S., we have a public holiday tomorrow in that the stock market's not open. The bond market, I've been told, is open for half a day. We do get a jobs report. What does that mean for people and their positions in oil? There's not going to be a whole lot of trading either way in the global oil markets tomorrow. And for some countries, it's going to be a 4-day weekend. How does that shape positioning?
I mean, perhaps because we've had this divergence between the physical market and the futures market, the paper versus physical markets. And I suppose, they have to converge at some point. And I mean, when you have a kind of bank holiday, a long weekend, I guess that kind of delays that. But I think what we're seeing in the physical markets and what we're seeing in the fuel markets are an leading indicator to what we would see in the benchmark prices and things like Brent and WTI. And the longer the strait is shut, I think it's more likely that we converge at a higher level, closer to what the physical market is telling us. And I suppose if there's less trading, that happens perhaps later than it would. But like I said, the strait is still very much in focus here.
So let's just say, for sake of argument, that the strait were to open up tomorrow. How do you think oil would trade over the succeeding 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks?
I think, it would eventually go down towards the pre-war levels, but it's not going to be immediate. We've been talking about how important duration of this war is. And, if this was a 1-week thing, I think we would get back to normal relatively fast. But we are now 1 month, more than 1 month into this war. So, we've had this more than 10 million barrels per day deficit in the market for over a month. There's been shut-ins in the Gulf, oil production of more than 10 million barrels per day. It would take time to get these back online. And I think importantly, even with the strait, unless there's a clear and decisive ceasefire, a more likely scenario is that we have selective shipping, if you will. So the strait doesn't really fully open, but it's a partial reopening, which again, it would help. But it would still leave some sort of deficit in the market, which would keep prices relatively high. So I'm really looking at a higher price floor, if you will, even if we have some sort of resolution, which I doubt would be a clear and decisive one.
Given everything that's happened so far. So oil prices remain elevated, and the fear, especially for countries that import their oil, is that there will be demand destruction. We'll see demand start to falter. How are you changing your expectations for demand for oil?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. What will have to happen, and we are seeing some early signs of this, is that we will have to get demand destruction. If we can't do anything on the supply side, prices will keep rising, and then, demand will be destructed. And we are seeing this in parts of Asia. I think Europe will probably be next. And the longer this goes on, I think it will be everywhere in the world. So, we are looking at, like I said, on the supply side, a deficit of more than 10 million barrels per day. It would be very painful to have demand destruction of that level. So it will be a matter of, who can afford it, which regions can price others out. So I think we will see some emerging markets really feeling the pain first before it goes to some of the more, wealthier parts of the world.
All right, Salih, thank you so much. Appreciate it. As always, Salih Yilmaz, he's a senior oil analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. He's based in Cyprus there, so we appreciate getting a few minutes of his time. Again, oil is off the highs. I'm looking at WTI crude oil, 108.63. We were up close to $114 earlier this morning, so we do have that pullback. Brent, $106.20, was at close to $110 earlier today. So still elevated on the day, but off of the highs on this news that perhaps, I guess probably have to double underline, perhaps Iran and Oman are talking about some type of pact to allow some type of movement through the Strait of Hormuz, and that's kind of what we're seeing here.
It's according to state-run IRNA, so trust with a grain of salt, but Iran drafting a protocol with Oman to at least monitor traffic through the Strait of Hormuz, and vessel traffic should, according to this report, take place under Iran and Oman's supervision and coordination.
Yep. So we'll keep an eye on that. For our customers in the U.S., a reminder, you can listen to us on satellite radio on Sirius XM channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on Sirius XM channel 121 is presented by Golden Crest Metals. Stay tuned for the latest market news and industry research. The next hour, Bloomberg Intelligence starts right now.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney.
How do you think the Fed is looking at tariffs, the uncertainty of tariffs?
Let's take a look at the sectors and how they performed.
A lot of investors getting whipsawed every day by news events.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Could we see a market disruption, a market event?
Are people just too exuberant out there?
You see some so-called low-quality stocks driving this short-term rally.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, Originals and the Bloomberg Business app.
Good Thursday morning from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney and Scarlett Fu. We are streaming live on YouTube. You can also catch us on Bloomberg.com/video. Coming up in this second hour of Bloomberg Intelligence, we're going to check in with David Welsh. He is our Detroit bureau chief on the latest Tesla sales. They just came out this morning, and also on what happens with Chinese-made EVs in the U.S., whether there is a market for this. Right now, you don't see any of them on American roads because they're tariffed at 100%. We're also going to speak with Tiffany McGee. She's the CEO and CIO of Pivotal Advisors to get her outlook for these markets as stocks have come well off their lows and are just moderately lower at the moment. Robert Schiffman is our senior tech credit analyst here at Bloomberg Intelligence, and he's going to talk about Intel's turnaround advancing as it reduces spending and it sees some return of growth. Mike Makita, of course, going to fill us in on what to look for in the March jobs report that's coming out tomorrow on Good Friday. The stock market's off, but Paul, the bond market is open.
Okay, good to know.
Okay, for at least half the day. But first, let's check in with our Charlie Pellet for our Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hi, thank you very much. And here's what's going on. Stocks bouncing around. Moments ago, we did see the S&P 500 index higher. Right now, looking at a loss of 7 points, down by about 0.1%. Got to keep in mind that at the worst level of the session in the early going, we did see the S&P down 1.5%, down 100 points. So recovering, indeed, positive print a couple of minutes ago. But right now, the S&P down 8 at 65.66, drop there of 0.1%. Dow Industrials down 92, decline there of 0.2%. NASDAQ right now down 54 for the NASDAQ Composite Index, a drop there of 0.2%. So stocks are pairing earlier losses. Oil prices retreating from their highs. The VIX just above 25 with the 10-year 4.29%, the 2-year 3.79%. Gold at $46.74 the ounce. Spot gold down 1.8%. West Texas Intermediate crude, the big story, now surpassing the price of Brent. WTI 109.24, a gain today of 9.2%. Barrel of Brent 106.49. Brent crude up by 5.3%. Bottom line here, oil rallying after President Trump last night vowed an escalation in the war in Iran over coming weeks. Now, Shelby McFadden is an investment analyst at Motley Fool Asset Management, and right here on Bloomberg Intelligence, she told us she is watching the secondary effects of higher oil prices.
We do know that, oil is globally traded, right? And it begins with the sort of direct impacts, and then we have the sort of trickle down, if you will, into all of the different sectors.
Shelby McFadden of Motley Fool, interviewed right here on Bloomberg Intelligence. We did see oil majors moving higher. ExxonMobil up 0.1%. Chevron up 1.5% right now. ConocoPhillips up by 1.2%. All of this against the backdrop of WTI 109.28, up now by 9.1%. Scarlett and Paul, that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pella, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube and streaming live at Bloomberg.com as well. As Charlie was just reporting, stocks are lower, but they are well off of their lows of the day. Let's take a look at some of the stocks on the move today. We can do that with Bloomberg's Avalon Purnell. Avalon, what are you looking at today?
We can go ahead and start off with some semiconductors. That'll be Penguin Solutions, ticker PENG, jumping about... Yeah, Penguin.
Okay, that's a new one.
Jumping 15% for its biggest intraday leap since last April. That's after the semiconductor device company raised its full-year forecast for adjusted earnings. It also reported second quarter results that beat expectations as costs for memory chips continue to rise. If you remember, data centers and AI have continued to increase the demand for chips. And we have a note out from Rosenblatt saying that the surging market prices lifted revenue about 30% above their expectations.
All right, good name to keep an eye on. Penguin, PENG is the ticker there. All right, let's go to a more familiar name.
Yes, United Airlines, that's ticker UAL, down about 3.3%, pairing an earlier tumble. That's after President Trump dashed hopes that the war in Iran would come to a swift end. In comments last night, higher jet fuel costs remain a very big primary concern among investors, though Iran did say that it was drafting protocol with Oman for Hormuz Strait traffic. So investors continue to say that uncertainty is kryptonite for the markets, and for airlines, that's definitely true.
Did I tell you that I'm a million miler at United Airlines?
You have mentioned that a couple of times.
Sure.
Yes, yes. No, you earned those stripes.
Oh, yeah. Okay, just one. How about Blue Owl? Tom Keene and I were all over this early this morning. That's some big news out there.
It is some big news. Blue Owl, ticker OWL, dipping now only about 0.5 percentage point, though earlier it touched its lowest intraday level on record. That's after Blue Owl said that it will limit redemptions from 2 of its private credit funds and made a decision after facing an unprecedented surge in withdrawal requests. Investors in its $36 billion Blue Owl Credit Income Fund asked to pool nearly 22% of shares through the end of the first quarter of the year. And as we already know, investors have grown incredibly skittish about private credit after some high-profile collapses and overall concerns over AI disrupting software companies that relied heavily on these direct lenders. And it's now joining peers like Apollo and Ares in capping redemptions.
Okay, so 22% is what investors want to pull out, and they're going to meet the 5%
correct
withdrawal request. Okay, thank you for clarifying
right there,
that.
when you get the offering memorandum, I've seen it. Like in big bold letters.
In the front, right?
Yeah, you can't get your money out other than 5% per quarter. This is illiquid by definition.
Except when people want to get their money out.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, and there you go. Okay.
All right, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Avalon Purnell with our Bloomberg Market Movers. And for more conversations like this, do subscribe to our Stock Movers Reports. 5-minute audio reports available for you on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. It's all available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere you listen. So big day yesterday in the space world, right?
Yep. So I always get psyched to watch a big rocket take off, because it just great memories when I was a kid, all Apollo stuff.
And Ed Ludlow was lucky because he was on hand to watch it as well. He's our BTEC co-anchor, and he's joining us right now from the Kennedy Space Center. So Ed, just kind of recap what we got yesterday and what we're looking for today, because there's more on this.
Yeah, NASA sending astronauts back towards the moon for the first time in more than 50 years. And where the crew of 4 astronauts, 3 Americans and 1 Canadian, are at right now is they're at a higher Earth orbit, basically in an elliptical orbit of the Earth, checking all of the systems, checking communication, propulsion. They did some manual tests, seeing how the Orion spacecraft would fly under manual operation. But it's all gearing up to around 7 or 8 p.m. Eastern tonight, where NASA has to make a decision about whether they are a go for the final burn, the translunar injection that would send the crew on that path towards the far side or dark side of the moon.
So let's assume that they do get the go signal tonight. Tell us how the next several days or the remainder of this trip will develop.
Well, you'd hope it does happen, right? Because this is the whole point of the mission, the dress rehearsal to see that it works. So it'd be a blow if they weren't able to and they had to return to Earth. But it's about 4 days to go 250,000 miles to the far side of the moon. It's about 4,100 miles off the moon's surface on the dark side, where they observe what's on the surface using different sensors. They're looking for water, essentially, on the moon's surface. And then, you know, having conducted that activity, it's a slingshot, a figure 8, where both Earth's gravitational pull and the gravitational field around the moon slingshot them back. It's called a free return trajectory, where simply gravitational pull brings them back to Earth. There isn't a reliance on propulsion. So there's a lot that needs to happen. Like, this is still high stakes. And it sets records in terms of the distance that humans have been into what we call deep space.
I feel like when we talk about space these days, these years, it doesn't really involve NASA anymore. We talk about SpaceX, we talk about Blue Origin, but NASA kind of steering this and driving this feels like a return to Paul's youth or my youth. Where has NASA been in this effort for space exploration and just, you know, journeys to space?
Yeah, I hear you. Like, I first came to Kennedy in 2004. I won't say how old I was, but, you know, that was a long time ago. It was the year that Hurricane Charlie hit the Space Coast. And, you know, SpaceX kind of came about a decade after that, right? But NASA is the owner of this project, Artemis. You know, there are lots of American companies involved in the construction of the system. Boeing does the rocket, Lockheed Martin does the spacecraft, Northrop Grumman does the abort system, but NASA oversees all of it. And it's been expensive, right? The total bill for this project is $93 billion or $4 billion a pop. But NASA's also empowered again. You know, the Trump administration started this process in 2016. It has carried it on into Trump 2, where they say to NASA, like, go and do this, get America to the moon, particularly before China. But it's a goal that this nation has, and NASA is the agency that's executing on it.
And I probably speak for a good part of our radio and YouTube audience. Been here, done that. As it relates to the moon, what is NASA saying, and our space partners, what are they saying are kind of the next steps?
Yeah, so this is Artemis 2. There is an Artemis 3 mission scheduled for next year, which would test the interoperability of the different providers. You know, Scarlett mentioned SpaceX. As we've reported and NASA's now confirmed, SpaceX might come into the equation where its Starship docks with Orion in low Earth orbit and eventually pushes the Orion capsule to the moon before it lands. But the ultimate goal is get to the moon as early as 2028. First, astronauts' boots on the ground, and then there is a plan to establish a base on the moon. And that sounds like science fiction, right? But the very real strategic value of it, of being first, is resources. There is oxygen on the moon, there is water, there are other minerals that are of value. And then, with America's broader goal of eventually getting to Mars, which is a real goal, launching from the moon is easier than launching from Earth because of the differential in gravity. So that's the why, and there's several stages to the Artemis program between now and 2028 to get there.
All right, good stuff. Ed Ludlow, really appreciate your kind of laying out what we'll be watching for. Ed Ludlow is reporting live from the Kennedy Space Center. NASA astronauts reaching a safe orbit, historic moon mission. I really come back to that idea, though. It feels like NASA has been missing in action, though, for the last couple of years. It's really been a SpaceX story, a Blue Origin story.
Yeah, especially, you know, since the space shuttle program wound down, there hasn't been a whole lot for NASA to do, at least on a high level or high visibility type thing. So It's good to have them back, but you got to figure it's a public-private partnership, and that seems like the best way to finance.
Yes, name-checked Northrop Grumman. He name-checked Boeing. So there's plenty of private companies involved
Elon
in all
Musk,
this.
Jeff Bezos. I mean, all that kind of stuff there. Getting back to earth here, but we're still talking to Elon Musk. Tesla had some numbers come out that were, in terms of deliveries, a little bit disappointing. But I guess I'm like a lot of people. Like, who
are they really a
cares?
car company or are they something else?
That's exactly right. So let's go to a car person. That would be David Welch. He's a Detroit bureau chief for Bloomberg News. He's based in Detroit. Hey, David, talk to us about Tesla's delivery numbers here. What did you see, and what's the company saying?
Look, it was a disappointing quarter, no matter how you look at it. Even though it was up over last year, but there's some complexities there. So they greatly disappointed what analysts and investors expected them to sell. It was up over last year. So how does that happen? Last year, at this time, there was a backlash against Elon Musk over Doge and everything he was doing with the Trump administration. So sales had really pulled back from that. If you look at this first quarter versus previous years, not 2025, but 2024, 2023, it's down significantly from there. So Tesla's overall sales globally have just been sliding here for quite a while. EV sales are down all over the globe. I mean, not in every market, but the Chinese have pulled back on some of the incentives there. Even BYD has seen a couple of tough months in terms of sales with some of those government-based incentives going away. Trump administration got rid of them here. That's hurting EV sales here, and that's all they sell. They're getting rid of the Model S and the Model X. And you know, the company's trying to pivot toward robotics and automated driving, both of which are very big challenges to beat in the next few years. It's just very difficult to get cars to drive themselves. And the methodology Tesla is using is different from everybody's. They're relying on their data. So look, it's going to be a tough road ahead, I think, for Tesla to really turn investor sentiment around, because they're not selling vehicles like they used to. And there are a lot of big question marks on the new strategy and the big pivot that Elon Musk is making with this company.
All right, and that's kind of been the story with Tesla for a while now, that, you know, even though it does still sell cars, that trajectory has gone down. And with EV sales slowing overall, what's interesting is with oil prices now elevated, there is more interest among consumers, at least into looking into examining the prospect of buying an EV to save on gas costs. There's another story out today, David, about Stellantis in talks to make Chinese EVs in Canada. I thought that the U.S. car makers were staying far, far away from the Chinese EV makers.
They are, but then again, Stellantis is really a European company with a big U.S. arm, isn't it? But look, Canada relies on the U.S. companies and Toyota largely for its auto industry. That's you know, it's Ford, GM, Stellantis, and Toyota, to a degree Honda, that are making a lot of vehicles up there. That's where they get you know, their domestic supply of cars that aren't imported and facing tariffs now, and also for employment. And if you're going to have this trade tension between the U.S. and Canada, which we have had for a while now, and we're unsure of what's going to happen with USMCA. There's a lot of talk that, you know, maybe Trump will cut separate deals with Canada and Mexico, and he's been very annoyed with Canada these days. Then Canada has to look elsewhere for companies that are going to invest in their industrial base and make vehicles there that aren't going to be subject to different trade issues. And they're increasingly looking to the Chinese. And I think they would welcome that. Stellantis' partner, Leapmotor, you know, I'm sure they'd love to get into the Western Hemisphere with the hopes that one day, if trade tensions between the U.S. and Canada subside, they could actually send some of those vehicles into the U.S. market. And it's not a bad place. These would be small plants, but it's not a bad place for the Chinese companies to get in, even if they need a partner to do it.
David, thanks so much. Appreciate it. David Welch, he's a Detroit bureau chief for Bloomberg News up there in Detroit. Again, Tesla had one of its worst sales quarters in years, missing Wall Street's expectations as a car maker struggles to turn around its core business and navigate an increasingly challenged electric vehicle market. It just feels like outside of the United States, BYD and some of these other Chinese car manufacturers are going to basically take over the world.
Well, I mean, their cars retail for less than $10,000 oftentimes. I mean, yes, there's a lot of help from the Chinese government to keep costs low, but that's in contrast to what you see in the United States. Tesla also, as well, has a lot of supply out there with used Tesla vehicles out on the road. A lot of people who might have bought them through leases have now returned them. And so there's a lot of supply.
Yeah, the novelty maybe is kind of worn off for some people. But a lot of people swear by them. I mean,
In California, it's like every second car or third car is a Tesla.
You're exactly right. I noticed that when I was out there. And with $6 gasoline, you can see why. S&P basically unched on the day. It was down 1.5% earlier today, so a little bit of a rebound.
It's 11:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks well off session lows, still in the red. Little change, though. The key takeaway at this hour on the S&P 500 index, down 10 at 65.66. That is a drop of just about 0.1%. Dow Industrials down 116, drop there of 0.2. Nasdaq also down by 0.2%. And this Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by Golden Crest Metals. Inflation, tariffs, and volatility have some investors turning to gold for stability. To get a free gold and silver info guide and learn how to add metals to your IRA or 401k tax and penalty free. Go to goldencrestmetals.com/guide. goldencrestmetals.com/guide. Stocks have paired earlier losses. Indeed, we did see the S&P 500 index higher. Briefly, oil prices are off their highs on a report that Iran is drafting a protocol with Oman to monitor traffic through the Strait of Hormuz. S&P 500 index, as we mentioned, down 0.1%. The VIX just above 25 with a 10-year at 4.29%. The 2-year, 3.79%. Gold down $95 the ounce, 46.62, drop there of 2%. West Texas Intermediate crude trading above $110 a barrel. WTI up now by 10%. Barrel of Brent 107.35. Brent below WTI. Barrel of Brent up by 6.1%. Bitcoin selling off down 2.2%. 66,697 on Bitcoin. Shares of top asset managers trading mixed after Blue Owl Capital said it will limit redemptions from 2 of its private credit funds after facing a surge in withdrawal requests. Shares of Blue Owl right now, they are trading lower, down 1.3%. KKR up by 0.5%, and Blackstone down 0.6%. Again, recapping here, S&P lower, little change, down 0.1%. West Texas Intermediate crude, big round number there, above $110 a barrel. WTI up now by just about 1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcast. I'm Charlie Pellet, Paul Scarlett. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, thank you so much, Charlie Pellet, with our check on the markets right now. Stocks have come well off their lows. They briefly went into the green, but they're now red again. And a lot of this on the back of President Trump's address to the nation, where he talked about the war in Iran, but we didn't actually learn anything too concrete. Tiffany McGee is CEO and CIO of Pivotal Advisors and joins us now from Baltimore, Maryland. And Tiffany, would it be fair to say that the speech did little to reassure investors, especially before a long weekend, where we've had this pattern of investors not wanting to be too exposed too long before a weekend of unknowable risk?
Scarlett, thanks for having me. So listen, the president's address last evening really added more uncertainty to the mix, I think. So we know that the president tends to use superlatives. He definitely likes those. But in this environment, those can be really difficult for markets to digest, and especially when they're paired with forward-looking statements, right? So for example, he said, we're now totally independent of the Middle East. And the reality is more nuanced, right? So the U.S. may import less directly, but global markets are still really interconnected. 20% of global oil flows through the Strait of Hormuz, where, Iran has, all the influence, right? So disruptions there still impact prices, inflation, and markets globally. He also said, we totally obliterated their nuclear sites. I was taking notes as he was talking, and that's very definitive statement. But, markets tend to be cautious around claims that are difficult to independently verify in real time. And he said a couple other things that, really just sparked additional uncertainty. And one thing the market does not like is uncertainty. So I think that we're going to continue to see some more volatility going forward.
So what are the conversations you're having, Tiffany, with your clients these days about that level of uncertainty and how that may impact kind of investment decisions?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, listen, so most of our the majority of our clients are foundations and endowments. So, what we're doing, they've got a very, strict mandate, right? So we're supposed to manage this money in perpetuity. And so, we always set a strategic asset allocation, and we make tactical moves as needed. So the main idea here is diversity. We have a plan, and the same thing goes for retail investors, right? So we have a plan, and we're going to stick to the plan. In terms of the things that we're leaning into tactically, so we're really prioritizing when we think about individual names as well. Durable earnings over fast earnings, right? So consistency matters more than chasing growth. We're thinking about pricing power. That's really everything right now. We want companies that can pass along costs without losing demand, which is very, very important. We're looking at balance sheets. Balance sheets matter again. Higher rates mean leverage really matters, right? So we're focused on strong cash flow and manageable debt. Valuation discipline is also really critical. We have a higher rate environment. Markets the market is much less kind of forgiving if you overpay. And, overall, this is a quality over hype environment. Resilience and profitability are really winning right now.
You mentioned pricing power. How do you divvy that up? Is it sector by sector, or is it companies within sector? That there's always going to be companies within, say, the consumer sector that have pricing power, even with the burden of higher oil prices?
Yeah, I mean, I think we do definitely take it on a case-by-case basis. So, the majority of our clients, we are buying actively managed funds and layering it with also passive so that we can have broad market exposure to certain areas and also reduce costs. But we're also looking, we also buy individual stocks, right? So we're looking, we're more bottom-up approach. So we're looking at pricing power as it relates to the individual companies, and also that added layer of the sector. So different companies. Pricing power is kind of relative in different sectors, so we're really kind of paying attention to the relevance of that.
Tiffany, real quick, the technology call in the equity markets has kind of changed from let's just buy who's ever spending the most on AI to now getting a little bit more differentiated view. How do you think about this AI theme from your perspective?
Yeah, we really broadly, we think about AI the way we think about what the internet did for the world, right? And so we do think that this is going to revolutionize the way we work, the way we live, all of the things. But I think that there's been a lot of focus on the investment of AI, these dollars, and the hype of it all. And so what we're really trying to focus on is actual real returns from that investment. So when we look at certain things, Microsoft is a company that we like. It's a really great example. It's a platform where AI is kind of already embedded and driving real revenue. It's got durable earnings, recurring revenue across cloud and enterprise. It's got that pricing power I talked about.